Oh, are we live? Are we live? We're live, and hello everyone, and welcome to the Dice Jar winner box for the Back to Duel monthly league. We have Roger versus Harrison in round one. Alongside me, I have Lucas, but he is currently in an Uber, so he'll sound good
I
soon.
got stuck in traffic. If I sound like I'm on a phone, I am. But in about 5 minutes, I'll be correcting that. But I'm Lucas Flynn, joined by my lovely co-host Joe McDonald. And yeah, new format.
New format.
This is an exciting time.
Yes, we got since the last time we've commentated down south, a lot has changed in the format. We've now got the power of the element decks, and we look like we're going to see one of them here in the form of Sprite against Mekk-Knight Invoked. So Mekk-Knight Invoked has been around.
Interesting spelling of Sprite there.
Oh yeah, what's up with that?
Not exactly correct.
Could be confused by a can of soda, but So we're looking like we've got a Harrison here on Mekk-Knight Invoked that has been around for donkey's years.
Yeah, not a deck you expect to see in a format so dominated by like just these new decks that everyone's playing. Obviously, Roger bringing Sprite, which is one of the most powerful decks to come out of Power of the Elements. How do you think this matchup looks for Harrison here?
It's interesting because, like, obviously Mekk-Knight Invoked always really wants to go second, so it'll be interesting to see if it has the legs these days to go through a full Sprite board, or not. Essentially,
we've seen Dark Ruler do work against Sprite, and that's a deck. That's a card that you commonly play in a deck like Mekk Invoked. So he could have some really good tools in his main deck.
So we'll start here with the Sprite Red into blue,
and there's blue. But to those unaffiliated, the Sprite Deck is a combo deck that is focused around level 2 and rank 2 monsters. Essentially, all of them are free special summons if you control a level 2, rank 2, or link 2. And they all have effects that either trigger on special summon or tribute one of those types to perform an action, negate a monster, spell. So, fairly robust combo deck, quite hard to interrupt. He's getting to kind of pop off the regular combo uninterrupted.
Incredibly easy to spam as well. Like, once you get the ball rolling, it's definitely one of those decks where you can just push through full combo quite easily without disruption.
Yeah.
And Gigantic
Sprite here.
Straight away, like, as well, like, the reason this deck is so strong is it's resilient to things like Nibiru, thanks to Gigantic Sprite, and just so many, like, Omni Negates and the like.
Ooh, but not Ash Blossom. No. Interestingly, Gigantic Sprite has to detach a material as effect. So if it is tributed for Sprite Red, which can negate the Ash Blossom, it will not resolve. So Roger here in a bit of a pickle. Gigantic Sprite, very important for the totally awesome setup that this deck tries to do turn 1. Thinking here. You can see a smashes in his hand, so he definitely has some interruption. Naturally drawn that.
Oh, so he's let it go through tactics, and he's looking at the hand. Two Alistairs. I mean, that
is not a clean hand to look at.
I'm assuming he'll probably rip.
I think you have to take the Red Moon here, right? Because there's no point taking Alistair.
No.
You have the smashes, so you can let them normal the Alistair. I guess you could rip the Alistair and then let them normal it, banish the Alistair they summon. And that leaves them without an invocation target. Definitely taking some time to think here. This is not an easy choice. The Red Moon is notably not a very powerful Mekk-Knight on its own. It does have a removal spell effect, but it requires you to have Mekk-Knights in the graveyard, so he opts to take the Dark Ruler removal there.
I think that's a sensible choice. I mean, you were saying before that, like, the Sprite board's main enemy can be a Dark Ruler. He drew the Dark Ruler, and now that problem is seemingly gone.
All right, let's see what he does from here.
It's always interesting, like, going into a new format. You obviously see, like, players reading cards a lot more. I mean, me personally, I need to definitely brush up on my Sprite plays because it's something that I haven't really looked into much myself. I'm much more a fan of tier elements, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of reading cards. I think even if you know what a card does, giving it a once over just quickly can be important because You may have missed something, and in the heat of a duel, you don't want an unexpected effect to just come up and take you out. Reading the tactics as well.
Bit of thinking going on here by Roger. He's trying to work out where to take his, where to what to do now to like get to the end board he wants. So he has a starter in hand that he searched. So he'll probably still be able to get the toad set up, right?
He doesn't have access to Gigantic, though.
True.
So how's he getting swap for?
Very true.
So, Sprite Carrot summon now. This is the Spell Trap Negate. And it could be that for Roger. I think that could be about as far as he gets.
But that actually,
the rest of his hand.
Actually, like a perfectly timed.
Yeah, so
onto that board.
It's interesting. Sprite is a really resilient deck, but a lot of the time they kind of they tunnel into this gigantic Sprite setup that it does fold to cards like Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence if they aren't able to get enough monsters on the board.
Let's see what
that's where cards like Deep Sea Diva and things they really shine because you just end up with a bunch of extra material to tribute off.
Oof.
Okay, there's a Kaiju.
Also turning on that column for his Magnite.
Yeah. Let's say he wants to resolve with Alistair. And so this is where I thought you could take the Alistair and then the Smashers would deal with this. Gonna have to contest an invocation now.
Alistair being normal summoned in 2022.
Yeah, well, it's specifically
still does the job.
I think it is still quite a strong card.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, there's a reason that card is stuck around for so long. I don't think there has been a normal summon since that, like, that kind of does the same thing. It hasn't been replaced as such yet. The most normal summons like starters, whereas this is kind of like turns on a whole entire like recursive engine. Making sure he's just read that card completely. I mean, I find myself often doing that as well. Like sometimes you like read it and then you miss a part of an effect and you're like, and then when you go to do something yourself, you're like, I should probably check that one more time just in case if I'm misreading it. And I think that's kind of important. Like, as long as you don't like make the mistake of reading it and then misunderstanding it and then playing straight into it. How's the Uber there, Lucas? Oh, am I riding solo? I am riding solo.
I am actually home.
You're home?
Just getting
okay.
set up right now. Yeah. Give me one sec.
No, that's all right. I'll take this one for now.
Awesome.
Yeah, so just in case if you're just tuning in, Lucas was running a little bit late. He got stuck in traffic, so he was commentating from an Uber. That's why he sounds like a potato, maybe, like the mic. It will be improving in a few moments' time once he gets down on his computer, and we'll be good to go at 100%. The Sprite Smashers has been activated here. Harrison giving it a good read. Another strong card for the Sprite deck. Like, everything in this deck is just so... I don't want to say free, but like so good. Like, there's not really any bad cards it plays. Removing this gigantic Sprite from the field. Or is he? Thinking? There we go. Hello. Oh, we sound good again.
I'm back.
So we saw Smashes there, banishing the carrot and destroying the red. And now Harrison's going to Invocation.
Okay. What kind of materials are we working with here? We got a light. We got, I guess we're going for Mechaba.
I mean, Mechaba is still good, right? Like, I mean, it's obviously now probably a bit outclassed by Tier Element being such a fast engine, but like, I don't know, Mechaba window is still like a thing, you know. Not so much for Mech Knight, but like, yeah.
Depends on what's in Roger's hand. Sprite is very capable of playing with one card, so if Harrison just ends on a Mechaba here, it's not over for Roger. Especially if the card in his hand is just like, you know, a Sprite starter or something that can bait the Mechaba, and then he can play. But it's not looking good for Roger. His board's been broken. Basically playing off the top of his deck here. Both cards in two cards in hand for Harrison there?
Yeah, two, yeah. One's an Alistair, one's an Invocation.
Yeah, I guess, well, the Invocation stuff will definitely win this game in the long run, so...
Yeah.
Roger needs to basically win this turn.
It's like he's got an Ash Nibiru in hand, from what I can see. Ooh. So it's not looking great. I mean, yeah, like there's not a lot to bring him back into this game. He can't do all that much.
Is there a reason Harrison didn't beat over the Gigantic here?
No. Did he just forget? I'm not 100% sure.
Confused about that.
Might go down to
3,200.
Potentially.
Yeah, so the line here is he's going for a Hulk. Can only assume. Could be a Nightmare.
Looking at Hulk, yeah.
That's Hulk. Hulk, an all-star of the previous format, but not unanimous amongst Sprite lists. A lot of players opting to cut it for just more tech cards.
I think it's still definitely in the format in decks like Punk. In a deck like Sprite, it's maybe not even needed. Like, you're right, like it's...
Well, the theory is that if you're playing Deep Sea Diva, then if you can make Hulk, you can get to another Gigantic, because it can summon the Diva from the deck. That's a decent line. I definitely think it's correct to run it just for that, if you're playing a lot of hand traps like Roger is doing.
See, enemy controller
is also on the enemy controller, which has been quite a popular card this format.
Let's see, Diva here.
Obviously no effect, because it was summoned off of Hulk, and it only triggers on normal. So yeah, like I said, this is just a clean way to another Gigantic. You can make that. He knows about the Alistair in hand, though, so the Mechaba
is going to be buffed, yeah.
It's possible... Possibly just tries to bait the Mechaba here.
What do you think about
link play?
Main deck Nibiru as well? Like, I
think it's solid.
Yeah.
I think some of your worst matchups are some of these going second decks that can kind of plow through interruption, and Nibiru is just like a really good defensive card. Yeah, so it makes the Unicorn and then goes for the Gigantic after that. Harrison has to have something here, or this is probably the end of the game for him.
Don't think he does either, because he just has the Invocation in hand now.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like, Sprite is so good at playing off the top of their deck that leaving them with even any resources is just tough. You're gonna have a lot to contest with on the follow-up, and we'll see here probably for the Swap Frog. Get that engine online.
And Swap Frog is insane. Like it's been so good for so many years now, and like it just crops up every now and then in formats, and like I'd say Sprite is probably the deck now to abuse it. Almost the most outside of Frog FTK.
Yeah, bring that back, huh?
Protecting
so we're chaining the Salamangreat Omrage here, so Mechaba cannot be destroyed by card effects this turn. One of the issues Roger's going to have is that this is still... you have to out the Mechaba or it's live next turn. Not a lot of removal spells left for him. Cannot use anything except Link, Rank, or Level 2 monsters, because Gigantic Sprite does lock. Let's see here, probably Sprite Elf.
Got an awkward one here for Roger as well, because that you're right. The Mechaba is going to be just live again in a moment as soon as
he can make Toad, but then Mechaba just trades for that, right?
Yeah, it does.
I think Roger's best play here is to probably, if he's running it, make Oniba-Maru, which is a banish effect. That would clear the Mechaba.
And then you just playing with a single invocation.
Yeah, he knows Harrison has what? Invocation.
That's it. And then the Alistair and Grave. So
yeah.
Is there any lights in there? No. I suppose he can go into Purgatrio, maybe. But like, it all depends on what he draws out.
Oh, there could be a light in Roger's Grave. I'm just thinking about what he's made so far.
Nibiru. Nibiru's in Grave. Yeah.
Nibiru's in Grave? Yeah, so there is a light. Mech Knight is a deck that, it's playing a lot of cards that will be bad top decks. If he drops decks like a Dark Ruler no more or anything like that, Roger will still, kind of out-resource him.
That's what's so good about the Sprite engine is, as you say, like it's a single card that can just get you straight back into the game, and that's why we've always seen kind of those one-card engines at the top end of the metagame.
Oh yeah. Like we're just thinking if he has any better plays than Toad Pass. The advantage of Toad is that if it dies,
you always get something back. Yeah,
you just get back your Swap Frog for next turn, right? So it's not really the worst play. Forces the issue of the battle phase.
Still thinking.
Yeah, 16 minutes up. This is still game one, and if I was in Roger's place, I'd almost be thinking about, speeding this up, because Mech Knight is just going to win in time with like some aggressive game 3 action. Yeah, exactly. Like they're going to get to do what they want pretty much the rest of these next 2 games, if it gets that far. Of course, post sideboarding, Sprite could have a lot of answers to whatever Harrison is trying to do.
Weighing up the Sprite Blue as well.
He's already used that this turn.
Oh, has he?
Oh no, yeah, that was turn 1. Yeah, no, he's totally got that. Yeah, okay. This is, I think, correct. Yeah, going for a follow-up and then just making a removal spell, right? Like Oniba-Maru or, a Nightmare Cerberus. Oh, that's a little bit bad because you do have to discard, but, something to deal with this Mechaba so you don't have to deal with it on the follow-up. Sure. It's going to use Pixies to out the Mechaba. I don't know if I agree with this. I maybe would have searched for Jet, cycled through some resources, and then used an extra deck monster to remove the Mechaba, because this is putting Roger on no cards in hand again if he uses the Pixies.
And I mean, the Mechaba's just going to come straight down again. Like, he's going to deal with this one and the Invocation's alive.
Yeah, especially if you beat over it. It's in Grave, right? Like, we give Harrison access to Alguides as well, if he wants to. That's a very good card. So what's Harrison's best draw here?
Probably like maybe one of the Mech Knights, purple or blue. Like, like just set the Invocation, set up the even more. Like, it all depends on what Roger has, I guess, and like what he decides to end on.
Maybe a Magical Meltdown would be quite strong.
Oh, that'd be
Of course, we don't know what each of these players are playing. They could be playing any number of other engines in these decks. Could see a Branded Fusion. Who knows?
Oof, the spice. That's one thing I would like to talk about as well, though, is how Branded has kind of just been knocked down a peg, and like all of a sudden, Branded Fusion seems, I wouldn't say fair, but like more balanced, I suppose, compared to these newer decks. Like,
yeah, this new format is definitely shaking up that. I think maybe the existence of another Fusion deck in the format natively kind of makes it difficult to play Branded, because Super Poly is, it's gone from being kind of like a branded card to, Sprite plays it, T-Element plays it. It's a very powerful removal spell and just something that wins games. Going for the okay, so going for Gigantic here. Going to hold the Pixies in hand. Gigantic on 3200 attack because it was made with a Link 2.
No, that'll bash over the Mechaba, but
it will. Is it not still an Alistair in hand?
No, he used it to discard to negate. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Okay, so Mechaba down, Pixies in hand. No interrupts here. Once you're looking at his extra deck, you can't make Zeus because you activated Gigantic. I think you just have to pass here.
Yep, he passes.
Right, finally back to Harrison's turn.
This Magic Meltdown off the drop.
That is, I think that is his best draw.
Oh, it was. He had another Alistair in hand.
Yeah, I thought he did.
Of course, yeah. Sorry, he had. You add back the Sorry, you do add back the Alistair off invocation. I had it wrong way around. It's been a while, guys.
Harrison, as you said right there, just like, you know what, that's fine. I'll just summon this bad boy next turn. You'll get the Mechaba back. See, the combination of Meltdown here makes cards like Arquides just so brutal. The on-summon removal effect being unresponsive. I think it's what you go for here. I mean, in Mechaba, Roger's only got a Pixies in hand.
Oh, he's having a look at that
combo. Yeah, so Sprite Pixies, basically honest. So when attack is involved in the damage step of a level 2 monster, rank 2 monster, or link 2 monster you control, you can make it gain attack and defense equal to the attack of the opponent's monster. So effectively, you win any combat encounter. Similar to cards, like Avramax or, Honest from back in the day.
Yeah, he's looking at the Gordies here.
I mean, a Mechaba won't contest, so I think you have to.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Gordies is just a very good card. Yep, there it is. So you cannot respond to this, but I don't think Roger has anything to respond with.
Yeah. A lot of people forget as well that the other part of Gordies is like when your opponent's specials, it also triggers it. Like a lot of people just see the one application of on summon pop, and then they kind of forget that.
No, and the banish from grave to gain attack as well.
Yeah,
it does everything, right?
It's really good. It's insane. Yeah, and now he has 2 Alistairs back in hand again. So
yes, thing's never gonna die by combat, right?
No.
Right, gets him for 2,000.
So on the draw here.
Roger is still drawing live. If he draws, a blue or a starter here, like he's very much still in the game.
Yeah.
I think he's been through what, like 2 Gigantics, 1 Elf. So
yeah,
he's got some stuff.
And
look at the top card.
Is he happy?
Ooh,
see a
looks
trap.
like a trap card. Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't really know any other traps that Sprite players main other than Imperm. So
yeah, that looks like Imperm. So Roger's just at the mercy of Harrison here, who has got an Alistair in hand. I think he has lethal on the crackback.
He does, yeah.
Imperm doesn't interact.
Yeah, no, he does. He will, yeah.
You can Imperm the Alistair. Guess that will help.
Yeah, it all depends on what he draws. Yeah,
with what we know in hand. So I think Roger has another turn unless, he top decks.
If he's a true invoke player, he'll summon an Alistair and draw the invocation.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, well, depending on how many Almirage he's playing, he could also, if he draws a Mech Knight, make a column, theoretically, using, the opponent's Imperm. But
swap for the Ronin token.
Oh, he does have Ronin.
Yeah,
I totally forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we're stupid. I guess he's still completely in this game then.
I know he's back now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still needs to put up the form of interruption as well, because.
Well, with the Imperm, you can actually you can make Toad here, right? Because I guess Arquides will trigger.
He should have probably. No, I don't know. Yeah.
There's not a lot you could have done there. Arquides is just a really good card.
He's scooping it up.
He's just scooping it up. Yeah, wow. Oh my god.
There was a super volley going off the top.
But yeah, realistically, even with plays in the face of an Arquides, you're just in such a bad position.
And that shows like a well-timed Ash against Sprite can do the job.
And that's where like adding the Pixies there, I just don't know if that was the right play. I think if he added a Jet and got follow-up, that top-decked Imperm could have been like quite relevant.
We're getting a good look at side decks. He's getting Dimensional Barrier, a point of the Red Lotus.
Gamma, is that evenly matched?
Yep. We're looking at Harrison. He's putting in a Pancratops. Looks like he's siding in Dimensional Barrier, thinking he might go first, maybe. But
it is interesting. His deck is, I think, well positioned to beat whatever Sprite does going first. Like Roger can put in Dimensional Barrier, but a lot of Harrison's deck is big guys. They're not really the invoke stuff is mainly just to set up columns going first. So
it is, yeah. So Nibiru's coming out of Harrison's deck.
It's possible. I've played a lot of Mech Knights, and one of the strengths of the deck is if you're playing against Mech Knights, it's really hard to tell if they're going to go first or second. A lot of Mech Knight side decks are like these really transformative going first boards.
Yeah.
Where they just put in like 12 trap cards and, essentially their game plan becomes to interrupt the opponent enough that, they get the first battle phase effectively and just kill. So we could see that from Harrison. We see cards like D-Barrier, cards like Anti-Spell, cards that just kind of prohibit Roger from really doing what he wants to do here. Feels good to be on a microphone again.
Oh yeah, sounds a lot nicer.
Apologies to anyone who had to listen to that start.
And obviously next week as well, these guys, we're going to see, I think there's 4 people from Dunedin flying up to the Oceanic Championships. So yeah, I'm excited to see some of these guys traveling up there as well. And they have the added bonus of playing on stream almost every week. So if they ever get thrown on the main screen, they'll be kind of used to it.
Yeah, there is a reality to the stream jitters, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean I've definitely felt it as well. I've been on the other end of the camera a few times now, and it's like the first time I was like making silly plays and going, like you definitely like
you feel
get a bit jittery. You do, because.
Right, so going into game 2 here, we're gonna see who opted to go first. Now, as I was saying, Roger is on the back foot a little bit here. Not only are there only 13 minutes left in time, and Harrison's deck is pretty good at getting damage in. He plays cards like Sprite Starter, like those burn you.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
it is very likely this match will go to time. So
it looks like Harrison trying to get a good peek of his hand, but I saw that there can only be 1, maybe 2 of them.
Interesting. So he opted to go second, but still sided in a lot of floodgates.
No, I mean, he lost game. He won game 1, so I think Roger chose to go first.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw him siding in, going first cards, and assumed that he won. But yeah, because often Mech Knight, you'll make them go first. That's like one of the game plans. So it's tricky for Harrison because you side in all the floodgates, and then your opponent makes you go second. You're like, oh.
No Ash this time.
I kind of expected you to make me go first. You just kind of have to read your opponent there and maybe their familiarity with playing against Knights.
We're looking at full Sprite combo here.
Yeah, but if Harrison's drawn like any board breakers, this could be really in his favor.
I think I saw a Dark Ruler. So he has a very interesting hand. It's like Dark Ruler, a couple of there only can be 1s. I didn't see any monsters though.
He's got an Alistair.
An Alistair? Okay, well that's all you need.
Dark Ruler Alistair, yeah. I mean,
and then follow up with floodgates as well.
Spell. We saw him side a bunch of trap cards in, so
yeah.
D-Barrier, Anti-Spell, those could put in work.
I can see an Imperm. Trying to get in a... free traps going down.
Set 3. Are they all traps? Do we know anything searched off yet?
Might be a smashes as well.
Alright, so we're going to see that Dark Ruler get slammed down. Yep.
There it is.
Roger looking at his back row like, alright, this is going to have to carry me through this game. Toad and Elf turned off.
Oh, it's triple. There can only be 1.
Triple? Well, you don't want to see 3.
No.
So the best follow-up to a Dark Ruler, of course, is Mech Knight Purple Nightfall. Now that all their negates are turned off, this guy is a problem.
Beast. He's a beast of card.
Sort of a wind-up rabbit and a wind-up factory put together for any of our 2012 players in the audience. But every turn gets to banish a Mech Knight and search another Mech Knight. It's just a repeatable threat.
And
there's the Alistair. So we know the Imperm. I imagine this fetch is an Imperm. There it is. So only have to contest with the Mech Knight part of his hand. We know the other cards in his hand are triple. There can be only one.
I think it was. I mean, there's at least two, but I definitely saw, I thought I saw a glimpse of a third.
It looks like 3 Tickaboo, yeah.
Yeah. Which is rough. I mean, drawing 3 going first cards, going second, that's going to hurt.
It is rough. But, you know, you have to search off purple here, right? So you can go, you can even do it in battle phase if you want. Notably, Purple Nightfall targets as cost, but does not banish as cost. So if you do, in response to its effect, you know, Sprite smashes, it will not search. The Sprite smashes on this board is not that great, because you do have to banish one of your 2 playmakers here.
That's an Imperm.
Second Imperm from Roger, so Purple will not search this turn. I think at this point you have to battle over the Toad and just hope you can play during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, triple Tickaboo.
I mean, the Tickaboo is good, you know?
It's good. It is good, yeah.
If you just flip that up in the standby phase with the elf on the field, I mean, Roger can't summon any sprites. And he's going to be reliant on that Ronin Totem.
Smashing over the Toad. So maybe there wasn't a Smasher searched. I didn't actually see, if I'm being honest. Like, yeah.
I'm wondering if there's an argument you don't battle here, because, you know, realistically, you're going to set the 3 Tickaboo, activate it, and Roger is likely to Toad it, right? And then when that Toad's in the graveyard, you can chain the purple, get rid of it, and then flip up the other Tickaboo. Instead, going for Morningstar. Does he have a World Legacy? No, that is 3 Tickaboo. Yeah.
It does, yeah. Yeah, that is 3 Tickaboo.
Interesting he linked off the Purple Nightfall here. Morningstar gets an effect if you have a World Legacy or Mech Knight card to pitch, but here it's just basically a Spirit Reaper, right? It can't be destroyed by battle.
Harrison playing with the can only be free.
Yeah, I guess so. We see here, even if Roger has an out to there can be only one, he's going to be really upset when the other one is flipped.
Oh, yeah.
But he has the Ronin Totem engraved, so he has Aquas that he can go into. And what's unfortunate here is we might see him go for like a Nightmare Unicorn or a Nightmare Phoenix to out the there can be only one, and then just
lose. Yeah.
Stare at another one, and you know, maybe that's enough. So yeah, Mech Knight of the Morningstar cannot be destroyed by battle by monsters that are not in its column. So
it's extremely hard as well.
Well, in a deck with Gigantic Sprite, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, in an extremely hard position that Roger's in now, because he's, I mean, as a read, you wouldn't be reading that those 2 face down cards are another 2 copies of Tickaboo. So like, he's got the problem where he's like, well, I need to out that problem, not knowing the fact that there's just 2 more problems of the exact same quantity sitting down.
I mean, I think his best play is to reborn the Ronin or reborn the Toad. He's got to go for a Zeus here, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm fairly sure if you can establish a Zeus, you can just win the game. And Zeus is a light machine, so nothing on this board is currently preventing you. Summoning the Toad there means you can't make Gigantic, though, so...
What's the attack of Morningstar?
2,000.
2,000?
Yeah. So you could crash or attack into it. You know, it's not destroyed. Main phase 2 down at Zeus and then wipe the board. That would do it.
I think that's probably the play, right?
But again, if he has the read, there's more than one, there can be only one set. I mean,
yeah.
But in my eyes, like, you know, the other 2 back row do represent interruptions. So I don't think you can just, like, rely on Nightmare Phoenix to get you out of this one. I think... at worst, your read would be that's another, like, 2 Imperms or something, which Nightmare Phoenix would just lose to anyway. At least if you stick a Zeus, that's just, like, a big threat that sticks around.
He'll definitely need to make a play soon, though, because, I mean, he's got 6.5, well, you know, coming up to 6 minutes left in the round, and, like, as you said at the start, like, Mech Knights have a really good, like, win rate in time, going, like, second or whatever, so...
It was a smashes. I do think Roger, I do think he is on the, he's on the onus to play fast here because he's down a game, and you know, Mech Knight Invoked happy to go to time. They will just summon a Mech Knight, go battle phase, and if you don't have a removal spell, that's at least some damage. Go for the smashes here. Interesting timing. Flips a second, there can be only one. That's got to feel bad if you're Roger. I mean, this is just such a net loss and advantage here. I guess at this point you opt to banish the Morningstar.
You can almost see Harrison's little smirk through the face mask there.
Well, so you can banish the Morningstar here and at least get in for some damage, establish a Zeus, right? I think that's got to be the play. Probably got a Sprite in hand he wants to summon. A little late, Carrot, a little late. I'm glad he didn't use the Toad to like negate one of these Tikabus or something, because that would be
so sad.
Yeah. If you use the Toad to negate the second Tikabu and then smashes the first one and he just flips up a third, you'd be fresh out of luck.
I was looking at Dark here as well.
I don't think there's any dark. Oh, Alistair's in grave?
Yeah.
You could summon Alistair.
I don't know if it achieves
exactly
enough,
know what it would do for you, yeah.
No.
Guess you could make another elf. Could already make elf with this board though. There's Ronin. Actually, no, you can't summon it because of Totally Awesome. Yeah.
I was about to like quickly Google that.
They're all aquas. They're all
aqua. Yeah.
Cannot be used as synchro material too. Right, so just gonna punch. I assume we see a Zeus here. I saw down in Roger's extra deck.
Zeus, surely. No, he passed down.
Kaiju in Harrison's hand. Interesting. I probably would have Zeused there. Harrison just passing it back. Doesn't feel like giving him a higher attack point monster with that Kaiju. Attacking again.
Yeah.
I mean, in the face of a couple floodgates, there's worse game plans.
Just... At least he can special one now.
And actually like start
play the game again. Yeah.
Hilariously too.
Oh, can he not summon the?
Oh, he can't because of Tikabu.
Because of Tikabu, yeah.
I was gonna say it's pretty funny that giving Roger a Gamma Seal would lock him out of using Toads, but yeah, you're right.
He can special the Gamma Seal with defense though. It's got like 3k. It's got a big barn.
No, you have to summon in attack mode.
Oh, you have to. Yeah, that's right. You do.
Do not summon in defense. You are meant to make them fight. That is the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to summon the Gamma Seal here.
That's so unfortunate. Oh, no, he specialed in defense. Okay, so he listened to...
Can you summon him in defense? I've never summoned him in defense if you can.
I think I don't know. I remember... Hang on, let me have a look. Gamma Seal.
I don't think it's going to matter. I think Roger has this game, but... I know the tribute summon effect, they have to be in attack mode.
Yeah, you have to special... Oh, if your opponent needs special summon his hand in attack position, yeah, so...
That's fine. I don't think it's going to matter.
No.
But again, Roger's 3 minutes left, and Harrison's just going to go second in game 3, right?
I think the enemy controller does it here, because that's enough. Yeah,
I think literally any card in Roger's deck would probably have done it. Like a Deep Sea Diva probably would be enough damage here. I mean, yeah. Kind of no reason to do this, right?
I mean, he still has to get over the Gamma Seal, right? Like, I know it wasn't summoned legally, but...
Oh, are they reading Gamma Seal now? Saying it has to be in attack mode? Yeah, okay. Oh, he's just using Econ to change his position. Oh, no. Game state. That's a game anyway. Triple Tickaboo. Unfortunate hand for Harrison. I definitely think he assumed he was going first, so that was just too many copies of There Can Be Only One. Even when you're going first, you probably only want to see 2 max. No, so this is going to go to game 3. They have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to decide. I think if you're Harrison, you make Roger go first and hope his hand is just like Sprite starter and nothing else.
The problem is Sprite combos can take a while. So if it's like a minute to go.
Sprite players have been playing Red Resonator, which is a card that can win the game in time. So depends on if he's playing it or not. Doesn't look like it from his side deck. We may not even see a game 3 here. We may just get time called in siding. Players do have 3 minutes to side deck.
Looks like they're going nice and fast. I think they do want to see a conclusion, like a draw.
Well, you definitely, yeah.
Yeah, in a winner box event with Swiss only as well. Like you don't
round 1 too. You do not want to get a draw in round 1 for pairings like tiebreakers. It essentially puts you on a loss round 1 when it comes to your bracket. So.
Yeah, so for
Not
the people
ideal.
at home, we have 4 rounds, I believe, today. No top cut, but it is a winner box, so the winner will be taking home, I believe, a box of the new set.
Tactical Masters, yeah. Do you expect any Tactical Masters decks today, or do you think everyone's going to be on the Power of the Elements /
I think
Rogue?
it's all Power of Elements. I mean, the Tactical Masters is pretty new. If you've got the base already for the free decks that came out, like, good on you. That's an achievement. You know. I don't know though. The Tactical Masters decks, they seem okay. I think
Unproven. Yeah, there's been like no major tournaments with them legal.
Oh. I'd love to see them like just create like a shockwave. I don't see it happening, but I would love to see like, 1 or 2 of the decks pop up in top cuts in random tournaments.
Yeah, I could definitely see maybe like a rogue sort of Unchained deck playing the new Labyrinth cards show up. That deck has had some success in the past, and a lot of those new tools are pretty good. Definitely not something to underestimate. I think.
No.
Especially seeing that deck, once it gets going, it resembles, Altergeist, a deck that's been good every format, and that is time right as they draw their cards. So
in the phase you're in,
unless someone has a win in time card, this is going to be it. Activating Desires here, so
the time might be a little bit out because, like, I know that they were trying to jig the stream up at the same time, so that may be a little bit out.
It was definitely a long game one though, so if they have any time left, it's
very minimal.
Quickly dwindling.
39 minutes left. See?
Oh, perfect. And that's the fist bump. So
yeah.
Maybe Roger trying to draw into something that gains him life points there, but
drew into
Harrison
sparks.
Was ready. Wow. If he was able to actually get a turn there, playing Book of the Law as well, that is fascinating.
It is, yeah. I think it was a pretty decent game. I mean, Harrison definitely timed the Ash in game 1 perfectly. Game 2, we saw the Sprite engine just, showing us what it can do with 1 card at a time. Obviously, the triple thing move was rough.
Yeah, there's one thing to learn from watching this. I think it's very important if you're in Harrison's seat there that, it's all well and good to let your opponent think, but Roger definitely took, about 10 to 12 minutes game 1 on a single turn. That very much, it did not end up winning him the game. So realistically, the turn could have gone faster if Harrison had hurried him up. And I think probably for the sake of both of them, it would have been better if the game had ended quicker.
Yeah.
But we see here a draw in round 1. Not the worst place to be, not a loss. I guess we'll get both the players on the mic since there was a
draw.
An equal. Yeah, a draw. Well, not exactly where you want to be in round 1, but not the worst. It's not a loss.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I think it was definitely me just like thinking way too hard, being like in game 1, being like, oh, what can I do? Can I do anything? Oh, I'm just gonna just go into gigantic and just attack. And I was like, oh god. Spent like what 5-10 minutes just thinking about that. It was pretty. It's not great, not my best.
We were saying it was almost against your favor because you're playing you're playing Sprite Starter, you're playing a deck that can very easily, Sprite Elf on the field only has 1400 attack. It's very easy to take damage in that game 3. So
yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, it was good gameplay.
Yeah. And game 3 as well. Unfortunately, we saw the only can be free.
Game 2,
Oh, game 2, sorry. It can only be free.
You thought you'd be made to go first, Harrison, because as a fellow Mech Knight player, that is definitely a tech people use against you.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to smoke screen into like a going first build because I play double Oblivion this side as well. So it's not useful against Sprite because it's just a free link material for them. But most decks like Branded or maybe Tier Element is just like they can't out it.
Yeah. No, that's correct. I definitely think that's one of the strengths of Mech Knight is when you play against it in game 2 and 3, you don't know, do I make them go first or if they just put in 15 floodgates? Like, it's tough.
Yeah, like Tikaboo, you can just play whatever you want and then you don't really care about what your opponent's doing.
I think Mech Knight definitely shows, like, over the years, like, it really does not care what the format is doing. It just plays its own game. And we saw it in that game as well. Like, the well-timed dash was good on your half, and then the power of going second that Mech Knight has and still has for all these years is really good.
I mean, credit where it's due. I mean, the Sprite Deck plays really good off the top. I mean, we saw you draw like Ash Nib and still had full combo in game 1.
Yeah.
Just silly how much you can do with nothing in that deck. Really feels unfair that, you know, pretty much every card you draw off the top resembles an elf into a gigantic into something.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent. I suppose that's one of the nice things about it, eh? It's just like a super consistent engine with like 20 just utility cards, which is pretty cool.
And both of you guys, are you both OC next weekend?
I will be.
I'm not. I'm too poor.
Oh, okay. Too poor.
Yeah.
No, it'll be no, it's enjoy the rest of your day.
Exciting. Yeah. Thanks,
yeah.
guys.
Probably got another round coming up. I'm wondering, Greg, if you're listening, if we could have the player mics up a little bit. They're a little quiet.
I'm just going to quickly pop to the toilet.
Oh, no.
I also need to use the bathroom. Let's just take a minute break, guys.
Face up, face down. Surely we get that music on, Greg. So we got the results here from round 1. We got 3 draws in the first round. So I mean that's kind of good for the fact that it doesn't mean you're completely out with a draw. We got Parku's taken out Mike. Gale taken out. Sorry, is that Brendan? Sorry, has taken out Troy. Damien winning over Mitch, and Earl taking out Henry. So 16 players today.
That's a pretty good turnout.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in one of the best places it's been in a while. I mean, the decks are pretty cool, and you know, we're not seeing as much of a homogeny. I think the previous format, there was a lot of Hulk, Fibrex. There was a lot of you know, Artifact Dagda into Scythe setups. A lot of decks trying to do kind of the same thing with different flavors. This feels a lot more diverse. I mean, we just saw 2 decks with, you know, very different game plans going up against each other.
Yeah, I don't think that either Sprite or Tail Element are particularly like super oppressive as such. They're good, and they're very consistent, and they will do better than most other decks over a long tournament, or you know, because they are just so consistent. But I've never felt that they were like super unfair.
No, I mean, there's like good answers. You know, they're not decks you have to like sideboard 3, you know, random cards. Like I remember Drytron, you know, like playing Droll and things like DD Crow in that format. Cycle Reader. You know, it felt bad just to like play these cards that against pretty much every other matchup were dead. Whereas with Tier and Sprite, I mean, like, you know, Ash, Crow, Imperm, like these are all just like good cards that you're never going to be mad about in pretty much most matchups.
Round 2. Damien up against Earl. Table 1.
Yeah, we'll see who we get. For those of you just joining us, this is a Back to Duel monthly winner box with Dice Jar Games. I'm Lucas Flynn, co-host, co-commentator Joe McDonald here from the Face Downs podcast. How you doing, Joe?
Yeah, I'm not too bad today. It's been it's cold here, but like overall, no, good. Excited to be commentating over some Yu-Gi-Oh! In a new format. We've got Tactical Masters and Power of the Elements out now.
We've got some exciting stuff coming up. I mean, we have Oceanics in a week.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. Like we haven't had one in New Zealand for years, and it definitely brings out the players. It brings out the hype, and like
definitely a lot of people going to be playing like, you know, their meta decks, their really powerful decks. I think in preparation for that, it's pretty much like the thing we all wait for the entire year.
Mm. And with these big tournaments coming back post like COVID, we're seeing like just players in general a lot more excited, and like more players coming out and wanting to play again. And yeah, I'd say that New Zealand Yu-Gi-Oh is in like the best spot it's been in for like, in my memory, at least like 7 or 8 years.
That's a big statement, but I kind of agree with you. I'm seeing a lot of old names as well. People we used to, that used to take out Nats every year. Like, they're back. They're still good. They're taking everyone out. Maybe learning a few new things about the format that have changed since back then.
But Yu-Gi-Oh
decks have gotten a lot more crazy.
They get crazy, but like decks still play the same. Like, you can still like kind of relate them back to an older deck or an older time. Like, a lot of the time, if that makes sense. Like,
what is Sprite like?
Sprite's quite unique. I'll give it that. But for example, Tier Element, if you have like an old school Shadow player or a Fusion like base player, I guess, that will entice them back into playing. Like there's cards there that are like remind them of what they used to do. And for me, like I'm really happy to be playing Tier Element. It definitely reminds me big time of like old school
Speaking
Shadow.
of Tier Element, here's Earl Tumavani on Danger Tier. This is probably the most popular variant of Tier Element that we've seen, up against Damian Miller on Attic Nista.
Definitely
more of a rogue deck.
Yeah, but
a good deck.
It is very good. If it gets set up and there's no answer, like it can just win. Like turn one. Like,
so I guess we'll introduce it. This is round 2. The Dice Jar Games monthly winner box. What is it? Yu-Gi-Oh! Back to Duel series.
That's the one.
I'm Lucas Flynn with Joe McDonald, and bringing you the live gameplay here. Rolling to see who is going to get to go first, and it looks like Damien with a 10 there is going to get to lead us off.
So Danger Tier. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Carry
well,
on.
I was going to talk about Damien because he's probably going to play first. Yep. I assume. I don't expect him to go second. But Adignista kind of has some transformative times over its life cycle. It started off pretty weak, and over time has received some support that's made it a pretty capable deck.
Mm.
Did he lose the die roll? Or
maybe he did lose the dice roll.
Second.
I was. I don't know.
Okay, well, I guess you were right. Sorry about that. I apologize.
Maybe he did lose the dice roll, and we weren't really reading
it looked like he rolled
properly.
a 10 there. I thought he rolled a higher number.
So he has opted. He has opened the Nibiru, which I don't know.
Let's talk about Danger Tier, I guess.
It's probably the most clean version of Tier Elements, I'd say. Like,
it's got the most gas. So Tier Element is a deck that predominantly revolves around graveyard effects that fusion summon by using materials from the graveyard, hand, or field by putting them on the bottom of the deck. So basically cheats on all of its resources. The furthest we've seen a fusion deck go towards just not paying resources at all. And it centralizes around this card that Earl is about to summon, Kit Carlos. On summon, searches or sends a Tier Element card from deck to grave. Then it can target a monster you control, send it to the graveyard, summon a Tier Element from hand or graveyard, and then if it's sent to the graveyard, it mills 5 cards from the top of your deck. So just a powerhouse of a card, really.
It's insane.
It's a level 5, so you can instant fusion it. It searches any card, so as you can see here, Earl searching for, I believe that's Meta Noise, one of the really powerful Tier Element traps. And
I think it's the Book of Moon one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that almost signals to me that like Earl just has everything. And there's the field spell, yep. Field spell allowing him to add a Tier Element monster from deck to hand.
Yeah, that field spell is, I mean, that's the obviously the big money card from the set, and it is the money card for a reason. Like, it is insane. It's a reinforcement of the army on summon.
Yep. And seeing here a classic pattern where Kakalas target itself, summon Merly, and then you get to mill 8 cards from the top of your deck. And from this point, you just get to kind of pick and choose, do whatever you want. See Shiren and Rhinoheart. Shiren, Rhinoheart, Snow, and Merly. Merly using its effect this turn, but Shiren can fusion summon. Rhinoheart also able to use its effect to summon itself by pitching a Tier Element card from hand. I mean, you got to feel good if you're Earl here. I mean, this is a really good set of mills.
Looks like he's got Super Poly and 2 other Tier Elements in hand as well. Or it might be a Shadow. I can't quite
those
see
spells in grave are going to look really good when they're banished off of Snow.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to resolve the Shiren.
It's going for oh, yeah.
I'm hoping we get to show off one of the cooler turn 1 setups here, because he is going for Kaleido Heart. One of the interesting things you can do with Collider Heart is when it's summoned, you can target it with your own field spell to destroy it, and it will Foolish Burial a Tearlament card for you. It looks like that's what Earl's going for. There's no other reason to summon it here.
Or is he just going to sit on it?
Oh, he's just going to set too. Okay. Maybe the cards he's got are good enough. He's like, you know what? There's a big guy on field to deal with it. All right, so if he does have Super Poly, that is a very... I was going to say really good card against Adignista.
Oh.
He's just going straight for the Mystic Mine here. Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Showing a Mystic Mine. So Tearlament does have a lot of options for Mystic Mine. It's not necessarily game over.
No.
A lot of decks opting to main deck Galaxy Cyclone, or even Fusion Substitute, which can use its graveyard effect to put back a Tearlament monster and trigger the field spell. If Earl isn't playing them, though, this does represent the end of the game. He's not conceding, so...
Draw pass, draw pass.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if Earl has an out in his deck, he's in a good position here, because
the problem
that gives him... Yeah?
He needs... Oh, I suppose... No, yeah, he probably will be on the one Galaxy Cyclone. I don't see any reason not to be running that card at the moment.
I see no reason, and he's not scooping, so I assume that he is playing it out. And the nice thing about that is that puts the onus on Damien to play, because, you know, if Earl draws the out and gets to play on the turn that he draws it, you know, that's really bad for Damien. Draw pass.
Draw pass. That's
see another field spell there. It's going to thin his deck
out. Yep.
I think this confirms to me that Earl is playing it out.
Oh, he will be, yeah.
So if you're Damien, I mean, there is a chance you just try to play it out here. I mean, you're still protected. Adignista are really good at playing with one monster on the field, which will turn off pretty much everything that Earl is trying to do. Although the Super Poly, you know, at the right time could be a relevant card. Looks like Damien's happy to just keep passing here. Putting Earl on Gotta Have It. Earl could just be trying to fake him out. Draw pass. Discards Orochi.
I mean, surely he's just waiting for the Galaxy Cyclone here. Yeah.
And at this point, you know, you're discounting a hand size, so once you see the Galaxy Cyclone, Damien's going to have to play the game into a set Super Poly and a Meta Noise. I mean, that's pretty good for Earl.
Yeah. Fin the deck again.
Well, that puts Earl off set rotation as an out, so it's got to be Galaxy Cyclone.
Obviously, we saw Mystic Mine as well in the Euros. Like, it's a powerhouse of a card, this format. It's the one thing that probably is holding the format back a little bit, in my opinion. But
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, it's an annoying card, but Earl demonstrating here, like...
You can play around it in a way, yeah. But
just by including, you know, a single main deck out, unless you're up against a deck that is all in on Mystic Mine, it's often enough.
Oh, no, he did discard it. Okay, good. I thought he played it.
No reason to desires here. You are going to draw your entire deck at some point. Setting another card there. Doesn't want to discard for turn. Pass again.
And they might be doing a top 4 if we're keen to do the commentary over.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
So we can't set any more cards. If you do, that turns you off, you know, being able to activate. Maybe if he's playing Cosmic Cyclone. And you don't want to signal to Damien exactly what your out is, because then Damien can play around it. We have also seen Danger Tearlament does play a Win in Time with Curious, so
it does.
There's also a chance Earl is just like, okay, you want to make this game last a while? I'm good. I'll see you in game 3. Well,
it's like Earl now has like 2 Orochis in grave as well as the Snow, so like there's enough interruption there for when Damien actually wants to like start playing the game after the line's outed. So like it could be a problem.
Also, it means that like the minute that Earl draws an out, he can just kill immediately.
However, though, like I suppose because it's going to take a turn to set up the Galaxy Cyclone, right?
Theoretically.
So he sets up Galaxy Cyclone, pops. I suppose, yeah. True.
One thing Earl could do is he could summon another monster.
There it is.
Yeah, so what Earl can do is he can summon another monster and then discard the Galaxy Cyclone off his own Super Poly in Damien's end step. I think that would probably be his best play. And that is what he's going to do. Look at that.
Yeah. Earl's onto it.
He is playing around that mine as good as you can, and we're going to see it in the end phase here, I imagine. Looking at Damien's graveyard, making sure there's nothing that's going to mess him up.
It's incredibly well played there by Earl.
I think Earl's got this. I mean, what's Damien possibly got? Like Ash, Imperm, Crow? None of those are going to do anything.
Called by.
Activating Called by. Maybe trying to bait out some random interrupts that Damien has.
DD Crow.
Called by the DD Crow. Extra spicy.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
And there's the super poly. If you're Damien, you got to be afraid here. That's the Galaxy Cyclone. Earl playing this really clean.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a good example. Like, Mystic Mine, a lot less threatening if you come prepared for it. Putting in one card into the main deck that goes, you know what? If I see Mystic Mine, I'm going to be real happy that I got this. And he's going to scoop it up. Look at that.
Wow. That was insanely well played there. I mean, because around that DD Crow, I mean, that's something that we didn't even mention. Like the fact, I mean, we didn't know he had the call by in the back row there, but like, just turning off the DD Crow, so like, because obviously Damien was
Damien punished there for discarding it as well. I mean, you could have kept him off that. So, in my opinion, if you're Damien there, I think once you see Earl continue to play, you have to maybe at some point decide quite quickly that you need to actually play. A lot of the Mystic Mine we saw at Euros was used almost like a magical mid-breaker field. It was kind of a field spell that protected your combo that you outed when you felt like it. The person who removes the Mystic Mine gets a massive advantage on the turn that they do it. You get a huge swing in tempo. You are basically the first person who is allowed to use all of the resources you've acquired over the turns you've drawn. And like we said there, Earl, played it correctly, did the super poly play so that he would have the first turn with the knowledge that Mystic Mine was going to be gone. Excellent play.
And just to confirm for the people at home, we are doing a top 4 for this event now, so it isn't just Swiss only. There will be a top 4 cut after this.
Order some lunch in between rounds then.
Yeah.
Quite a while.
Might order some lunch dinner if that's a thing.
Mm.
Dinner? What? I mean, brunch is a thing, right? But why is dinner not a thing?
It's a good question. As a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I've certainly had many a dinner.
Or would you like dunch instead?
Gunch.
Dunch.
Go for some dunch. So unsure there if Damien won the die roll and went second. I mean, main deck Mystic Mine, you could see this as like a go second build of Adignista. We saw a lot of hand traps. Maybe against Tyr, you're just sitting there like, I'm playing Crow, I'm playing Mine. Like we have the technology.
Mistake in hindsight would have been discarding the Crow.
I guess, but I mean, what was Crow even doing there? Like,
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think about it. Like,
once the Mystic Mine is gone, you can just Orochi. You have pretty much lethal with any normal summon, which Earl definitely had. So even I don't think that mattered as much as just being a bit passive with the Mine. Like, there is a chance Earl is bluffing there, but what does Earl gain from bluffing, right? All he could gain from that is just an advantage in the time, and you have to assume he has an out.
The way he played that was perfect, though. Like, as you were describing, like, discarding it off the Super Poly was so much better than just sending it.
Had he discarded the Cyclone for hand size and Damien saw it, he had a chance to play first. So seeing Damien go first here. Interestingly, one of Adignista's win conditions against Teeleman is often to just establish a large Arrival Cyburst, which is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. Teeleman does not have many outs to that card. Earl could be playing Underworld Goddess of the Closed World. That is an out. Otherwise, pretty difficult to get over.
One thing the Danger Tier deck's brought back is the use of the Topologics as well. Like, there's one thing I did see in the extra deck there. Like,
true, yeah, Zeroboros is another way to out Arrival Cyburst. That is true.
Yeah.
Definitely something Damien has to keep in mind. Do need to put up quite a lot of interruption to stop Teeleman, especially with the dangers. They are particularly potent going second when
looking at
facing down a board.
Earl's hand, I've seen a reinforcements of the army, Bigfoot, Snow, and another card. I didn't see the other two, but
that sounds pretty good to me. Damien going to quickly run through his combo here, probably just aware that game one lasted quite a while.
Adignista is obviously the Towers deck of today.
I would say that, yeah.
Yeah.
Very much akin to a sort of prank kid where like one normal summon generally gets you there. The introduction of the Link one that searches the field spell really took this deck over the edge, made pretty much every single Agnister into a viable starter.
And it's seen some success, like, you know, in bigger tournaments as well.
It has. I mean, you know, the classic formula of 20 hand traps, 20 starters is it's alive and well. I think it's probably been just a bit usurped by the ease of Sprite, you know, ending on a little bit more. See a Heat Soul here. Gonna add back the eye contact, and then could just be seeing, like, you know, Heat Soul control here. He's drawing a card. Face of a Bigfoot that is a little bit... I'm not sure if that'll do it.
No.
Pretty much every mode of Bigfoot can test with the Heat Soul. Oh. And there's a Mystic Mine. Okay, so he's basically banking on, you know, I'm going to be able to just stop my opponent enough so that I get to play next turn. All going, that's completely fine by me. One monster, I'll happily take it. We could see first action Bigfoot here, and the reason for that is that if you do hit the Bigfoot, that is just an out to Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
Without sticking a monster. Because the downside would be if you summon the Bigfoot, you know, Damien gets to use that Heat Soul, draw a card, before you get to do anything major. But in Ill's position here, oh, no, that is cool, actually. Getting the Dark Grepher to pitch the Bigfoot, that's just an out to Mystic Mine right away.
Myself, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Get rid of that before it becomes a bigger problem. Damien thinking here. Gonna use Heat Soul, draw a card, putting him on 6,000. Not a lot of life points.
No, Mystic Mine leaves the field, and Earl is good to play. This is another card that we haven't seen in a while. In the top end of the game is Grepher, like, and yeah. It can definitely be abused in this deck. Like, send it, you know, pitch in dangers, and like being able to foolish a card is like exactly what this deck needs. And another Roger target.
I think purely that interaction we saw just there. I mean, using it to out Mystic Mine, it's a corner case that's going to come up quite a lot. And we even saw in the finals of Euros, you know, losing to Rivalry of Warlords, a Dark Grepher would have cleaned that up.
So getting a good look at the deck here. He's going with the full-blown danger package, which is
pitching a Nessie to send Harvness. That's a powerful play.
There goes Dimensional Barrier.
The D barrier here, Dimensional Barrier, turning off fusion summons for the turn. But in Ill's position, I mean, you still get the Nessie effect here. Get a Mothman and establish a rank 4 play. You're still in this game.
Got a Gizmek Aruchi in hand as well.
Seem to be using Nessie's effect here to search a danger from deck to hand. Yep.
It's interesting as well how long dangers have been away for, and now all of a sudden they're straight back into the limelight again, because they're always good cards, like, but they haven't really had a deck for a few years that they can just like slot into as well as Tier Element.
Yeah. Well, there's just so much, you know, the fact that Nessie is an Aqua, you know, they're all dark monsters. There's just a lot that this deck has going for it. Go for a normal summon of Merly here. I guess probably just looking at his hand and going, well, yeah, this is better to normal summon than to pitch off Jackalope, so I guess I'll put some fuel in graveyard for Snow.
Still decent, yeah.
When you play Snow, I mean, you're happy to see 3 spells. You know that.
Oh yeah.
It's going to end up eventually being helpful for you.
And Jackalope effect.
I think Earl probably wants to hit the Jackalope here. I mean, getting a Mothman would just be fantastic here.
Yep.
There it goes. Guarantees a level 4 from the deck here, or you know, you could get a. If he's playing another Bigfoot, he could use it to beat over the Heat Soul. There's Mothman. I actually don't know if Jackalope summons in defense. I assume it actually does. It's no problem. Redoer has 100 more attack points than Heat Soul, so Earl does have a pretty clean answer here.
Oh,
or he's making a Link monster. Oh, Curious. Those are different types. Interesting choice for Curious here. Again, no fusions, so I guess you're looking to send Snow here.
Snow's already in his hand, doesn't he?
Oh, does he have a Snow in his hand?
I think he did. Was that last game?
Then I don't know about Curious here. I mean, what are you actually getting from this? can send Suluk to search a Tearlament. Looks like he's doing it. Yeah, I don't know if that was correct. Maybe he blanked the dimensional barrier. I definitely think Redoer here would have been like a pretty good card. You could just stick a Zeus and just say like, go.
He can still link climb though, right?
I guess, yeah. But, you know, with the snow in his hand, you know, he's going to pitch it with Shah in here, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess under that metric, he still gets Redoer here.
Still gets Redoer, or he can just link climb into the one of the topologics and have that live for the following turn.
Yeah, with a snow in rotation.
With a snow in grave, yeah.
Both of those sound like pretty good plays to me. Mills off the Curious here. Another Suluk. Not a lot you're going to do with that, but...
Big loaded graveyard.
Fuel for this snow that he's about to send to graveyard.
Might not be on Zeus. No, I don't think he is.
I think most Tearlament decks are on Zeus. I mean, again, it's possible, but... I mean, Zeus is a particularly powerful card in Tearlament. You know, you end on a bunch of Tearlament monsters, it triggers them on your opponent's turn. Very powerful card. I think regardless here, if you can stick a Redoer, should be pretty wrapped up this game. Damien not got many cards in hand, and a Redoer does represent a lot. And Crash the Curious. Or how much attack? Does Curious have 2,400 attack?
I
guess it does.
I guess it does, yeah.
I thought it was smaller. I thought it was
like 2K or something.
Snow in the battle phase.
It is indeed 2/4.
Pretty nice. Pretty much every card in this deck says Heat Soul is not a problem. Snow for a little extra damage here. Sadly not within cowboy range, if Earl felt like playing that.
Oh, but he is
but a Orochi. Last card in
game.
hand, and that is just it. Wow.
That was a fast game too.
I mean, you know, game one did last a little while because of the Mystic Mine, but yeah, Earl just making that look easy. His Tearlament's just firing off the top of his deck. Got debarried for fusion, said, you know what? I still got lethal. Yeah.
And that kind of shows what Tearlament can do. Like, it's definitely not... And why the danger version is so good is because debarrier doesn't seem to hurt it as much as, say, like a branded version, a Shadow version.
Yeah.
A pure even. Like,
it is deceptively a link deck. Like, you know, it does represent a lot of fusion materials, but a lot of the time you're making like Garura just to link off into a Curious, draw a card. You know, you're using the fusion monsters basically like you'd be using Sword Soul tokens or, you know, rocks, summon off Adamanticators. They feel a lot more just like generic extenders than they do actual fusion payoffs. You know, you've seen a lot of decks even cutting things like Shadow Winder, going down to one Dragostapelia and going, you know what? I'm going to make 0 Boros and have a snow in my graveyard. That sounds like enough for me.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent of the Orcus decks that used to play that combo.
Similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the Orochi coming back. We haven't seen that card in many decks apart from maybe Danger, Grimmarge or something. But I think that like it's a very there's a lot of utility in the Danger variant. Like as we just saw there, like it reminds me a little bit of like say the 60 card pile decks where they go, okay, we're going to turn off this part of your deck. It doesn't matter. You have like 2 or 3 other elements of your deck that you can just go into.
Yeah. And with cards like Dark Ruler No More or Super Poly in the format, you know, ending on a board of just like 0 Boros Pass is pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
And you're kind of turning off a lot of the prominent cards this format by not actually making like Winder and the kind of fusion payoffs we expected Tearlament to be going into.
Tearlament's unique in a way where it doesn't fear Super Poly that much.
It does not.
No, because like you Super Poly the big fusion monsters off, they still do things. You know, they don't get a lot of value out of your monsters.
Again, a reason I think people are off Winder and Dragostapelia is
they
don't do anything when they're Super Polyed, but if you end on a bunch of Tearlament monsters,
they do a lot more. Yeah,
it gets a lot worse. Yeah. Looks like they're talking about each other's side decks here. Maybe
that the D barrier. Hey man, that didn't do much. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
it
think
did enough.
Still,
it did enough. Yeah.
You know, Earl happened to open a lot of cards that didn't care. Like he opened the Snow, he opened the Orochi. had he opened a handful of Teal Element monsters, it would have been much better. Teal Element not amazing at making Link monsters and Xyz monsters on its own.
No.
Which is why we see the dangers, why we see people maybe pivoting towards the branded variant for a little extra push sometimes. But like you said, the branded version just loses so hard to Dimensional Barrier. It's a hard sell. Why play a deck that loses to a card when you could just not?
Yeah. Because there was an argument going around when Teal Elements was first released to like what was the best variant.
Yeah. For the record, I still don't think it's solved. I still think there's a lot of room for Teal Element, and obviously with Darkling Blast coming out, there's gonna be a lot of new cards. Hello, Earl.
Hello.
Firstly, well played. That was the play around the Mystic Mine. We were both commending you with how you sent the Galaxy Cyclone off the Super Poly and then called by the DD Crow.
That was the correct play to do it in the end phase. And the minute you saw that Galaxy Cyclone, you set the Shire, and I'm like, he's seen it as well. You've clearly played against Mystic Mine before.
Yeah. This is technically the first time I played this variant of the deck, but I played Teal Elements for like 3 weeks now, so I know like the ins and outs of it, kinda. And I live with Damien, so I know like his deck list kinda, and I know he was running DD Crow. And then when I saw that DD Crow being pitched, that means like he can't hit my Cyclone anymore. Yeah. We were talking about it, it's like it was the big misplay on game 1, because if he just DD Crow'd my Cyclone, then like there was no way I was winning that. It was going game 2.
So you could have called Biden in response, right?
Yeah, but DD Crow isn't once per turn, so I can just chain another one.
No, if he had more than one,
Because we were talking about because he had another 2 in hand, so so
Well, it's stuff like that it makes matches, like when you're playing a card like Mystic Mine and your opponent doesn't concede, you kind of have to start thinking like, well, what do they have? And start to play around it. So that is the kind of thing that will matter, and you just navigated it really perfectly. So congrats on that. First Mystic Mine, and you did not lose to it. So you in fact beat it twice.
Yeah, that's
Second
good.
time was pretty clean as well.
Yeah, drawing Bigfoot was great.
Yeah, Danger Teal Element. What brought you to this deck? What made you attracted to it?
The Euros, but I was also thinking out beforehand, because Curious is just an insane card, and just like dumping any card from deck and then just milling again, it's just insane. And having Snow here is like so good. It's like so good.
Yeah, I think we have spoken at length about Snow before. Like, it's one of those cards that came back and everyone was a bit like, ooh. And it's kind of proven that now. Like, it's still just so good. Like,
it's still so good.
Free.
Yeah.
Turns out paying 0 resources for a body that's an interrupt is maybe a little good.
Yeah,
maybe a little strong. Interesting to see, what lives and dies by the next list, because, OCs is coming up. The list could come out any day, and, Snow could get banned. Mystic Mine could get banned. It would really massively
probably good.
affect how we build these decks. But, I do think Danger Tier for the current format is probably the best variant.
Yeah, it's definitely the best variant. Because the other decks just lose to more cards, and this is a lot harder to hand trap compared to the other ones. Like, it's a lot harder to hand trap.
And D-Barrier got slapped down, and you were like, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Orochi, here's Snow, we still got lethal.
Yeah, exactly. It's insane. Insane how good the deck is.
Yeah. Helped that your opponent paid 2,000 life points off of
a little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
But, he was drawing cards.
Yeah, could have drawn something.
I think what we're seeing is like some of the other variants have like kind of a stronger, I suppose, end board, but like the Danger one just plays with so much utility that doesn't matter. Like and with the big board breakers in the format, like Dark Ruler, Super Poly, like it's definitely less susceptible to those as well.
Yeah, exactly. It just breaks boards so much easier than compared to the other ones. Like, even if you draw no, like, equalizers in this deck, as long as you have dangers, like, you should, most of the time, break a board. Like, it's insane how good the deck is.
Yeah, no, you'll be at OC next weekend, I believe?
No, I am too poor to go up there.
Oh, you're not even?
No, I'm a little too
poor. I feel like we need to get, like, a donation stream for, like, all you guys that can't make it to Auckland for it, because...
yeah.
Clearly good at the deck. I mean, you probably have a good shot.
I don't know.
Not that I can convince you at the last minute.
Nah, yeah. A little too poor for it, but, like, I would have loved to come, but...
Those field spells ain't cheap, huh?
No, they definitely aren't. They definitely aren't, especially when the first came out.
Yeah. Oh, well, enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you again maybe later on in the Top Cut.
Sweet as. Thank you. Catch you guys later.
All right.
Ooh. Definitely the rough thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is when you need to travel.
I mean, I like the travel.
I love it. It's the money, and like Dunedin is very much a student city as well. I can definitely, I feel for obviously the two guys that both are like, oh, you know, too poor. Like often, like I would have to save for like half a year of my student like allowance and stuff just to go to these big events. But it was definitely worth it.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, I mean, you know, it's a tough call because you're going to go there. You have to basically top to get your money back, or else you just kind of
you're just going for the ride, yeah.
Play a side event, hope for the best. But I mean, it's a pretty irreplaceable thing to travel for a tournament.
Oh,
be
yeah.
there in person. You know, as you said, OC is like, you know, it's kind of a revival moment for the New Zealand scene. We haven't really had a tournament that has involved international play. You know, there's no Worlds invites this year, but you know, the pricing is pretty significant. There's definitely going to be some competition. Something unlike a lot of people, including myself, have not really been able to experience.
What the heck is a Garura? Someone's messaging me asking for cards. I don't even know what this is. Someone from Dunedin, even. Yeah.
Garura is the Wing Beast Super Poly target.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, you can have that, Troy.
Yeah, we got the player rankings on the top here. Troy currently on top with 34 points.
Yeah, I think this is for the monthly leaderboard, which has been live updated as well by Greg as we speak. So he's
Troy's the player to beat.
Earl might have missed a week, maybe in there. I think somewhere. That's the thing with these back to duel leaderboards is that you definitely want to attend it every week to get that map.
They're not actually that like super competitive.
No,
it comes down a lot more to like, you know, showing up, supporting your store. It's kind of just like a buyback program for people showing up for hobby. You're gonna get something.
But the mats are cool. They are really cool.
Mats cool. Field centers are cool as well.
Yeah, they are. We gave out a lot last week. We're a little bit off with our timings in our local store. We've kind of like done a month, like started halfway through a month, but that's fine. Gave away one of our first mats, and there's I think a series of 3 of them. So the next 3 months there's gonna be monthly duel, back to duels in all the local stores around New Zealand. So get involved. They're definitely like a cool thing, just to like an added extra for a hobby league, right? Like you get your normal hobby league prizes on top of it as well. So.
So one of the discussions going into this new format has been, we saw it on that stream, Mystic Mine, been one of the most popular cards seeing play in the meta right now. One of the only cards I think, you know, is shared through most decks.
Yeah.
You know, what are your thoughts on it? Do you think it's going? Do you think it's going to stick around? Does the game see it as kind of a?
I think
a lot of people say it keeps players honest.
Yeah, there's kind of like 2 arguments for it, I suppose. Like, yes, it keeps the format in check. Like, if there was no Mystic Mind, everyone could just play all they want, you know. But at the same time, it can be like kind of an anti-playing the game card where if you don't draw your outs, even if you're main decking outs, it can be a bit unfair in a way. And it also forces people to have an out in their deck, so it kind of like limits deck building in a way. I feel like it's important that people should at least have some back row removal in the decks, but we're seeing that a lot less as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Earl there making the decision to I suppose, it was game 1. He had it in game 1, so he was main decking Galaxy Cyclone.
Yes.
A card with a graveyard effect, which is why, you know, if you milled your 1 Cosmic Cyclone, you'd be a bit out of luck. But you know, Galaxy Cyclone, a lot harder to interrupt. Definitely the main deck of choice for tier limit players.
Yeah, I think the last time I remember seeing it was like an Infernoid kind of era, where like you grasped and then like sent your Galaxy Cyclone to grave.
Yeah.
And it was around the time of Cleaforts as well, so like it had a lot of use against like pendulum decks. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Like, I don't really. Don't get me wrong, I don't like Mystic Mine. But I feel like I don't want to call it a necessary evil because I feel like it needs to go. But
I mean, removing the bias, like, because obviously a lot of players have feelings about the card. Like, do you think it's well designed? Do you think it like belongs in the game?
Yes and no. Like, it's a very hard thing to call because like it's almost too good of an answer to everything. But then like if you reduce its effect down at all to like be more susceptible, then it kind of becomes a bad card, right? So like, you know, if it had just a limit in the effects or limit in the attacks, it'll just get, you know, outed straight away, and there's no point to it. So like, it needs to be that strong to like achieve what it wants to. But I don't know what the answers are to it. Like, I guess there's floodgates all through the game at the moment as well, which have been around since the start of Yu-Gi-Oh! We have to remember, like, Skill Drain was a card.
That is a part of the game, yeah.
Yeah, and we got like Gozen match seen a lot more play now. We got Rivalry. We've got
that could be only
one. Yeah, anti-spell. And I think the difference between those cards and Mystic Mine is like those cards can be outed by a number of ways naturally in each deck, usually, you know. Whereas a card like Mystic Mine has to be outed specifically with spell cards or trap cards.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because there was a time when like Mystical Space Typhoon was just like an auto-include 3 of in pretty much every deck, and I'd say around the advent of even like Link monsters was when that started to go away. Cards like Nightmare Phoenix, later on cards like Access Code, Talker, you know, Zeus, things like that. Kind of, you know, you have so many outs to spell traps in your deck that it almost feels redundant to put in like a copy of Mystical Space Typhoon.
I think there's some decks that could, you know, potentially as a meta call, you might start thinking, well, look, so many people are on Mystic Mine now, maybe it's time to like bring the main deck Cosmic Cyclones into my Sprite deck, because there's so many starters, it's not going to hinder my consistency all that much. Maybe it's time for that, but yeah, it's hard, because then if you main like these cards, like, and you put in like 3 or 4 outs to a Mystic Mine in your deck, and you go up against someone who's not playing Mystic Mine, you're sitting on these like dead cards, and like that's the issue that we have, and what Mystic Mine causes.
It definitely falls into the bracket. I think the same reason Called by the Grave got limited is, you know, on paper you read it and you understand what it does, and then you start to see it just used in so many ways that it starts to have almost no dead moments, right? Like, you'd think Mystic Mine, you know, we saw there like going first, like it was still a pretty prevalent card on the field. It had to be answered, or else Earl was going to struggle to like set up a board.
Yeah, drawing that danger definitely like got him out of, you know, it was a bit of a get out of jail free card on that.
It was like a draw the out instance, and there's definitely been games I've won where just, you know, you set a monster, you activate Mystic Mine, your opponent kind of fumbles, and then you get to kill them on the crackback.
And I guess the other argument to Mystic Mine is sometimes you'll come up against decks that just have so many natural outs to it that like it becomes a bad card to main. But then like
still baits an out.
Right? Yeah, it still baits the out, and that's the thing. But
like if the worst thing your card does is trade 1/1 for a removal spell, like that's a pretty top end bottom floor, right? Like cards like Phantasme have like such a bad floor because they just sit dead in your hand if you have no link opponent.
That's right.
Whereas Mystic Mine, like, you know, I've seen a lot just used as like kind of build your own Dark Ruler no more, where, you know, it's not necessarily a win condition, but it protects your plays, and then you remove it when you want to. And I think that's the thing that makes Mystic Mine extremely good, is that when you play a deck with a field spell, you basically just have full control of when the Mystic Mine goes away. And that's again what we were talking about with Damien there. If he'd kind of proactively played under Mystic Mine, and then when he saw the opportunity to attack, he just gets rid of it with the Adignista field spell, he may have been able to steal a win there. I mean, Super Poly's only as good as it... you know, there weren't a lot of targets left, I think, for Super Poly. I think you could do it on a Dark Templar if Damien went into it, but, you know, Adignistas, all different types or different attributes. Not easy to Super Poly them.
No.
It's interesting.
It is. I think this will most likely be the format we see going into OC. I believe. I don't personally see a ban list coming out beforehand. Maybe Konami might look towards the fact that there is an OC next weekend and be like, oh, we'll hold off for another week. But
I feel like that's been the case with Euros. I feel like, you know, not to belittle New Zealand, but I think our tournament isn't particularly high on.
No, but it's still a continental tournament, is what I'm saying. Like, it's still big enough to be like, look, people are preparing for it. They're like building decks at the moment, and I don't think they want to throw players under the bus
as well, right? YCS
I believe so, yeah.
So that could be another consideration, that they want to, you know, maybe wait till after that. But
yeah,
you got to get a ban list at some point. I mean, new format always kind of dictates certain cards need to be dealt with.
Yeah, they do.
Maybe that's just kind of the Yu-Gi-Oh player response to losing to a card, is just like, oh, I can't wait for this to be banned. But
it's interesting as well with the adventure engine. I think we've discussed this on our podcast before, but like we're definitely seeing a lot less of it now. It's still prevalent, like in certain decks, but like, do you think it's something that can stay around for a bit longer now?
No, I don't think so.
Don't think so.
No, I think it scales with it's kind of like Alistair in a weird way, but it scales with the quality of other cards. So right now we're in a format with very powerful normal summons, but you know, cut to a future format. I mean, we did not see, for example, upcoming Ishizu support. Your element deck. That deck doesn't normal summon. There's practically no reason you couldn't just run adventure in that deck. Same with pretty much any deck going to utilize that engine. So I don't know. I think it scales too nicely with decks that just have so many free special summons that it is kind of going to be an ever-present document in Yu-Gi-Oh's meta. And we saw in the OCG, you know, it got put to 1 pretty much immediately. Definitely a slower format, but still something that we saw a lot of.
I definitely think the best deck for it has been gone for a while now, and I reckon that Prank Kids was the one abusing it the best out of all the decks.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been another deck that abuses it super well. Like, I remember when Branded first came out, the OCG played an adventure branded sort of thing, and that was kind of just not good here. Like, it wasn't good in the TCG at all. Like, it wasn't used. They found out that, like, apparently Patchwork is a good card, you know?
Yeah. So because it scales really well with Max C in the format, but it also scales really well with Max C not in the format, because, you know, you go from playing it conservatively to playing it aggressively. You get, like, you know, we had a lot more decks kind of just using the Griffin Rider as synchro material as opposed to just, like, using it for its own effect.
Yeah.
And I think that was, like, probably what took it over the edge, is that it was this, like, adaptable extension engine that also just protected you from, like, your opening plays being disrupted. It's interesting. When Yu-Gi-Oh decks start to be constructed around engines as opposed to supported by engines, things get a little bit difficult to ban around. And, you know, the nice thing about Danger Tier or the frog stuff in Sprite is that, you know, they're not built around the engine. You know, it's all like this synergistic, you know, mix of things, but ultimately, you know, they're just there to support the main game plan. And I think that looks really healthy. I think that's why everyone's kind of enjoying the format, is that, you know, there are all these decks that you said, like, Danger Tearlament looks like a pile deck, but it really doesn't feel the same. You know, you don't feel like you're just staring down, you know, the same linear setup every game. There's a lot of variety. It's like round 3 will be starting soon. Time has just been called. Judging by the number of draws in round 1, there could be some games going to time here. And we can see here manual adjustment of the points as people win and lose their games. So we're kind of getting a live update. Looks like Roger won round 2.
Yeah.
Troy Reeves still the duelist to beat.
I think Troy did tell me who was coming to OC out of these lot. I know Troy definitely is. Roger is, I think. There's a few others as well. There's 2 others. I think there's 4 coming up from Dunedin.
Yeah. Well, like we said, it's a big ask. You know,
it is huge. Yeah, like,
and get, like a circuit of events, so it's not like you can take time off work a lot of the time.
And there was like a slight delay as well, like with the announcement of OC, just because of how everything has been in the last few years. It took a while to like come out. So like, but oh, here we go, updating the leaderboard. Boom, boom. Nope.
Sort A to Z.
There you go.
Troy on top, but Xavier close.
Yeah, Roger's close as well, but both on 32 points.
Yeah, this could still go anyway, you know.
Number 3, we got Jamie versus Roger. Jamie, the resident pendulum player in Dunedin.
So I guess whoever's highest, who hasn't been on stream, will be who we see here. And
Jack versus Predator, maybe.
With only 16 people, we may see some repeat names.
Oh, we will, yeah.
Especially with, you know, the duelists that are solidifying themselves at the top here. You know, they've done it for a reason. They're good at the game.
Yeah, Troy going up against Damien from last round.
Yep.
I believe I really wanted to see Jed today, because I know Jed plays Fury on ABC. And like that's still like a cool deck.
You like that deck?
I like it. I think it's fun.
Yep.
I don't think it holds as strong. You know, it doesn't hold up against like a Tier Elements or Sprite, but like it's still like a cool deck.
You don't like its positioning this meta?
I don't know. Furion was a weird blip. Like it kind of was good for a few weeks, and that was about it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, it doesn't have the same explosivity of like a one-card starter that decks like Sprite do. Even Teal'c, I mean, you know, we talk about Sprite as kind of like the one-card deck, but Reinhardt does a lot. You know, just that one card represents basically the full Teal'c board every time.
One of those mugs are on.
Yeah.
That's all right. A little bit of table audio is not the worst thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Jack O'Neill.
Like you're thinking.
Live Twin Sprite here.
There's a variant of Sprite we haven't seen heaps of, but I know it definitely does have the synergy.
Yeah, from my experience, it kind of sacrifices some of the Go Second tools for a more consistency of finding those one-card normal summon starters. Also has some pretty good recovery because the Live Twins themselves kind of acting like a Sprite Elf number 2 and 3.
Oh, we're seeing them.
Dramatic Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron gameplay. Official.
Brendan, sorry.
There we got Brennan here. Let's see what deck they're on.
Madolche.
Ooh, okay. I am intrigued by this. There was actually secret Madolche support in Power of the Elements with the Vernisylphs, Earth Fairy support. Looks like we've had some chat. Tears is very flexible on how it can be built, which is cool. Agreed.
Cool.
And someone saying Roger, Troy, and Xavier are the only people they know going to
I will be going
OC.
first.
Who was the
I
other
made
person
to go
that I
seek
thought
in
of?
the last 2 rounds, and I've had enough.
Players discussing their die rolls here.
Oh, Jake. Well, I saw him up in
I'm
Auckland the
still
other day.
angry.
In the random tournament up there, yeah.
Okay, we can at least function.
It's like the kind of casual table banter you expect in a winner box, you know? People taking it not too seriously. Small world.
Reveal Ghost Spell.
Ghost Spell being an Earth allows you to cycle probably for any Madolche in the deck. See what his bridge is here.
Small World's an interesting card as well. Like we haven't seen it as much
And then from
as we were last format, I suppose.
Magdalene, because they're both Earth again.
All right, so we're cycling a Bell into a Magdalene here. Magdalene, the quote-unquote Stratos of the archetype,
Unfortunately, that's
searches on
probably
normal
like the
summon.
worst bridge I could have done. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Saying it's the worst bridge he's ever done, but you know, a bridge is a bridge. Sometimes you just gotta get there. So expecting some hand traps from Jack. I mean, the Live Twin deck is lesser on going second, but it is
he's been switched off.
pretty loaded with hand traps, so we don't get the table banter anymore. Unfortunate. Right, so I assume we're going to see that Magdalene now. There it is.
This is another deck that's been around for a long time.
The Dolce, yeah, I mean, it's never stopped being good at what it does, you know, going second, OTKing, going first, you know, setting up the, you know, promenade and the resource loop that kind of keeps you in the game. Hasn't been seen in the meta for a while, but as I said, the new Vernisylphs could be in his deck. Have some pretty interesting synergy. I only lock you into Earth effects, which of course Madolche doesn't really care about. They're, I believe, all Earths.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. Could be a couple. I'm forgetting, but you know, the important ones are Earths. So
I think as well, like Madolche being a deck that can play Dimensional Shifter is huge. Like Shifter is still a card like this format, but we haven't.
I don't think it can play Dimensional Shifter.
Yeah.
Can it?
Yeah, it does. It made 3 of them, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I figured they had when they gain effects when they're
they shuffle
the deck.
They shuffle when they leave the field, I believe. I may be
just
wrong.
Leave the field?
I believe so, because I know the Madolche players do generally play Shifter. I will have a look though.
Yeah. It's possible they're also just playing it because you know they can just go second and kill you.
Yeah, probably that too.
If you can't play.
I even saw a burn in the deck recently. Made in free Shifter.
Okay, banishing a Madolche from grave to summon, that is a graveyard effect.
No, it does say sent to the graveyard, shuffle when.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't think that would be a super popular choice, but I mean, yeah, for going second, maybe it's just like enough. You can just play.
I think I saw some copies in there. That's the only reason I brought it up. Is I believe I saw some shifters in the main deck there.
Right, so activating the spell, which gives him an additional normal summon. There it is. So normally the turn 1 boards of Madolche generally revolve around setting up the Link monster, a bunch of protection, Glass Souffle, making things unaffected.
Definitely feels a little bit like Earth Machine in a way, where there's so many steps to the opening combo. Like I don't envy Madolche players with how many steps they have to do.
Shifter is played in Madolche, I'm being told. I mean, yeah, I can see it. I guess they don't need all their graveyard effects, and
not really, yeah. And
the opponent
I guess
probably needs them a bit more than they do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I saw a list like from a random regional recently that was a Burn and Abyss list that was on triple shifter.
I think probably be like a shifter has seen its play in decks that use the graveyard just as a hurts you more than it hurts me kind of thing. Could be what's up. So Promenade here, this is basically your equivalent of the hot red Dragon Archfiend Abyss that Dragon Link players will end on. Target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects. So pretty powerful card.
Good for like a Dark Ruler.
Good against everything. I mean.
Yeah, I mean.
But the thing about Madolche is they don't have a lot more than that, right? You're kind of relying on drawing generic trap cards, interruptions, things like that. Jack O'Neill not the most he's got 6 cards in his hand.
Speak as a Dark Ruler.
With a Dark Ruler. This is interesting because wasn't a lot on Brandon's board that really mattered here. Maybe Jack just worried about being able to actually out this. But we could see the Promenade just to negate that and leave up all of the protection effects that we're getting here. So to my knowledge, the Glass Souffle can make things unaffected, and the Link monster protects things from battle, and also if battled will do something good. It's been a while since I've played against Madolches.
Yeah, same here. My Madolche knowledge is pretty limited.
All I know is you don't attack them. That is, if you attack into that Link monster, bad things happen. Is what I remember. Kind of like the DDD Link. Get to set another one from deck thanks to the effect of Chateau, I believe. The Ultra Rare spell card.
Was it Salon? The Salon?
Salon, that's right. Yeah, Salon. Chateau's the field spell.
That's one.
So seeing Madolche do what they want to do, they're getting their resource loop going.
Seeing a Swap Frog, a red, a Jet, and a Carrot in hand. Oh, and a Toad.
Oh, and a Ronin Totem. The one card I maybe would expect Brennan to have in the main deck would be Call By. So this is a slightly risky play. You can see a Bell in his hand as well. Probably not going to get to resolve that Ronin Totem anytime soon. Glass Souffle can also use its effect, I believe, to put cards in the graveyard back in the deck. So it's not a very friendly deck to go up against if you care about the graveyard. And maybe that's why Brennan's playing this. It's pretty good against the Tearlament deck. Although you have to time your chain links correctly.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of streams of Greg's where Brendan is playing this deck, so I know he plays a lot of Madolche.
Yep. Yeah, and we're seeing here, I think what he's going to try and do is just use Glass Souffle here to get that Ronin Totem out of rotation.
Also, shout out to Greg's new playmats as well. Like for the stream,
they're really clean.
They're really clean. Yeah.
Yeah, and Brandon explained to him the effect of Glass Souffle here is going to make his life a little rough.
Horrible.
Put him back.
He leans back and laughs.
That is a rough one. I mean, Jack still. I mean, he hasn't normaled. Could have any number of extenders in his hand, and now that the Glass Souffle has been used, there's not a lot left Brennan could have. We assume the Bell is going to come up at some point. Definitely in Brennan's favor, though. I think he's played this really smart. He's played this really good.
We're seeing like DD Crow type effects this format as well.
Very good.
They're definitely in. They're definitely in right now.
So this Sprite Carrot, good against an unknown back row.
And is it a red? Yep, red.
That's a red. Yeah. So sacrificing the Carrot here. Interesting. They're using the Carrot. Almost figured the unknown back row is a bigger threat, but let's see what Brandon can do. Now again, we're noting here that you cannot tribute the Gigantic with red here to negate a hand trap because it would not resolve. So Jack just kind of hoping and praying that this guy will just resolve without issue. And it looks like it is. Probably get blue here. I mean, you know, you've already got a Swap Frog in rotation. Could go for the other Swap Frog that was shuffled back just to get a Toad as well. And that's what he's doing. Brennan nodding. Yes, that's the same Ronin Totem he's seen already.
Yeah.
Just keeps coming back.
Swap Frog's definitely one of those cards, you know, with built
so
in an old time.
We can use the red to negate the bell. Will result in having to tribute the elf just to let this resolve. So I think if you're in Brennan's position, you have to fire the bell here.
Yeah, if you let it go too far, it could be
Well, the issue here is, you know, it kind of gives Jack more options. Like now he could just choose to let the bell resolve, or
another card unknown.
But there's an imperm. He was losing on all fronts there. If he kept the carrot, he lost to the bell. If he kept the red, he loses to imperm. Probably just going to make Gigantic here. It's this ever-present kind of follow-up card. It's very frustrating. Pretty much always has access to it. But again, Brennan's favor here. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff that Jack has to deal with. Because he's resolved Gigantic, he can't make Zeus.
Madolche will deal with the board next turn. Yeah.
Jack is dead on the follow-up, like with 100% certainty. So yeah, he's got to do something. But yeah, not being able to make Zeus here, that's you're playing into the onboard trick. I mean, he didn't know about the imperm.
I think that comment was made before. Sorry.
Oh, talking about the glass souffle?
Yeah.
I don't think he played it correctly. Like, the glass souffle was not backbreaking. It was going to interrupt him at some point.
There's the bell.
Yeah, there's the bell. So I guess there was an argument he could have made Elf before committing to the Swap Frog, and then that would have actually played around the glass souffle. Can just chain the Elf to get rid of the card, but I don't know. Brennan getting to use all of his resources here, getting the bell off, getting the imperm is huge. Yeah, here's the Gigantic. And whatever you do not attack Sistart. I just know that that's not a good idea. In fact, I don't think you can really do anything here.
Because are they protected, the other two?
Sistart protects what it points to from battle.
Right. Although he can still Zeus, right? Because
no, he's locked.
Oh no, he's locked. He's locked. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah.
He did lock himself. So yeah, reading Sistart now and going, oh no. I got to pull that card up because I know it has an effect.
It is indeed an effective monster. Does it protect from battle?
If this card will be on the field, restore a battle card effect, you can shuffle a Madolche from grave into deck.
Oh, okay.
So not the worst thing, but it means basically nothing on this board is going to die, and often shuffling a Madolche into the deck triggers like every Madolche on the field.
One card left in hand as well.
Oh, sorry.
Doesn't
protect from card effects.
Okay. So he bashed over
the but I mean, you know, realistically, Brennan's completely fine with that. Jack's going to basically pass on Gigantic and a Dream. We've got Promenade, we've got Salon. I mean, we've got pretty much everything we need.
We could draw a Hoot Cake for turn as well. Or was it the Imperm?
Well, the Hoot Cake just represents follow-up anyway.
Yeah.
Plenty of things to banish. So activate Promenade, targeting Gigantic Sprite. Just to get back the Magilla. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so Promenade also just like happens to have an effect that adds back from grave to hand. It's a pretty good card, I would say. Decent card.
And does something else? Was it when?
I think if you're Jack here, you just concede. I mean, I've never seen a Madolche player not have lethal.
Yeah.
So at this point, I think you would just like take the loss and move on. And letting him play it out here.
To be honest,
ticket there.
last time I played against Madolche would have probably been like 2015.
I definitely saw some of it when the Eternity Code came out and this new support happened, because it was pretty good. Last card Ash, that's not going to do it. Still has rank 4 access. Oh, actually, who kicks a 3? Maybe he doesn't have it.
You still got Hookake effect though, right?
Yeah.
Man, we should have kept the mic on so we knew what Madolche did.
Yeah. There's no way in hell that Brennan doesn't have lethal here. I find it hard to believe. Mr. Gelato effect. Gonna search. That's Chateau, I think.
Was that ticket? Oh yeah, Chateau.
Yeah, ticket's the common. Chateau's the field spell.
Yeah, you're right.
That's just gonna give all his guys an attack point. Madolche, like Earth Machines, are like amazing turn 3 decks. Oh, for sure. On turn 3, this card goes plus 11. Like it is not close once this deck gets to live.
And this rank 4, Tiramisu, one of the best probably rank 4s in the game.
There it is. We are just gonna get shuffling.
Imagine if that was generic.
We all have Zeus, you know, it's not that bad. Alright, so that shuffles back into the deck. Still has an additional normal summon. Probably just like looking at his hand, thinking, can I kill? Can I just end this? I don't want to lose to a top decked Sprite starter or whatever.
I don't think Jack even has a hand, does he?
No, Jack has to draw live as the additional normal there. Get another Promenade. Notably not once per turn, any of these cards pretty much. So
it's been a 16-minute game 1 so far. Maybe it's time to give it up.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're Jack, I think you kind of have to accept this is a loss, because once Chateau hits the field, you know, this Madolche resource loop is practically unbeatable.
Yeah.
Shuffle back all your monsters. Gives all Madolche's 500 attack, I believe. Okay, we're getting in.
Swinging
lethal?
And swinging.
Feels like lethal, but it could be missing.
I think it.
Yeah, looks like it was.
Yep.
And, that's what I'm saying. Like that, I think the writing's on the wall. Once you let Madolche get back to turn 3, you're in a world of hurt if you don't have a whole board of your own. For what it's worth, don't think Jack played that incorrectly. I mean, Brennan just had an insane hand. Interesting to see main decked Ghost Bell. I presume probably like really ready for the Tearlament matchup.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Jack O'Neill choosing to go first, seeing his list here, taking out Dark Ruler no more. Seems correct.
One good thing about that card, it's such an easy side out.
Yeah, and it's funny in that game 1 we saw it, you know, like did Brennan even really care? And it you know,
didn't really do enough.
His Glass Souffle came up, but I think he still had enough. I mean, it's potential it could have decided the fact of the game, but you know, equally so, like promenading a gigantic Sprite, having the all the hand traps still in rotation would have also been pretty good.
I'll be back in 1 moment.
All right. So seeing his side deck here, lots of trap cards. You can see a pretty significant going first side. So far, just seeing the Appointer of the Red Lotus. Pretty common Sprite card. Beats cards like Dark Ruler no more. Also some Dimensional Barriers potentially would be a pretty huge blowout against Madolche. Deck pretty much only has Xyz monsters. If you're Brennan, going second, not your most uncomfortable spot. Madolche often played as kind of a blind second strategy. So, could still be pretty favored in this. Jack's going to have his work cut out for him. It's funny saying Madolche is favored over Sprite, but Brennan showing how strong the deck can be in that game 1. 21 minutes and a half left, so plenty of time.
I'm back.
So once again, going to time, looking like a very real possibility. Just waiting for these players to shuffle up, and presume Jack will be going first. That's what Sprite wants to do. It's not a fantastic deck on the draw. And it's funny because Madolche for the longest time was a deck you could kind of make go first. It was the introduction of Promenade that really took it over the edge, gave it a first play. For the longest time, they were kind of just like a OTK deck that would just kill you. Play through all your interruptions. Brennan's hand looks like it's full of spell and traps, so hopefully they're good ones. And Jack showing off the live twin side of the deck this time. So effectively all the live twins represent a free gigantic sprite, free sprite elf, or even their own link monsters, although they're a little worse because they lock you into fiends pretty quickly. Generally used as a sort of deep sea diva replacement. The advantage of which being that you have a lot more copies. You have a Sunny Snitch and things like that to get access to them. Wow, okay. Good hand.
Yeah.
Opening Sprite Jet with the twins is about as, maybe blue is the only better one, but this basically insulates you versus, what we saw game 1, having to make the gigantic sprite and lose to a hand trap. This way you can kind of protect it. So you can go straight for it, though. Probably wary of Nibiru in the future. It's allowed to resolve, so. Jack O'Neill off to the races here. I think at this point when you're playing Sprite, you feel pretty good once your gigantic has resolved. Probably signals your opponent hasn't drawn an Ash or an Imperm or anything like that.
He has the Imperm in hand.
He does?
Brennan does. Yeah, he does, yeah.
It's an interesting call.
See, he was contemplating it on the live twin and then waited and has let this gigantic sprite resolve.
Oh, and there's a Nightmare Corruptor Ibli, potentially regretting that. Card is a pretty good card against Madolche. Locks them out of any special summons except for Link monsters. Brennan may have his work cut out for him if that resolves.
And it does.
Yeah, I'm not sure about holding the Imperm here. You also run into the risk that Elf provides targeting protection. Which means
now the Imperm's completely dead as well now. Like, he can't...
Your Imperm's dead, and also the Elf providing targeting protection means you basically force to Imperm the Elf.
Yeah.
This is not the highest value play. I think we're going to go see the live twin lines now.
Links, yeah.
So interestingly, these only lock you once you use their effects. So it is possible you can go for the Toad stuff first and then do this. But effectively, this gives you a 1 draw and 1 destruction effect during your opponent's turn, which is pretty strong. Pretty good,
yeah.
Especially when you already have like the good sprite base to back it up. Jack has a sprite... he had starters or smashes?
Starter.
Starter, so he's got follow-up. I'm just looking at that Ibli going, how does Brennan out this? I mean, he has to be playing a generic Link monster, I guess, is the only way. Sistart is not generic.
Surely, I'm sure he'll probably have something, but it definitely makes his opening play a lot less optimal.
I mean, does he? I mean, he can go to the battle phase, potentially.
Yeah.
But that's... If you're Brennan, that's got to feel pretty bad. I mean, that's kind of where Madolche wants to be in the red zone, getting in for damage.
Started for blue.
Yep. Probably see blue grab either red or carrot here. Jack potentially just checking how much time is in the round, activating Sprite Starter. 17 minutes left.
Greg coming along with the entry packs, I think.
Oh, cool. Yeah, maybe if one of them pulls a Starlight, we can get the mics back on. There's red. So, opting to go for red instead of a card for follow-up. Linking these off into the... I always forget which one. I just call them pink and blue. But
pink and blue.
The one that will allow you to pop a card and then setting a monster. What's interesting, too, is that Sprite Elf can reborn the live twin links. So even if your live twin link gets negated, you can still bring them back. It's a pretty nice interaction. One of the strongest cards against live twin has been DD Crow, and that helps mitigate it. Brennan may potentially just scoop it up here. I mean, he has very little. Probably has to go to the battle phase. but Ibli is a big problem here. Huge problem. It's almost like part of the reason you go for the Toad line is just to access a dupe frog here, completely lock your opponent out, but that would probably involve a bit too much. Have to open swap frog for that. So we're attacking the live twin. Jack's like, that's cool with me. So Brennan free to play in main phase 2.
Let me get a glimpse of the hand. I did see, I believe it was Chateau. Small World.
Yeah.
A ticket.
A lot of monsters.
Pancratops.
Pancratops is fun. But again, a card you'd much rather see in main phase 1 than main phase 2, right? Chateau, Salon and Ticket. So if anything gets returned to the deck, he is going to get a lot of value. Will it be enough? Right. I believe that is... I've played this card in Adamantipator. Pudding Cess?
Yeah, I believe so.
So long. I believe so. The special that then searches. Or summons from deck. Jack O'Neill, like, that's okay.
The Ticket Salon will, like...
It could get him there, but again, no battle phase. I mean,
no battle phase is rough, but he can at least get a little bit of setup.
You save the Sprite Red for any removal spells, and you pretty much win this game. Plus, you have the live twin to pop. There's a ton of resources left.
Shout out to the Stay Classy field center there as well.
Yeah, Brennan entering tapping the table mode. Definitely got something.
I think he's just explaining how the interaction works to Jack. Like,
yeah, potentially. So he's tapping Elf, presumably bringing back something. Suppose there could have been like a cute line here. If you end on a IP, you could Ibli them again.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just gonna pop the either Pudding Cess or Petting Cessor. I forget which one. But either way, Jack's saying, I don't want you to have that. Or potentially going after one of the back row here.
Yeah, I feel like Brennan's probably too far behind in this one. Like, Jack's established quite like a strong.
Yeah, it's funny we've had 2 games where like the game looks practically unwinnable from the other person's side.
Yeah,
and
the Ticket, I believe.
It's interesting, like, you know, when in a Yu-Gi-Oh game do you just decide like, you know, that's it? Because obviously Jack could misplay and you know, let you get far enough that you could break the board. So I don't think Brennan's out of this game.
I think Brendan like may as well play. Oh, I don't know though, because you don't want to head to a draw either. Like, it's
that's
a
the
rough
thing. Yeah, he's already got 1 loss, so another draw, and that's you. Jack O'Neill fighting a little harder with a 1 win and 1 draw. Definitely doesn't want a second draw though.
No. Now 16 players with a top 4. Like, you're probably making it with a 2-1-1. Maybe one of them will make it, but other than that, it'll be a 3-1 record or a 4-0.
I think 3-1 could do it. So
yeah, 3-1 could do it. Yeah,
both of them very much still in this tournament. So yeah, going for the removal spell, Tiramisu. I assume this will fetch the red. Yep. Brendan maybe has an answer to this. That would be probably the thing keeping him in the game, is if he has like a droplet or a response to this. Looks like no.
No droplet. Yeah, he's got. I think it's Small World, Imperm, and Chateau. Maybe no, not Chateau. I can't see what the third card is.
So unfortunate.
It's a monster.
Yeah. That Imperm just ended up doing absolutely nothing this game.
Yeah, ended up just getting stuck in his hand.
I definitely think it was a mistake to not Imperm the gigantic sprite when he had a chance.
Just reborn in the live twin as well.
Yep. I find Imperm, you know, often a card you can kind of hold in your hand, like, oh, I'll use it on my turn, but in the face of Sprite Elf, I generally find you can't do that.
No. Probably should have just waited for the gigantic in turn 1.
Yeah. Maybe he was afraid of like the follow-up live twin plays or something.
It's got a small world here, but I don't know.
I love that too. Just attributing the pink live twin to reborn it off the blue one and get a draw was pretty cool. Another one of the cool things this deck just gets to do. Basically gives you infinite tribute fodder for all of these Sprite negators. I think this is a really good version of Sprite, personally.
I think it's cool. Yeah.
Once it's set up, you know, like you just have this infinite loop of resources. Basically 3 Sprite elves on the field right now.
Scooping it? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Brennan definitely you know, doing his best to maybe just test Jack, you know, you're gonna
saving it.
Maybe he just doesn't read my cards, but yeah, well. Yeah. I think that was a classic case of, you know, maybe trying to, you know, maybe 3 chests away out of a like, you know, maybe it's like, oh, you know, obviously they'll expect me to imperm the gigantic Sprite, so you know, I'll hold it for a more opportune moment. And Jack pretty quickly capitalized on that with the Ibli, I gotta say. It was almost the exact next play. You can imagine Brennan's going, ah, crap.
Is that your microphone? Or is that someone else punching a mic?
That was me. It fell.
That was you? Yep. Okay, we're good. We're good.
No technical difficulties this stream.
Well, someone was trying to chime into the stream down at Dunedin.
Yeah. I'm thinking about lunch.
Yeah, same.
Well, like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but...
Thinking about Dunch.
Yeah, thinking about that Dunch for sure.
Might have a look at some food now while they're side deck.
Yeah, should we order some?
Yeah.
What are you going to get? This is peak content.
Let's open up the old Uber Eats.
Get some Burger King.
Yeah, good go for some. No.
Loyal Face Downs fans, no.
What do I get? Carry the Evernight. That was alright. Go for some turkey.
Seeing your life flash before you from this Uber Eats menu.
Turkish. I don't know. Maybe I feel like some Japanese.
I'll probably just get some sushi. It's quick.
Yeah. Sushi is quick and good.
No, if I wait too long, it'll all be gone.
Oh, that place is closed. That's a sad time.
3 o'clock?
It doesn't open until dinner.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I'll get this one. A couple of these.
I hope everyone in chat's having a nice day.
Yeah, we're just ordering some food out here.
Yeah, if you're in New Zealand, it's a nice sunny Saturday in Auckland. Great day to stay inside and watch some cards.
Down in Palmy today, we've got cloud and cold, is what I'll describe the weather as.
Nice.
A couple of bubble teas, maybe.
Yeah.
Cold.
Right. Heading into game 3 here. 8 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock. It's an interesting position for Brennan as well. Like, you know, do you choose to go doing that packs? Hurry up, guys.
Oh, packs.
They're opening packs with 8 minutes left on the clock. I mean, Crystal Shark. Yeah, it's decent. I mean, these two are just giving off the energy that they've just, you know, these are probably just 2 locals just having fun. Kind of winner box is not what I would consider to be sort of the peak of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! It's generally a bit more Jason's fast food tier list. Man, you already get it, baby. It's just Burger King on top. I think that's it.
We're going for a couple of soy sauce chickens.
A Dolce Classic, Pot of Extravagance. We simply will not banish all of our good cards.
Never.
Yeah. So one thing I've noticed is that Brendan is not playing the new Vernisylph cards, and I can't say I blame him. Can't say I blame them. The good one comes out in the next set, which I think will actually maybe push Madolce into a rogue competitive status. I don't know if you've read it, but it just searches any Earth Fairy. It's just search an Earth Fairy.
Oh, it looks like he banished the... What was the one that banishes 2 again? It's the XZs.
Oh, Glass Souffle?
Yeah, he banished both of 2 of them. I don't know if you play 3 or not. But...
Oh, you play 3 of everything in this deck. I believe the extra deck for this deck is just like 3 of every Madolce just maxed.
And Brennan being shown an imperm.
This is a classic. You do not imperm the this is a classic. You do not imperm the pudding or petting cester here. You always imperm the Anjali, because they're just gonna have it. And there we go. Brennan just had it. So
Angeli is like such a good card. Like
someone told me one time, you never ash the pudding cess, you ash the Angeli, and we're seeing exactly why. This basically just gets the full combo anyway. Whereas hitting the Angeli here is actually a pretty big deal, because that is how you get access to Hoot Cake, which gets you access to the Messenger Gelato, which gets you access to Promenade. I mean, this is just giving him, I think, pretty much the full Madolche on board, provided Jack doesn't have another hand trap. That's funny that came up. I distinctly remember being told that exact interaction. Have a bell for the Hoot Cake, though. Yeah, does not banish for cost, so you can do that. That might do it. This looks like Sistart.
I guess that's the difference between these rogue decks compared to like something like Sprite is
yep.
Playing into a couple of hand traps can kind of just
I mean, I don't know about you, but I think Imperm Bell beats Sprite as well.
Oh, it probably does, yeah. Yeah.
You ash the Hoot Cake? You can ash the Hoot Cake, yeah. There's a lot of better targets than the Penning Cessor there. I'm going to keep saying different names for that card, but
we'll get the right dessert eventually.
I'll just keep at least 50% of my namings have been correct.
Probably like 20% of mine, maybe, for Madolche.
I did play some of these cards. They were playable and emancipators.
Madolche vanilla ice cream coming down.
It's Penning Cessor. Okay. Impoming the Sistart. Unnecessary there.
This is where we need Ruben to correct us.
Yeah, true. No, Penning Cessor was played in Adamantipator as a free level 4 Earth monster you could summon.
So we've seen 3 Imperms now played, and here's Bright Blue.
I guess just like Impoming the Sistart, because why not? I mean...
he had the second Imperm face down as well.
Yeah, what else is that Imperm going to do?
And there he goes again.
Oh, there's the Imperm. Well, damn, if only there was a rank 2 I could make that gets me full combo, and looks like that's going to be the play. Maybe thinking about making the live twin monsters instead. I mean, you do have a choice. Deck still probably does play 1 Trouble Sunny, which, I mean, that's a good card.
Oh, that's the card you send up Ultimate as well.
The nice thing for Jack here is that he is going to get first blood.
Yeah.
He's going to get some damage on the board, which with 4 minutes left in the clock, provided he gets to battle phase.
He's going
for the live twin plays, yeah.
Oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, no, Elf.
Could just be going for a big gigantic just to get, like I said, some damage on the board. Play in main phase 2. I don't hate that.
Oh, there you go.
Just maximize your damage here. Reading Sistart again has been negated.
It's been impermed, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably just checking for any like grave effects or anything. Just making sure.
Card is pretty good, but it doesn't have, it's no T element card,
No.
I think we're just going to see go to battle here.
I think so.
Doesn't seem like the worst play. Could also just go for a gigantic. Nope, yeah, just going to battle. Damage on the board. And, what are the odds that Jack can just kind of play for another 3 minutes? Probably likely. He gets the entire frog line here.
He's going into
Zeus. Making a Zeus. I mean, that'll do it as well. Potentially sided out of the frog stuff. It's just kind of a...
hand traps and live twins, maybe?
Yeah, playing with what he's got. I mean, Zeus is pretty good against Madolche. They don't have a lot of ways to bait it out before going for plays. And the Salon turning off any top-decked imperms from doing the job. Giving Salon another read. Doesn't do anything unless a Madolche is returned to the deck, but...
He has drawn a Madolche monster. I didn't see what one, though.
Yeah, I don't think it matters in the face of a Zeus.
Nah.
Yeah, we're just setting a monster. Setting a back row.
Pass in turn, end phase, Zeus. It looks like he's got Dark Ruler and Evenly in hand, so it's just going to be Zeus beat down from here. What are your thoughts on the ulti Zeus?
It's nice.
I like it. Yeah.
I think it's probably the best looking Zeus, and
you own the
I
Starlight.
would agree with you there. I do, but I don't think it looks as good. I think the ulti is.
I think it pops.
Pretty cool. All right, so we attacked and passed. Anjali here.
Kind of brings them back into the game a little bit here, because like there's only an evenly matched in the back row and Dark Ruler in hand. So, like,
oh, really?
Yeah.
I think maybe the Zeus was fired a bit preemptively. Don't know how much you were threatened by. Like a Promenade would obviously like negate the Zeus, but
I think he was probably hoping, obviously not to draw a brick off the top.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Brennan has to deal 4,800 damage with 50 seconds left on the clock.
Gonna have to power through this play.
I mean, to Brennan's credit, he's been playing fast the entire time.
Yeah. He knows his deck.
Rocketing through these Medolce plays, so he's definitely not he's not like just speeding up at the end because it's going to time. He is pretty quick with the deck. Don't know if he's quick enough though. 30 seconds on the clock. You want to go for a tiramisu, spin the back row, and the Zeus. He could get there. He could get there.
I mean, there's nothing to stop the battle
on the field.
Yeah.
But is that enough damage? Ticket.
It's going to get the boost, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not enough damage. And even resolving Tiramisu, it takes a couple seconds, put the cards back in your deck.
Oh, nah.
Resolve, say battle, it's not enough damage, unfortunately. Jack O'Neill making the correct play in some ways to just, get in some damage.
Yeah, that's
time in the round.
That's unfortunate.
Handshake extended. It is, but to be honest, I don't think
that's the game.
I don't think that was particularly...
No, both players played
go to time.
Both players played pretty normal paced. That was just a long-winded round. Lots of effects going off.
When you have 8 minutes going into game 3, the game does shift momentum. It becomes sort of like the play to time mini game. And I think in that context, Jack played it really well. He didn't folly. He got in 2 hits with Zeus, which did make a significant chunk out of Brandon's life points. If he'd only gone for a smaller gigantic there.
Yeah, I think
Brendan might have been able to just turbo into a tiramisu and get in there. So yeah, he made an interesting decision. I honestly could. I mean, I hate to say it. I think Jack could probably have made it much easier on himself by just instead of going for Zeus there, comboing. But he potentially didn't want to make that his win condition. I imagine he probably did want to actually attack for game.
Oh yeah.
He had the full live. He had full live twin access at the end there.
Hello, is my mic on?
Yeah, we can hear.
Oh, sweet.
Hello, Jack.
G'day.
Well played.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'll ask the question, why have you gone for the live twin variant of Sprite?
I was testing out pure Sprite. I tried out the Diva package with crossout and a bunch of targets there. And then the week after that I tried the E-Tele Gamma. And E-Tele Gamma, I think I bricked every game and it was awful. And so I saw, I forget what event it was, but someone in New Zealand topped with the Live Twin Sprite engine. And I was like, oh cool, well if that's any sign, that's the sign I should take. And
it looked really good in game 2. When you're tributing the Live Twins for the Sprite monsters and then just bringing them back.
Yeah.
It looked pretty practically unbeatable in that situation.
Yeah, that board on game 2 was prime.
It's pretty nice.
It's probably the best one that I can get out. So just having that on the board, I was like, oh cool, my test hands have been putting in the work.
Yeah, and congrats on the win. I mean, navigated the small time frame you had left. We were talking about, do you just go for battle here and get some damage in? Almost felt like you made a sort of gentleman's play, going for the Zeus there and not kind of continuing to combo after that.
Oh, I get really nervous about interruptions, and I had fog brain at the end there. I was like, what is the next one there? I probably could have gotten out of Toad, but then if that goes wrong, I'm locked. So I thought, Zeus is pretty safe.
I was just thinking more you probably could have comboed for another 2.5 minutes, but on some level for an event like this, it's kind of nice to let the opponent have a chance because
no, I've had
these games are pretty tight. Yeah,
I've had too many games where it's I sit there for another 2 minutes. It's cool. Am I gonna be able to have another go at this?
Yeah.
Gets to a second left. Okay, your turn. That's off.
But I mean, under the reference, that is how you play in time, and you know to go to battle phase, not to do all that before battle and then Suddenly time is called and none of you have done any damage. That's a lot worse, for sure.
Yeah.
But no, well played. Deck looked great. I mean, performed pretty admirably.
No, yeah, I'm really happy. And like Live Twin, I've played that like heaps of times. Like I've done like Live Twin Unchained, Pure Live Twin. I know it. I like it.
Excellent. Well, I think next round will be pretty soon. So good luck.
Yes, thank you.
Carry that draw in the wins to the victory. I think you've only got one more round, right, before top cut.
Yeah. Only 4 for Swiss. 4 rounds of Swiss. I think we were 1 short from 5.
Yep. So yeah, good luck.
Awesome, thank you.
Hopefully we see you in finals.
Hopefully.
Just ask Greg a question.
Looks like we're seeing as well Roger overtaking Troy in the standings. Troy falling to looks like Damien there.
I was asking Greg as well if this is the final round of the month for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it would be with 34.
I think it will be, yeah.
But the max points you can get from a 3-round event is 10.
Yeah.
I presume a lot of these are, so. Yeah, I think this is for all the marbles. And look how close it is. I mean, any one of these duelists could win and take the coveted back to duel mat, which these ones aren't quite as hot as the last ones, but I mean we've seen with time like those mats get pretty rare, you know, like especially in a place like New Zealand when you have a bit more of a chance to win them with smaller locals. It's quite fun to be able to play for these unique prizes provided for us. And yeah, look, Roger on top, feeling the pressure.
It looks like we had a player drop at the bottom there. Just trying to see. Is this the next round that we got up here?
Yep.
Oh, cancel round.
Okay, well, maybe we just forgot to put someone in. Probably another drop, actually.
Wrong person to wait a second. No.
Epic live KMS gameplay. KTS, sorry.
Roger versus Earl will be a big one.
That would make sense, yeah.
I mean,
that'd be interesting. That's basically the format, right? Like tier versus Sprite.
Hopefully, maybe we could drop us down to a bubble game if possible.
I don't mind watching. I don't mind watching finals. I mean, as we said, repeat names are going to be a thing when it's only 16 people. But you're right. We probably will see both those players in top cut. So
we will, yeah. So
very likely.
So we're looking like on the bubble we've got we got Mike, Damien, possibly Jamie, and maybe Ethan as well.
Yeah. We'll see what we get. I mean, it's up to Greg at the end of the day.
Yeah. So we got this round to go, and then we have a top 4.
Oh my God, Ruben has brought me food.
Oof.
He's such a sweetheart.
I will just quickly grab a drink as well while we're sitting on the screen.
Oh, so excited about this. We were like on our Uber Eats. Ooh, what should we get? Willow. All right. I will be eating, so if I get muted, that's why. But round 4 here. Joe is also gone, so I guess it's just me. All right, looks like we're getting a rematch here with Damian Miller on Adagnista versus Mike Arnigo, also on Danger Tier. Also seeing the Dice Jar Games desktop there for a second.
Right, yeah, I am back. Right, yeah, we got Mike versus Damien. Bubble match. Is it a bubble match?
That it is. It's possible.
Danger Tier again versus Adagnista. So the same as what we saw with Earl versus Damien.
Yeah, hopefully Mike, Mike probably hoping he can repeat that.
I think
Is
he'll
he
be
playing a
aware.
main deck out to Mystic Mine though? I definitely think Danger Tier being one of the more popular decks just because it is very fun to play. At least in my opinion.
Yes, both these players are 2 wins, 2 losses. So the one of them might squeeze into top 4. Depending on other results, I think. Yeah.
Playing for points, playing for glory.
Because there was a fair few draws in round 1. And set 1, Nessie.
Always interesting, the debate on like how many cards you set before you activate a danger, because obviously you don't want that to happen where the danger gets pitched, but you probably also don't want to discard the best spell card in your hand. It's to try again here though. I mean, discarding the Nessie not the worst one because it is an Aqua Engrave.
Yeah, just confirmed by Greg as well. This is the final week of the Back to Duel Monthly League. So
cool.
The results at the end here, we will see take home the playmat as well. So he's also said that the top cut doesn't obviously contribute towards the standard. So the winner at the end of Swiss will be the winner of the league for them.
Nice.
Dice flying off the table there, re-rolling, getting the 1, sniping again.
I mean, this is the risk of the danger deck.
You can just get sniped. Yeah. Oh, yep. Another one.
Can he hit 3 in a row?
Surely.
I mean, he's hit 2 so far. It's getting easier and easier.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That's a cool buy.
Discarding a cold buy. I definitely understand why you want to like keep cards in hand, but that is one of the best cards, you know, in Yu-Gi-Oh. Looks like he drew a Desires off the top though, so you can't feel that bad. And this deck, you know, so far doesn't look very much like a Teal deck, but
interestingly, though,
he is one card away from.
That's actually quite big. I don't know if you saw that there, but the Cosmic Cyclone, the Galaxy Cyclone is banished.
Oh dear.
Off of the Desire, so he needs to put an on-field answer to the Mystic Mine.
This deck doesn't have one.
I don't think it does even. No, it doesn't, does it? Trying to think of what you can.
It would have to be Teal Crime if he's playing it. Funnily enough, this deck does get backer outs in the next set. Oh, and a DD Crow.
This is a strong open here from David now. He doesn't quite know, obviously, the fact that he's just got rid of the Galaxy Cyclone, but might just got back from the Philippines, so it's good to see him. Ah, sweet. Veiler as well. And the set card was the Foolish. So Curious didn't get the resolve there. Looks like he will still get a...
Wow, another Teal in hand.
Yeah, that's strong.
Well, kind of sucks that he didn't pitch any of them off the dangers, but
yeah,
you know, you take what you can get.
Using Havness now, probably just...
At this point, he's used like Merly already. Used a lot of the Teal effects. Of course, Damien could just draw a Mystic Mine and wrap this game up.
Yeah, I think I saw Dark Ruler as well. Which I think is still pretty good against Tier Element, but it's definitely not quite... You know, it's not Mystic Mine.
Mike having to pitch the Harvest there is huge in that reference, because that can be your protection against that. Probably see it get Carlos here.
Yeah.
So only Shiren left to use this effect. Not the best time to mill 8. You still can, but you have to get lucky.
You might just...
Yeah, he's just sending the Shiren. I think that's a smarter play. And this way you get to either choose to Shiren, or you can just get Carlos, get a rank 4 on field, and Shiren on the follow-up turn. Could be good. Looks like exactly that is going to happen. I sent the Shiren off Reinhardt, that's right. Right.
Well, Chicken is banished. Has he got rid of what he wanted to dump there?
Yeah. Well, it gets a Reinhardt. Suppose that'll do. Yeah, and now he's doing what I said, where you don't need to go for the Shiren effect here. You can just get it on board for next turn.
Yeah. Oh,
No, that's fine. Again, it's all snow food, baby.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
None of it matters. That's the thing about Tearlament. It gets a lot of rap for being quite random, but that's why you play cards like Curious. Getting consistent access to a tool like Snow means that all of your mills are good, right? Just getting cards in grave is just strong, period. All right, does he have the mine? If he does, then Mike will probably be a quick concession here. Redo takes the top card. He's an Ash Blossom. Not to mention Mike is pretty down in deck size, so it wouldn't take long for him to lose to deck out here. Dark Ruler.
Yep.
Probably telegraphing he doesn't have a Mystic Mine here. Or else you just slap that down instead. Maybe the first time we see Damien actually go for Adignista plays. I guess we did see.
Well, yeah, he got it. Yeah.
Was Heat Soul Mystic Mine, but it was a. Yeah, we've not seen a rival Cyber's Adignista hit the field yet.
Sonic Mine.
Also interesting to not see Mathmech Circular in this list. We have seen a lot of Adignista decks pick up that card, kind of just as a free extender.
And Circular was one of the most like random cards to come out of that set that like blew Mathmech up.
It's a powerful card.
It's a strong card, yeah. I don't know. Did we see much of a showing at Euros with Mathmech or?
We didn't, and I think that's because like the Mathmech deck itself is pretty low on card quality, in my opinion. They're decent extenders, but they are just extenders. When you read a Tearlament card and they're like extenders and interrupts and follow up, it kind of pales in comparison. But Circular is a really good card. I mean, just on its own.
So Mike's got the droplet there for the normal summon. Is Damien down to one card in hand? I can't quite see.
I mean, he can still get the link. Yeah. If he has another Adignista in hand, that's unfortunately not going to do it. I still drawn another Adignista. Someone's saying this is the Mike we know and love. We always love Mike. People's champion.
He is the most popular on stream from what I've seen.
Is he? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. He's given up the magic he dreamed. That did end the turn, it looks like. So.
Ash on the right.
With no Mystic Mine in sight, this looks like a pretty good turn for Mike here.
I mean, it depends what that last card.
Reveals Nessie. I mean,
Nessie, yeah.
Hilariously, the one danger if you draw it, you're like, yeah, this is completely fine. I'll activate Rhoda. Right, so getting a Mothman here. I don't know what Mothman will do here. I guess draw and discard could get him a Tearlament. That's quite funny. There's a Desires. To be fair, not a card that Mike necessarily wants to activate another one of, so. Kind of just gave Damien a hand fix there for no reason, though. Getting to discard a spare field spell.
Yeah, this is what we're seeing the other part of this deck now, where it doesn't have the Orochi in play. It doesn't have Snow in rotation either. Like, this is what it can slow down a bit.
Damien did have like 2 hand traps for that, so he would have been dead if he didn't.
Oh yeah.
Probably seeing a link into a Topper Logic here.
Yeah, looking at Zero-Boros, I think. Or is it the Bomber? Weighing them up.
It is Zero-Boros. Relatively big. Desires pumping it up to a pretty significant attack stat. I'm also intrigued if 200 for each banished card. Also interested if how much Damien can play around it, because link arrows are a thing. I haven't really paid much attention to the specific arrows of the Adignista extenders, but it's possible the Zero-Boros is a bit of a thorn in his side. He could also just like accidentally summon to it, but looks like he's got nothing. And if that card doesn't stop a battle phase, this is the end of the game.
The only thing I can think of is that if it's an imperm, it can maybe reduce it down, but...
It's true, yeah, it could go down to 3,000, but a terraforming off the top...
Yeah.
That's not great for Damien. That is a great card to see. Of course, the way Tearlaments work, you pretty much always have targets for this card. Get to shuffle them back.
Merrily. I mean, is Merrily 200? I can't. 200.
It's 1300 with the field spell.
Right. So oh yeah, true. Yeah.
Pretty much guarantees lethal at this point. I think. I'm probably hoping to see a snow there just to.
Yeah.
It wasn't infirm, but that'll do it.
Is that the Furion?
That's the Gachiri.
Level 8. Yeah. Yep.
So couldn't do anything with that. Needs to control a Cybers to get its effect. So Mike taking it out through a lot of hate there. We had Dark Ruler, 2 hand traps. The droplet
still showed like the resilience of tier element against these big like blowout cards. It doesn't.
Not to mention two of his dangers got hit as well.
yeah.
Seemed to play through it like nothing. But to be fair, none of the dangers you play are particularly bad pitches, except if he's on Bigfoot, which, judging by, I haven't seen Ref or Orochi. I don't know if he's on. May not be on Bigfoot.
And main deck droplets as well, which is something that we've definitely seen drop down a little bit in this format.
I think it's good.
It's a good card, yeah.
It hedges in the mirror if you get Abyss Dweller. Forbidden Droplet is probably the cleanest out to that. Because if you get Dweller, it's pretty much the end of the game.
I don't mind Droplet in the main, to be honest. I've never enjoyed Dark Ruler that much, just because I've always liked to OTK people, and like the damage part of Dark Ruler for me is a bit, you know. But then again, I'm playing a very casual kind of go second tier element build.
Yeah, the risk, of course, is if Sprite just has like 3 hand traps, then you know, your 3-card hand is not going to beat their 3-card hand. You know, Dark Ruler obviously provides a much higher trade in terms of card resources.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to move a car real quick.
Okay, sweet. This is like the errands stream. There's always something to do. He's on droplets for Dweller and Scythe. Exactly, yeah. Like, there are other cards that can slot into that. You can play Imperm. You can play Nibiru is actually pretty good at stopping Dweller, but yeah, it is still a really good answer to those. All right, game 2. Last time Damien went first, it was a Mystic Mine and a Dream. Oh, I don't think he drew. Did he draw an Attic Nista in that hand? Yes, I think that's the, no? Oh, no, he did not. Oh, no. That's not what you want to see. A lot of hand traps, though. So Mike's got his work cut out for him. If you're Mike, you got to think that's just like 5 hand traps you got to play through at this point. Oh, it looks like he drew Gachiri again. Kind of looks like Gachiri. Wow. He has D barrier. I don't know if D barrier is going to cut it against this deck. We saw D barrier. Yeah, there it is. D barrier was flipped against Earl, and he still managed to find lethal. Bring back the Rhino Heart. Mike weighing up his options. He obviously has Xyz monsters he has access to. Right, 2 fresh cards. Okay, going in for damage.
Yeah, I'm back.
Damien is not on 3,300 life points. He is on a full. Takes him down to 4,700. And I probably just see a redoer here and say I'll play next turn. That's fair enough.
Oh, fair enough, boys. It's got mail day as well. What do we got?
Oh, what'd you get?
Can't remember. I do that all the time. I always like buy cards and then like they arrive and I'm like, oh yeah.
New cards are always fun. Yeah, I just got some pretty cool Power of the Duelist ulties. Got myself a Destiny Hero Dogma.
You'd love to see
what
that.
Is it?
Spell off the spell off the top for the time.
Oh, getting a spell off the redoer. That is as good as it gets. Doubly so if you rip Mystic Mine. One less to worry about.
And
okay, not the field spell you are super afraid of, but still a little threatening.
Field spell. Yep.
If I was right about him having like a Cheery, this would at least let him, I believe, let him summon it. Don't think it would do anything, but we're reading Redoer here. So notably, Redoer we haven't seen yet, but is an Xyz monster that detaches materials for effect, which means it triggers the Shiren underneath it, and you get a fusion summon. So really good in this deck.
It's
two fight off.
2 Danger Nessies and a Mothman is what was in the mail.
Oh, interesting.
Relevant for
building your own Danger Tearlament there, Joe.
I just like having all the engines. I always do that with every deck. Like I'll play one, but like I'll have every engine possible, and I like swapping out for fun. Like
you've been playing the Shadol version, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been playing this weird like go second board breaking Shadol build just because why not? And it's all right, but like it's a bit like obviously it doesn't have quite the I guess utility that the danger one has.
Well, the Shadol monsters are just so bad. Like, you know, you've seen a lot of Tearlament players even just cut the one beast, being like, you know, it's not worth it. I hate drawing this card.
Yeah, I mean, in my one, I'm running like the full Shadol fusion package, I guess, with with the Nautilus as well to like send Reinhardt.
When you can run an entire deck of gas, you know, people are pretty likely to do that.
Yeah.
All right, Redoer getting in.
So we're playing Redoer beatdown.
Well, it's a 110 clock from this point onwards, so Damien has to have an out. 3 back row from Mike as well. I mean,
that's big, yeah.
That's not nothing. And this Redoer also, you know, can dodge out of the way of any removal. Set a monster. God, Damien must be drawing the worst cards off the top of his deck. I feel bad.
Yeah, he's got tactics. He's got...
Yeah, but nothing to do.
No, nothing to do. I can't see what else. Yeah,
there's another spell. Damien just like, I'm just... absolutely just over it. Seeing that cut off the top, he probably would have liked to have drawn it. Instead, Mike's saying, that's my draw spell. I'll take the free card. And there was the field spell. Yeah.
Oh, that's so rough.
Bit of a one-sided matchup. Damien got to feel just like back-to-back Danger Tier taking him out.
2 tactics, yeah.
Yeah, he did have the big guy in his hand with a...
Veiler, yeah.
2 triple tactics. Unlucky. Not seeing a single Adignista playable off the top. That would have done it.
Yeah.
Although that would have gotten ripped off Redoer, so you got to check the next card. Right?
True.
Too deep. If that got ripped off Redoer, then you drew like another effect Veiler, that would feel pretty bad.
I mean, again, like why the danger variant is strong, like against the D barrier. Like it definitely doesn't just turn off the whole entire deck like it would against branded. Like
no, I mean, again, like I hate to keep saying it, but we've seen it twice now. Like D barrier did admittedly, you know, it was Redoer pass, not full board, but
to roulette.
To roulette.
Yeah,
I mean, kind of, but
it kind of is. But the way that this one is now built, as we said earlier, like you can like actually set up your snow. You can set up everything. Like it's
so deceptively random. Like you think with dangers and mills that it would be random, but it just isn't. Like there's almost no universe in which they don't get to Kit Carlos, and Kit Carlos is like, you know, it fixes everything. Once you get there, you're pretty much off to the races.
So it was 2-0, right? Yeah.
That was 2-0, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got Ruben here. Ruben, do you want to say hi to the people at home? Other member of the Face Downs.
Hello to the people at home. This has been a blast to look at so far. It feels so strange not talking about it, but you know, it looks amazing to see everyone here showing up for Back to Duel. You know, these mats are really gorgeous.
And there's no reason you can't. You could stay on the mic.
No, I can leave you guys. You guys want to get all the practice in for Oceanic Championship.
That's
I want to
true.
make sure you guys are top form and ready to cast the largest premier event in New Zealand in about 5 years.
Ruben, what's the name of the Madolce that is a free special when you have no cards engraved?
Pitting Sissa.
See, he would have known.
Yeah, see?
Can't just rely on Ruben forever, right? We'll
just have Ruben on speed dial at OC next week while he's like trying to run the event as well.
We will literally have a judge on speed dial for commentary, I believe.
Ruben, what's the name of that card? That one's Sangan. Oh.
You can stay on the mic if you want.
I don't want to interrupt. I want you guys to.
All right, fine, sure. Yeah,
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and good luck to the rest of the duelists for the rest of this event. How many more rounds are you expecting?
Oh, this is the last round of Swiss, so.
And then top 4.
Amazing.
We'll know who wins the back to duel, but the box is, I believe, still up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, that back to duel, I haven't. Like our back to duel was nowhere near as tight as what their one is. We had
It's really close.
I mean, we ran our one over 6 weeks for the first one. I think the next one we're probably going to go back to the 4-week thing, but we did 6 weeks, and Huggy won 5 of the 6 hobby leagues. So
wow,
yeah.
I think we're seeing from their behavior that like these are all players that, you know, they're pretty cordial. They look like they probably play a lot together, and
yeah, they know each other well. Yeah.
We're seeing, like, you know, the result of that is they're all at like a pretty equal level. They're bringing each other up, which is nice to see.
It's what you want in a local area. Like, you want like everyone to be on the same playing field. Or in a way, you know, there's always going to be.
You don't want there to be one player that's just like winning every single match and no one's having any fun. And they're all playing like pretty. You know, we make jokes about South Island meta, but like these have all been like pretty meta decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Sprite twice. We've seen Tier Element, Danger Tier twice. You know, like
mostly Sprite and Tier, yeah.
Yeah, like it's definitely strong.
But I think that is like, you know, when we had all the adventure pile decks. Oh, yeah. Mike's here. I forgot we interviewed Mike. He just kind of ran off. Hello.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, I guess.
You're doing pretty good, for sure.
So, we understand you just came. Did you just come back from the Philippines? Is that right?
Yeah. So came back about 2 weeks ago, and my tier cards don't arrive until like a couple of days ago. So today's my first and only hobby for practice until Oceanics.
Oh, you're going to OC?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
a few people sadly say they couldn't afford the flight, but
yeah, no, I was I had to book really bad flights, so I had to do a lot of work from home and whatnot just so I can make it. But you know, but at least you know, get to see everybody, which is gonna be pretty.
It'll be worth it for sure. It's gonna be a fantastic event.
Yeah.
And Danger Tier, your deck looked very similar to Earl's. I don't know if you guys are on the same list, but that deck's been taking names.
Yeah. No, after EU, I was originally playing a branded tier list that was focused heavily on hand traps and just kind of controlling the pace of the game. But after EU, I was just kind of convinced that Danger Tier was just straight up the better version, because you can just be incredibly degenerate and just ignore whatever interruptions your opponent has and just still kill them. But yeah,
I like that term, degenerate. Yeah, it is. It's not quite an unfair deck, but it does have its moments of feeling, you know, nigh unstoppable when you just open that. God hand.
Yeah, exactly. And Curious dumping snow is kind of broken. Or in like certain matchups, I can like dump the Shadow and make window on my opponent's turn or something. It's like
so you are on the Shadow still.
At the moment, yes, but like I said before, I don't know if you guys heard it. When I was talking to Damien earlier, I haven't really finalized my deck list yet. There's still like ratios that I'm testing out, tech options that I'm still testing out. So what my Oceanic list is going to look like might be completely different to what I have right now.
And I think we saw as well, like in both the matches we've seen Tier Element Danger, its resilience against Dimensional Barrier. Like both times Barrier has been flipped up, it kind of is a bit of like a, you know, you shrug and just carry on.
Yeah. Now, today, in all the games that I've had Barrier flipped up against me, it's kind of gone. It's been 50-50. Whether depending on my hand, I might just pass. But some hands, I'll still get to like Curious time Redoer, and I've still got the setup to pop off on my opponent's turn. So it's, you know, it's like the Danger build is definitely extremely strong, even through D barrier. If you just open the stones,
you definitely want to open the dangers when you see D barrier, and you want to open the tiers when you see, like, you know. Well, I guess you kind of want to open the dangers no matter what, but the tiers are reliable, I guess, is what it is, right?
Yeah, that's right. And when I had a chat to Earl about his build earlier, we are playing slightly different builds. Like I think I know that he's playing on the Gizmek Orochi.
Oh yeah.
just so you can like trigger the Zero Boros and top a lot in the Bomber Dragon a lot more often, as well as having a big body. Whereas I'm not really playing on. I'm not playing on it at the moment, but it's still like something that I haven't really tested out yet. So I guess we'll see. Because I'm already sitting.
I think a lot
like,
of people will be prepared for this deck after Euros, though. I think there's definitely still work to be done in terms of, do you play hand traps? Do you not?
Yeah.
What kind of board breakers are actually going to do it? Because, the main deck Dark Ruler in the face of your deck doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of ways to play around Super Poly and Dark Ruler in the deck, depending on how you do your combo lines. And with Rio coming up this weekend as well, it'll be kind of interesting to see how people, what people take in to try beat the deck, because then that'll kind of have a play on how I might change my list, so that if people, find a way to just completely shut down Danger Tear, I might have to change it up a bit so that it can play against those counters if counters are found during is it YCS Rio, I think.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens after this weekend as well, and see how people adapt.
I think it's a very curious OC kind of meta that we're going to have. There's so many it's a new format, but it's going to be relatively, as you say, quite established by the time we get there. It's just going to be around who finds that kind of special tech that can take them to the the OC title. But no, it'll be good to see you there.
Yeah, no, sweet. Yeah, it'll be sweet, and hopefully it's going to be a pretty packed event with some pretty sweet duels, and it'll be nice to see some really, really good players, not just from New Zealand, hopefully.
Oh yeah, I know there's definitely Australians coming over.
What are you saying about us? Come on. You're right. Yeah, the internationals always they're really. They're paying the money to get here. They're coming serious. They're not just gonna play light.
They're coming to take the title. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I imagine it'll be a pretty sweet weekend. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, good luck for the rest of this tournament. We'll probably see you maybe in Top Cut. You might have squeezed in there. We'll see how you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sweet. Now, thanks,
good
guys.
Chance. Thanks. There was the People's Champ.
People's Champ, Mike.
So you can't see the chat when we're in this screen. I feel like this would be the time to see chat.
I've got to open up on the other screen. We got your move TCG.
Oh, you do.
Asking for, I can't even repeat on stream, but there we go. We've got a shout out to Hoonhei as well.
Of course, yeah.
We've got 12 minutes now to decide who wins the Back to Duel League for Dunedin.
We do. Will it be Roger with his 35? I mean, Roger wins, he's guaranteed, right?
He's guaranteed, yeah.
That's
Troy,
basically what it comes down to.
I mean, Troy went from 30 points at the start to only 34. So I mean, he's not had the best of days today.
But it's Roger versus Earl, so Earl is not in the
Earl's
running.
Strong. But I mean, he could definitely play ruin Roger's day as far as winning the title.
Yeah, well, like Mike said, this deck kind of just ignores all the interrupts your opponent has. If they have, as we saw, 2 hand traps and a Dark Ruler, you're like, okay,
that can be enough. Yeah.
I'll keep going, and certainly showcased that part of the deck. Earl, especially when he played against the Adignistas. Pulling up the pairings. No, I guess we're just
watching who's winning live. Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, I guess so.
So I wonder who's
still waiting on Roger versus Earl. See if we have a guaranteed winner.
We haven't seen Party today, and he's in table 2.
Yeah. Playing against Live Twins.
Yeah, Brendan there winning with Medolce.
The what deck? The nonce deck? Why is the Twins the nonce deck? Oh. Oh, is he commenting?
No.
I don't think. I don't think
those. Imagine squeezing that in next week. I don't think so.
Oh man.
All right. Well, while we got 10 minutes, I will take a small little break myself. I need to get some more drink. Oh wait, Greg's sitting down. Hello, Greg. Wait,
hello, Greg.
Greg first. I don't see his face though.
Yeah, he's covered up by the KTS.
Hey, KTS man.
What's up?
Hello, Greg.
How goes it?
You're covered up
good.
at the moment.
I'm covered up at the moment?
by KTS.
Yeah, the KTS. Yeah, you got a little screen in front of you.
I see.
Maybe not on stream. I
Yeah.
think you might be okay on
I
stream.
didn't. I wanted to make sure you guys were able to see it without blocking the back to dual standings. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that is funny. Yeah, it's not on stream.
Yeah, no, that's fair. How's it going?
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
yeah.
man. Lucas has been fed.
Well, that's good.
I've got dinner on the way in an hour, so we're good. We're good to crack on.
Yep.
Awesome.
Don't need a break or anything. We can just push on.
Sweet. No, that's cool. Well, I mean, you've kind of got an inadvertent break right now because we're still waiting on about 4 results and 10 minutes left in the round. So.
Oh, and one in like 20 minutes. We had a lot of time there.
Yeah.
He was talking about Mystic Mind for 10 minutes.
No, that's fair.
And Greg, what are your thoughts on Mystic Mind?
I despise the card.
Remain neutral. Wait for the ban list.
Yeah, I despise it. I don't mind telling you, I hate that card.
There's not that many people who are like.
I love Mystic Mind. Yeah. Apart from Mystic Mind players, like the ones that play the deck. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair. But, yeah,
I think it was pretty much all he were talking about in the Euro chat was just Mystic Mind discussion.
Yeah, that's fair. I hate it. I'd happily see it go.
You might get your wish.
Yeah.
What's it been like this month for you down in the back to duel stuff?
Yeah, it's been pretty good actually. Like I think it's been a really successful OP program. Yeah, I'm all for anything that gets more prizing in the players' hands. But yeah, I mean I think it's been really good. We've seen some pretty good turnouts this month. So
yeah, and also looking at your leaderboard as well, like the points are close. Like there's so many people that could win it.
Yeah, 100%. It's really coming down to the wire. So we'll have to wait and see if Roger takes out his win.
Yeah, we're even looking at this now. There's Brennan and Jamie both on 35 as well.
Yeah. But I think that's the most up to date though. So I mean, those people have finished their round.
So if Roger loses and Troy loses, what happens then? Because you have like 3 people locked on 35.
Xavier lost.
He did, yeah.
If Roger loses and Troy loses, then Roger's got more points.
Oh yeah.
Jamie has 35.
Yeah, Jamie and Brennan both have 35.
Yeah. You get 1 point. I believe you get 1 point for losing.
Oh, 1 point for losing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sweet.
So
and in that case, Roger.
Oh, sorry. Or is it 2 points for losing? I can't remember how much because draws get you a point as well. But I guess draws get you 2 points. Draws get you 2 points.
Oh, you must 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are right. But I mean, Troy's still playing. He could also take it out.
What could happen is Roger could draw or lose, and then Troy could win, and then it'd be a tie. So.
Yeah. Then what happens? They have to go outside?
No, then top cut matters, baby. I think at our place we just solved it with other means. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see basically who would win between them in Top Cut if they were up against Top Cut. But I mean, if they weren't up against each other in Top Cut, we'd probably just have to do a separate because like the Top Cut isn't influencing the back to duel standings at all.
Yeah.
No, of course not.
So we'd probably have to do like a separate winner take all type search there.
Be like the Duel of the Century from back in 2015.
Yeah.
Roy Reeves versus Nick Spence.
Oh man, those were the days. Gravekeepers versus Gear.
A link for that replay will be posted after the stream.
That's probably some of the most highly produced Yu-Gi-Oh content of the 2014 era.
Yeah, it was.
Got the circular tables and the university link.
And I like brought my camera and tripod in and filmed this final, put like some graphics on it. And it was
amazing.
I don't want to say it, but there was lots of misplays. It was an awful game to watch.
Match? You're kidding me. How could that be misplaced?
I just remember like Troy like was playing. What was it? What's that card that you draw a card and you can you can like swap the card you drew back into the deck and like draw again.
Card trader?
Yeah, Card Trader. Yeah. He was playing Card Trader, and then I'm pretty sure he hits like a Royal Tribute off the top or something. Yeah. And it was just like, what am I watching right now?
It seemed like such a big grudge match at the time. But
there was a lot of hate. Wasn't it all over like a trade or something that went wrong?
I'm pretty sure like Troy was just difficult back then. Like, it was high school Troy was different. And I think Nick like challenged him to a match or something like that. I can't remember, but it was this big grudge match.
I remember it being synced over a trade, like a trade went wrong and like Troy backed out of a trade or something like that, and then they like had a go at each other on the page, and we were all like, why don't we just settle this with a duel?
Yeah.
And it was like whoever like won the duel got the card that they were after or something stupid like that. It was good though.
No, that sounds about right. God, that was so dumb. But yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd come and help you guys for 3 minutes while people are finishing up their rounds. But
yeah, that's sweet as.
I should probably go back, make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, can't be long left.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll be back probably within the next 5 to 7 minutes. I would have to expect.
No, sweet,
easy. All right, I'll catch you guys soon.
Cool.
Right, how you doing, Joe?
Yeah, not too bad. Man, it's good. I mean, it is gonna be a marathon next weekend. Like I
am thinking about that.
I'm like preparing myself for like a 2 days of commentary. I'm happy that we will be able to probably take like breaks in between each round.
Yep. I just think like the electricity of a real event is different.
Oh, we'll be riding on that. We'll be riding on that big time. Yeah.
Just that energy is very palpable, even if you're not playing.
Not to mention we'll be in suits as well.
That's true. We'll be extra sweaty for that one.
Nah, it's gonna be good. Oh, right. No, Roger won.
Roger won. So
Roger beats Earl. That means Roger wins. Yeah, 38 points.
Congrats
Roger taking up.
Yeah,
well done.
Coming back from the round 1 draw with some clean wins. Very good. I do need to dip to the bathroom, so I'll be back.
Yeah, I'll grab a drink as well. Woo. I ride in solo. Are we good? We here? It's just me. Hey everyone. Are you looking for a cosmic cyclone collector's rare? Maybe. Well, I've got the deal for you. $120 directly to your door. Hey, look, it's the tournament that Lucas was meant to be at and then forgot. There we go. There's our standings. After Swiss, we are going top 4, which is Parku in 4th, Jack O'Neill in 3rd, Roger in 2nd, and Earl in 1st. Mike coming 6th in the end, being the bottom of the 3 ones, and Damien unfortunately in 5th place. Looks like Troy lost in the end, so he's actually way down in 13th. Not sure what he was playing. I think he was playing like Infernoid or something. The last time I was watching the stream, but oh wait, maybe it wasn't final standards. We got Parku and Jack still to decide with 42 seconds left on the clock. What did he say? Says Ruben. There you go. There's the final standings as well for the Back to Duel Monthly League in Dunedin. We got Roger Yan taking it out with 38 points. Troy in second place, 36 points. Brennan in third place with 35. Jamie Meeson, 35 points. Xavier in fifth, 34 points. Damien, Earl, Jack, Harrison, Henry, and Mitch rounding out the top 11.
And points not for nothing, by the way, I'm back. You do get prizes for, I believe, top 8 or 16 for Back to Duel. Top 8.
Top 8. Oh, okay.
So they'll still get something for their effort because it was incredibly close. I mean, as we said, it was like a lot of people's chance right there.
So Roger there, taking out the win though. Getting to take home that pretty cool mat. I think I do like, there's like, out of the 3 mats, I definitely like the one with the Joker holding the cards a lot more than the other 2.
I think that was the first season mat.
Yeah. And then the second one was I'm not sure what way it went, but like there's a couple I liked, and then there's one that was like, it was okay. Oh, Mike did make top 4. So sorry, ignore my I thought the final standings were done before. So no, top 4 is Roger versus Mike and Parky versus Earl.
Well, depending on what Parky's playing, it could just be like, Sprite and Tier all the way.
I mean, I would be interested to see what Parky's on. Obviously, he's been the one that skipped around the stream the whole entire tournament so far and made top cut.
I'd like to see like a Tier mirror. I think that is a pretty interesting match. So
it is. It almost reminds me.
May end up.
I think it'd be quite skillful as well. It reminded me a little bit of the Duel mirror back in probably like the 2014 sort of time, where you had to like just manage your resources against the mirror and not over commit.
It can be a little bit tacky. We saw Mike playing Droplet for exactly Abyss Dweller. I think that card does take some of the skill out of the mirror. If you can resolve Dweller, you practically won.
Yeah. So we got Mike. Looks like, is he sitting down or is he picking up his bag from before? We'll find out. He's sitting down.
I think he's setting up.
So we're gonna have Mike versus Roger
on stream, probably.
Maybe Parker's strategy is just hide off stream until the final.
Maybe he wants to see all the secrets.
How did Brent? Oh no, I'm assuming he's misclicked something there because now Brennan is on 42 points. Oh no, Earl's sitting down. He was picking up his stuff. Okay, so it is Earl versus Parku in the semi-final for the winner box. The elusive Parku. Actually, it's quite funny. We found out the other day that Parku was originally from Masterton, which is quite funny because Ali from our locals got chatting to him about that and how there's literally like 2 or 3 players in the whole of Masterton, and they're both one now playing in Dunedin, one in Palmerston North.
Yeah, I was at Connor Bryson's birthday last night. Met some old players from Hamilton.
Oh yeah,
real back in the day. You probably remember Vincent Chandra. Do you remember them?
I recognize the name. Oh, Parker with the glasses. I like it.
All right, he's got the poker face. Very fun. Not a common thing. You see it a lot in like other games, but Yu-Gi-Oh players generally don't go for the indoor sunnies.
No, I like it though. It's stylish. Yeah. I think they need the hood up, like to mirror the poker players.
Yeah. Just give away nothing. You don't know what hand traps I have.
And then you're like, oh well, I can see 2 ash in your reflection there.
What do you think? Masks did for like the poker meta? Because like,
oh yeah, true.
It's gonna be like an extra added element of like tells is the face, the mouth. You can just basically play like in a hazmat suit these days.
What have we got? What's Parku on?
Is it tier? Are we gonna see a mirror?
Numeron OTK. Okay.
No way.
Let's go.
Respect. Well, that's something that Mike probably isn't necessarily main decked for.
No.
But I mean, a lot of the things in Tier Element do deal with this pretty well. I mean, cards like Fairy Tale Snow can protect your monsters, but Numeron often just doesn't care. It just plows through your board and kills you. So that's pretty fun. Just sitting there casually with the sunnies on, like, yeah, go ahead and play. Let me see, 7 for Earl.
And that's big.
11 from Tamate. I probably just make Earl go first, right?
Yeah,
I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I haven't played Numeron OTK in a while, but from memory, it's a pretty like hard go second deck. You play things like Kaijus, Lava Golem. Essentially, kind of doing what Crusadia OTK used to do, which is give you a monster in attack mode so I can kill you.
Got Twin Twister.
Seems like exactly that's happening. Earl doing the classic fan your hand thing.
Looks like Greg's coming over to adjust something.
Greg's fanning the camera.
What is this in the middle here?
I think that's a flesh and blood resource counter.
I think it is too, yeah.
And yeah, Earl going first, as expected. And not what you want to do is lose the die roll and then get made to go first sometimes. But I don't know if, like, you know, the raw Numeron OTK is not like, you know, Earl's going to have a lot of stuff that isn't on field.
Yeah. We'll see, though. I mean, I'm interested to see this build. Obviously, it's got him all the way to top 4.
I mean, it does play nicely under the Axis. Like, you can't harness in response to the Numeron effects. So that's one avenue gone, because they're in the damage step. I think Earl will have to prioritize getting the trap cards and hoping Tamate hasn't just opened, like, Lightning Storm or something like that, because there is a good chance you just die to this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, from what I could see one Twin Twister, and I couldn't really see the rest of his hand, but that's something at least.
That's probably going to be enough. I mean, Earl can get snow in rotation, but
that's what he'll be probably aiming to do right now. He'll want to get the mills on. He's got the Aruchis as well, so he'll want to like try like load the grave up as much as he can.
There's a chance too that Earl is on the Shadows. We haven't seen them, but that would also be another avenue to go down. Just like basically put down a trap, put down a window, and say, you know, how much you got, right?
Oh no, I can see a driver in the hand of Parku there. I think the classic.
Not what you want to see, although, to be honest, if there was a matchup you don't want Gamma, it's probably this one. Just so many effects that get value if they get destroyed. It's not the best.
Parky's fogging up a bit there, I think.
Yeah, he's probably just content to sit here and just watch all this happen. Tons of cards in his deck that can just wipe the tier board. If you're Earl, do you consider like maybe just ending on Collider Heart Pass, or like redo a pass, like, because the less monsters, the less you play into things like Lava Golem. There's a Zephyros. That's actually pretty interesting. Of course, the other way to play around Numeron is end on 0 monsters, and they can't kill you. Fun fact. They have to battle to get the attack doubling. You have to battle a monster. So that's another thing. You could
just leave them early in defense mode, maybe. I'm not sure how you play this one 100%, but
early defense, you'll be dead.
Yeah, true.
There are specific mathematical, ratios. Like I think, ending on 1 monster generally leaves you dead unless it has enough to withstand the 4,000 attack Numeron monsters, so like a 4K defender. But once you start getting into the realm of having 2 or 3 monsters, they start to need, Kaijus, Lava Golems, things like that. But the deck is probably not short of those cards.
And it's Garuda.
Yeah, so I like this. This card is when you're playing against a deck you are pretty sure will just break whatever board you make. You just kind of just trying to get as much value as possible. So yeah, making the Garura here. Gonna use the Zephyros, make Curious with it, draw a card, send Snow, and then just be like, go. I think you don't really commit any more to the board than that.
Yeah.
Keep as many cards you can in your hand, and if Chamatea doesn't kill, I think that's probably the end of the game.
You still got the Uruchi as well there. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe wanting to leave the maybe trying to get to a Zero Boros here.
Potentially.
Another good out to the Numeron cards before they get going. Yeah, this is certainly an interesting matchup. There's the Gamma.
I suppose that's like
on the Orochi is fascinating. Someone saying the card that made Super Poly dumb again. I mean, Super Poly's always been bad, but yeah, being just like this generic side card now is pretty gross.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, seeing an IP here. Another way you could go, for sure.
Maybe just
draw a card.
Try the Underworld thing, mate. Potentially,
You can't get an Underworld here.
Oh, you can't. No. I mean, like before with the original.
like a quick play one.
Yeah.
I guess.
Potentially, I'm not 100% sure, but still got gas here with the Grapho. Send on the Nessie.
Oh, he's got gas. Just kind of wondering, to what end? Again, in these matchups, you just have to assume your entire board's going to get broken. You want to just keep as much as you can, for the next turn when you get to attack.
Sorry, I just had the old Elliot come home from a wee shopping trip. Might get him on commentary next week.
I was going to say, you should clarify your baby.
Oh, yeah, baby Elliot, yeah. He's starting to be vocal, so I might start teaching him how to commentate on events. Because, like, I suppose if he commented on Medolce, like, he'd probably get just as many right as I would. Drags Depelia with the IP. Oh, we hit. Hello. Might have lost Lucas there for a second. But we've seen the Curious come down. He's still got the Snow and the Galaxy Cyclone Engrave. So he's dumping Snow. Might be going down the zero bar, like one of the topologics there. During your opponent's turn. Burn 3 to the grave. Pretty good mills there. And Curious is a card that's definitely like it cropped up out. I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but like a lot of people didn't see its potential when the deck was kind of first out. Everyone was kind of looking at branded versions, shitholes, and now it's become more about dumping Snow. Parky there aggressively throwing the Gamma and the Driver off the field, following up with a Cosmic Cyclone, taking out the back row of Super Poly. Discarding the Numeron to search. Yeah, there's a lot of Lava Golems and hate in that deck. Numeron Network. Are we back? Are we there?
Yeah, sorry about that. My audio just cut out for no reason. I plugged in different headphones, but they appear to not boot.
Nope.
Give me a moment. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can. Yep, we're good.
All right, we're back.
We're back.
The pain of using wireless head commentary. All right, this is what I expected.
Yeah, here we go. Topologic, I believe, is going into to trigger the Snow and then dealing with the Neurons.
Yeah.
I think Ruchi.
I guess Hamatea just didn't have enough. You really want like a lot for this deck. A Lava Golem would have been pretty good.
Yep. Lava Golem would have been the key card there. Like if he had the Lava Golem, it was probably all on.
I'm pretty sure El just has lethal next time with the Zoroboros, right?
Yeah, Zoroboros has outed it. Yeah, it's
well, like the Orochi's going to bring it. It's going to come back, and it's just going to be massive.
Yeah.
Comes back in the standby phase, pointing at the EMZ, of course. Very powerful. That's just game, yeah.
Yeah, that's done.
Big.
Yeah.
I think you only need like 25 cards banished at that point, and I think he got there. Yeah, there's a lot of outs to the Numeron OTK, but you have to keep in mind that Hamatea is expecting that, right? Like, the Numeron deck does not expect to just do the thing through nothing. They're pretty used to playing into negates, playing into interrupts. Clearly just didn't see the right half of what he was looking for there. I think even like a call by the grave would have done it. So if you're Hamatea, what are you siding here? What do you think?
hard to say because I mean, he pretty much has like a go second deck anyway. I don't think he's gonna bother going. Although he's I don't know a lot of cards. Like, he might be like going into a go second, but I mean go first. Sorry, but like I don't know what's so. I mean, I don't really know too much about what Numeron does. I just know that they're like you can run literally whatever you want because the Numeron engine is like a field spell and a couple of cards.
Yep. Look, I don't know if it's got a great transformative going first side because, of course, you could put in like all the floodgates, all of that, but your opponent needs to stick a monster for your deck to OTK. So, your opponent can just happily get floodgated out and just keep passing until they have the outs, right?
Yeah.
You don't present like that fast of a clock with this deck. But the going first game plan traditionally was to do things like make Infinitrack Fortress Megaclops, Appaloosa, Avramax. In some matchups, those are pretty good. I wouldn't say Infinitrack is that good against Tearlament. Does play a lot of Xyz monsters.
Yeah, no, like we saw Earl like knew what he was coming up against and he set up a board like appropriately to deal with the Numeron OTK. Like the Zeroboros like board was like pretty much perfect. Like you couldn't really like as a Numeron player you needed to draw your Lava Golem, your Dark Ruler, like something along those lines to stop that play.
I almost wouldn't have ended on the Dragostopelia there. Like, Lava Golem would have been such a clean out.
Yeah.
I feel like just the Zeroboros on its own, but it's possible Earl doesn't know exactly what he's up against. Being made to go first, you have to assume it's either a Numeron or otherwise like Grand Marju deck, and the traditional board is probably not going to be very good.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
But it's very likely he knew he was up against this. I mean, it's a pretty small event. And Earl finished his games pretty quickly, so he had enough time to just see what everyone else was up to. Definitely an underrated thing about Tearlament is its ability to just completely change in between matches. We saw it there with just like Zeroboros Orochi. Nothing like the boards he was making in the other games, right?
No.
I think that's just the strength of like, the deck doesn't lock you into any particular summoning mechanic. You're allowed to just pivot into whatever is best for the situation.
Yeah, I think overall, like power of boards, like you look at like say something like the branded. Oh wow,
sure, sure. But this is the thing, like Tamatea doesn't have like a win condition here, so I mean, it could be a metaverse set, could be
evenly matched.
Well, there better be an answer to that, or this game is going to be over real quick. There's a red reboot for going first. That is something.
That's a thing, yeah.
I almost wouldn't have set that. I mean, I guess there's no real downside, but
if it was the only protection from a card like
what if there's a lightning storm? Like, do you have adjustments as well? It's just...
I suppose now it turns off the lightning storm. I guess
Yeah, I guess if you opt to set, then I'm interested in what else Tamatea has set that he's protecting with that. Doesn't turn off lightning storm. He has only got set cards.
Oh yeah, true.
Right, Danger Nessie. The red reboot, only your opponent can't activate traps, correct? You can still, Tamatea is still completely online here. All right, will we just see Earl's Dangers get smacked out of his hand again? We will. Have we seen a Nessie hit today? I feel like we've seen only Nessies get discarded. And it's just hilarious that it doesn't matter. Like, Earl's just picking his cards up like that's an Aqua Engrave. It just, that basically just did its best King of the Swamp impression. Why play King of the Swamp when this card basically does the same thing? I mean, gets itself engrave, adds you a card, goes net neutral. It's pretty good. I'm very intrigued by what else Tamatea has. I assume, something like Rivalry of Warlords, something like Dimensional Barrier. Although it was D-Barrier, he could have just chained it to the evenly, so... We'll have to see. Yeah, and then pitching the Jackalope. We've really just seen Dangerous miss constantly today.
Yeah. It's
very funny.
They've been sniped out of every hand that we've seen so far.
It's funny because like the end.
It doesn't really matter though.
The end of the chain is a Tsuchinoko on field, right? Which is 1/3 of a Curious. So
yeah,
it really doesn't matter. Because once you get one Dark on field, you can really easily get to Curious after that. Another evenly match. Definitely want to see that one gone. Now any Telement will make Curious, and I assume Tamatea will have something to say about that. The third evenly in hand? No, that was his graveyard. No, he's got Harvest, Merly, and what looks like Fairy Tale Snow. Not the strongest hand. Could see a pretty big swing here if any of these traps are of significant power level. Warning Point. Now that is spicy. Is that going to clean it up? What can it do from here? He can't use it as link material. That legitimately is like the best card Tamatea could have had. Wow. Warning Point. Which actually, when you think about it, makes sense because a lot of normal summon monsters are pretty low attack. So if you just make it so they can't take it off the board, that's a pretty juicy Numeron target right there.
Just going into a dark. No, obviously no darks in the grave, but
yep. Presumably just wanting to clear his own board and passes the turn. This is about as good as it gets for Tamatea. Does he have a way to Numeron? We know a Solix on field, so he's in a bit of trouble from that. The red reboot costing him a little bit here. Sullick with a Nessie Engrave means, full Kit Carlos access here. And passes the turn. Oh no. I mean, this is kind of what I was saying about the Numeron deck, right? That you can go first, but
it can just like backfire. Like 5 traps, yeah. Like he hasn't got his engine going at all, so like it's a struggle.
Yeah, it looks scary, but he's only got 3 left, and Earl's got no shortage of playable cards. Instant Fusion off the top. Woo. First Blood. And yeah, seeing just the absolutely insane interaction that Kit Carlos is an instant fusion target. And once again, putting Tamatea in the stop me or lose bracket. Getting dangerously close to lethal here.
He is, yeah. Surely there's a Mirror Force face down.
Using the Kit Carlos to summon Reinhardt. Yeah, Mirror Force. But the thing is, like, what are you going to do? Mirror Force a bunch of T elements? I mean...
Nah, drown in Mirror Force, surely.
Yeah, it's like every single one of these cards floats. And there's an Orochi.
Bigfoot as well.
Bigfoot not doing anything, but a Shiren and an Orochi. That is a lot.
I do agree as well. The cameras are so clear. Like, it's so good to see, like, absolutely everything, and like
I love it.
Super clear. Like,
makes our job way easier, not having to guess what cards are.
Apart from the Dolces.
Hey, I got it right 50% of the time. I said. All right, Tamatea, what do you have? Advantage shifting ever closer to Earl as these plays just are resolving.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to go for Collider Heart here. Probably the #1, I guess, like removal spell the deck has. Just repeatable. Kind of reminds me of Invoked Alguides, but just, on another level.
Yeah.
Every time it is special summoned or an Aqua is sent to your graveyard by card effect, it gets to shuffle a card your opponent controls into the deck.
And then when it leaves the field as well, when it's destroyed and sent to the grave, it comes straight back.
Comes back, and it sends a Telement for good measure. There's Garura again. One of the fun things about Telement is being able to just loop these fusion monsters. And honestly, like, Garura really looking to be the all-star of this version of the deck because it effectively just draws you a card every turn. gives you access to a Dark for Curious, a fantastic card. Incredible that it was a TCG exclusive because
torrential.
It looks like to be a platinum rare.
Platinum rare for extra.
That's the extra damage done. But here's the thing: like there was a Collider Heart, there was a Dark, there was a Garura.
It all just comes back. Yeah.
It gets 4 chain link effects here, right? Draw a card, search. So funny when you play against cards like Nibiru, Zeus with this deck, and you're like, yeah. Anyway, so here's the board again. Here's the exact same board, but worse. You even gets to search a Shiren here.
And in a way, it illustrates how, not all the time, but Super Poly can be slightly less effective against here because they just get so much when you send everything to grave. In that sense, it reminds me of Raigeki and a BA or like Shadow board back in the day when they're like, okay, cool. Anyway,
I think the difference is just like how immediate the threat is, Because Shadow's, you get a search, you get a draw, maybe Falco resets, but with Telements, it's like nothing happened. The whole board just comes back, and worse. The Collider Heart gets a Foolish here. It's pretty insane. So Resolving Harvest sent off the Collider Heart. You get another Fusion Summon here. Making Dragost, recycling that Garura, I think, importantly. It's the card you want to just see every turn, getting that, juicy card advantage over your opponent.
He's going Bigfoot.
I mean, aside from like Metaverse into Mystic Mine, what does Tamatea have here? Potentially a Numeron Wall.
He discards the snow.
Fairly decent. So Numeron Wall would keep him alive here if that was the draw for turn, but you'd imagine he would probably fire it off if he drew it for turn. And
that's game.
That's it. Whoa, the memories of hope.
Yeah.
The Planet Pathfinder not cutting it in the there was a known Sullock on board, right? Like that wasn't going to do it. Damn, the memories of hope giveth and they taketh away. Pretty good when you can draw 4, pretty bad when you draw all of them. Well, Earl with another quick win. I mean, God, he's not making our job easy.
We now have 18 minutes to talk about Mystic Mine.
Yeah, well, we didn't see it that game. Doesn't even look like Tamatea's on it, which makes sense.
Different Dimension Ground, I think it was one of those traps we just saw there. And that's kind of an interesting deck as well against.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Probably cards like Macrocosmos as well. Pretty free. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw that card just like start popping up with all these Danger Tier decks running around.
Oh, yeah. I'm hungry.
Where's your food?
I ordered it for 5.
Oh, God. Well, hold in there.
I'm holding out.
Dunch is coming.
Dunch is coming.
Dunch is coming.
Dinner. Oh, actually, 5 o'clock is kind of like an okay time for dinner, so I guess.
I think that's actually just dinner, yeah.
It's just dinner now.
Hello.
First question, what was for lunch?
It was a rice bowl.
Nice.
That's what I got for lunch.
Joe's hungrier than he's ever been.
There we go. That was another Swift 2-0 on stream again.
Well, can you stop winning so fast? It's difficult for us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're going to talk about Mystic Mine for 20 minutes.
To be fair, a deck like Numeron OTK, you expect that deck to... It's a quick match. It's a quick match.
It's going to be a quick match. It's either he kills me really fast or I kill him very fast.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
He was a lava golem away that game 1. He could have had it.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I was like deciding game 1 if I should like play into a lava golem or a kaiju or just like pass to see if because he can't kill me if he just has network. So, but I don't know.
That's the funny thing is like you can't play around both, right? Like you play around the kaiju, you play around the lava golem. There's no way around it.
Yeah, exactly. But I decided screw it, we'll play into it, and it worked out in the end.
You played it well.
Yeah.
Always nice when you know what you're up against a little bit because seeing your end board, that's not the end board you just make normally.
Yeah, exactly. Because I played it in Swiss and
you did. Yeah.
So I knew what I was playing. So.
And when you play tier, obviously we were talking about it's like a very adaptable deck. You don't have to end on the same board. You can really tailor it. Like I've found when I play it, and you're up against a deck like Numeron, you just like loop a Garura, draw some cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep 7 cards in your hand and go like, okay, if you can't kill me, I'll get you.
Exactly. Like next turn, you need to have equalizers to be able to catch up for next turn.
It kind of reminds me of playing Virtual World in that way, where it's like either you can end on like 5 negates, or you can just end on like a Chuche and 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends on the matchup. Obviously, one of the tricks against Numeron, you can just also summon 0 monsters, and they can't kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the best they can do is 4K, and then maybe summon a Mega Clops or Apo, or even like an Abramax. So, and you can out those in this deck relatively easily, so it's not too bad.
So I'm not asking you to leak everything, but is there anything you're playing in your deck that you would consider to be, like something that not everyone else is playing, or like we saw Mike is still on Winder, for example?
Yeah.
Have you considered that?
Yeah, I've considered Winder. When I was coming in today, I was like thinking like Winder's still really good this format. Like Winder's Winder, but I feel like the deck is strong enough as it is, in my opinion, because you can make some boards where you make Topologic Bomber Dragon with a Winder, so you just like blow up the field Winder first time they summon, and the Winder sticks to the field. So. Okay,
not to shelf that idea. Winder is only protected from your opponent's card effects.
Oh, is it?
So
okay,
it would die. But
it would die.
Yeah, well, the fun thing with Topologic obviously is that you can it triggers all your T elements. So I think you probably still win that one. But
yeah.
Just to save you from making that mistake at OC, if that happens, or wherever you end up playing next.
I think one of the cards that not everyone is playing is where is it? Because the top Zephyros.
Oh yeah.
Not everyone's running it, but I really like it.
So I have not adopted the Danger build, but I have started playing Zephyros. I think the card is nuts.
It's so good.
Whenever you get to bounce your field spell, summon it, and then just activate the field spell, your opponent goes, dog, come on. That's not okay.
Yeah.
But also rebuying Harvnesses, and it's a fantastic card,
Just getting back resources from back into the hand, because the thing with Pure Elements is it sucks at top decking. It's so bad at top decking sometimes.
I mean, you got Instant Fusion, that's a pretty good one.
It's a pretty good one.
I think we saw you draw Instant Fusion for turn, so.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But when it's like a simplified game state, and then when you try to break a board, it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
So
well, it's always nice to have, decks, it's really nice to have a guaranteed card engraved that just says,
exactly.
I'm going to get to play next turn. And I think that's where Zephyros and Snow really shine. The games I win are the games I see Snow, and the games I lose are the games I don't. And that's the argument for the Danger build, is that you pretty much always see Snow.
Exactly, because I had Snow in hand, so just got to discard it.
We've also seen you play Aruchi as well, that kind of acts as like a second and third Snow as well, which is pretty nutty.
Yeah, it's kind of just fuel for Zeroboros. It's kind of it's just like big old, because as you see in game 2, like when he just summoned it's game 1, it just summoned everything and just blow up the whole board, and then just killed them next turn. So
that was a big Orochi, big Zeroboros. Sorry,
big Zeroboros,
Oh yeah, well, good to see you again. Another Swift 2-0 for Earl. So I'm interested to see if we'll see a Tia Mirror in the finals, because
that is an interesting match.
That is a pretty interesting one.
Very interesting match.
We've seen different approaches on how to tackle it. So not to spoil anything, we will see you in finals.
All right, see you then.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Tia Mirror. Or as I
think it'll be interesting.
Dweller Turbo. We will see if that ends up being the case.
I think in that sense, the Bane deck droplets will benefit Mike. If it is a Tia Mirror, we might still see Roger come up against Earl.
Again, yeah. Well, not again, but
I think he played him in the last round at Swiss and won. So
I think maybe yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, Ollie's trying to get down on the stream now. Barking in the background. Yeah.
One thing I've noted about Tier is with the Danger builds, if you care about the mirror, one of the interesting factors I found is Nibiru is a pretty good card at dealing with getting Dweller specifically.
Yeah.
You wait for them to make the Dweller and then you nib, and then you just don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. Of course, nib not technically seen as like a really good card against Tier, but it's not bad, and I'm interested to see if people start adopting it, because the fact that people are cutting Winder is, I think, what's making that card good again. Because of course, if they stick a Winder before making Dweller, you can't Nibiru them. So that's what I mean about like the meta shifting. Like, of course, the Danger tier deck was the best one at Euros, but if someone shows up with a deck that's like the tier deck designed to beat that deck,
then they're in
you know, if they get to top cut, they have a really good chance of winning, because I think this deck is going to be well represented. And I also think tier has a pretty good Sprite matchup, like just in general. I think they play a ton of cards that just deal with the Sprite board, things like Super Polys, Clean. I see a lot of people say, like, you know, you Super Poly in the standby phase, the Elf and like the red on field. And then you drop it away like the Garura, negate the Toad, and then you just draw a card. It's like you spent 0 cards throughout the entire board. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
One card I am interested to see if we see it at all today. I haven't seen it in anyone's sides, is Ultimate Slayer, which I mean, it's a new card that still I think is pretty good. Like personally, like I think it does help break boards, but I guess there's like so many other things at the moment in the format, like Super Poly kind of does the same thing, I suppose.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it?
I think 2 cards are keeping Ultimate Slayer out of the format. One would be Anti-Spell. People prioritizing cards like Evenly and Droplet over sideboarding into normal spells, I think. And the other one would probably be Mystic Mine, because, you know, your sideboard is pretty tight, and a decent chunk of it has to be dedicated towards dealing with that card and probably Floodgates in particular. So when it comes to board breakers, you're kind of just picking like the best of the best and leaving it at that. And that's why we see, you know, a lot of the tier element players are playing Lava Golem, not you know, not other conventional board breakers, because it loses to none of those cards, and it does the job pretty reliably, I'd say.
Yeah, Anti-Spell is another card obviously we haven't seen today either, but that's quite an explosive side deck card at the moment in this format. Like, if you don't have the answer, it's very much like a Mystic Mine-esque kind of card, where you can just kind of go, okay, well, I drew a lot of spells and I can't really play now.
Well, it's interesting, because I think the decision a lot of people are making to main deck Dark Ruler has made Anti-Spell a lot weaker, because Dark Ruler is almost seen as like the game 1 board breaker, and then it's almost expected you have to deal with Anti-Spell in game 2 and 3, and then like Tier and Sprite don't really care about Anti-Spell as an engine, so, you know, they're comfortable to put in like Evenly, Twin, Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, you know, stuff that doesn't lose to Anti-Spell, which in turn makes Anti-Spell worse, so less people are playing it. And it's kind of this, again, like this give and take, where, you know, maybe next tournament everyone goes back to playing Ultimate Slayer, and then the one person who's still playing Anti-Spell wins it all. It's funny, you know, which I like. I like a format that rewards people for like keeping up. You know, there's almost these rock paper scissors meta calls being made where particular builds see precedent. I mean, we talk about Danger tier a lot. Rico won the Euros, you know?
It did.
There was none of these decks that won Euros, and that was a player that just looked at the meta, comfortably assessed that no one was prepared for this deck, and was correct in doing so.
It reminded me of when Prank Kids won its first tournament. It was like an unknown kind of quantity, where like you go into a tournament and you don't really know what the opponent's doing, and that's a huge benefit for like that Rika player. And I really hope we see something like that at OC, like someone just being like, hey, I've been waiting to like showcase this deck, to show what it does, and like take kind of like blindside the meta as such.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of potential even in just Power of the Elements. A lot of cards that have yet to see the light of day that I think are fully deserving. I mean, the new Crawler card is pretty freaking insane. It's just better Rescue Rabbit for the archetype. You know, that card could definitely see some representation. I mean, most of the cards in that set are beyond broken.
I think,
and of course, you know, Darkling Blast comes out. We're going to see a lot of new archetypes get support from that as well.
Yeah.
Blackwings, Draco Slayers.
Yeah.
Coming back. I am literally building that deck day one. I am going to play a lot of it. Electrum, I don't know. I'm going to play that deck because I think it's unbelievably strong.
I think it'll be cool to see a Pendulum deck back in the format. I mean, we've seen in the new set the Valiants, but like I haven't seen a build of that yet, and I don't know if it's going to stand up to what we currently have. We definitely need a bit more Pendulum love back in the format.
Yeah, Valiants, I think it is a deck that I think more than most Pendulum decks would really love Electromite back, because it's not even really a pendulum deck. They're all 1 scales, right?
Yeah.
It's like a utility deck that happens to use continuous spells, and those happen to be pendulum monsters. It's very cool.
Quite unique, and I like when Konami do that, like when they produce new archetypes that just play like nothing like we've had before.
It feels a lot like DDDs, where like every card has a wall of text and technically does something, but it's all the most corner case. Like in this situation, X plus Z equals removal spell, and I'm with you there. I think those decks are a joy to play with and against.
And as we see, like Rika, like when it first was introduced, didn't really do anything, right, for a wee while. And it wasn't until like the recent support and stuff that it's allowed it to like kind of thrive, and I think that's really cool, and I'm hoping like in the future, you know, they go back and be like, oh look, this is an old deck building set, how can we improve this? How can we improve things like Fur Hire? You know, like just random decks.
They are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I don't mean to alarm you, but the new Fur Hire card is absolutely broken.
Very good. Yeah.
It's insanely strong, and we'll see probably some meta play.
Yeah.
But they've been good. I mean, like Exorcister has had its time in the sun. Still a deck that you have to respect. Punk obviously saw its success.
Yeah, Pure Punk is I still think very good.
It's a deck, and I mean, it does a lot of the things that Tier are doing, right? Like, just slamming through interruption and saying, I don't care.
I think Pile is kind of like fallen away in popularity a little bit, but I still think it will be, you know, it's still there. Like, you can still play it.
Another victim of like format staples, right? Like the existence of Dark Ruler in the main deck. That deck didn't have an amazing pivot. You could you could hot red plus Basil Rose shoot to play around it, but at that point you're just burning so much on one card that you're running the risk. Plus Super Poly is pretty good against that deck.
Yeah. No, I've still been playing around a little bit with my Libromancer Pile deck because I've just enjoyed it while I can. Like, I think that like obviously Scythe locking people's not as good this format at all, but like,
yeah, well, as we've seen with D-Barrier, right? Like,
yeah. I still think, you know, like the whole Scythe lock into Baron play with Pile is still okay though. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not terrible.
It's still good.
Yeah, and if you catch, you know, someone off guard, like it can just auto win the game. So
I think if Verte Anaconda was still legal, that deck would still be good. But
oh yeah, I mean,
playing
a lot of
in
decks
the
still
main
would be.
playing in the main phase has its downsides for sure.
You can imagine how disgusting Tier Element would be with a DPE on top of it. Yeah.
Don't actually say it. That is cursed information. My God. Yeah, I'll pop my own Collider Heart.
One thing I'm also looking at as like possibly Darklaw like is an option still this format. Like if someone can work out a more kind of efficient way of getting to it without playing heroes, obviously like in Tier Element. I mean, you got Must Change too, but it's not quite. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I unironically think Hero could like hold its own in this format. Like,
I think it could. Like, Darklaw's a strong card. Like,
it's still one of the best going second decks in the format, and it has access to one of the best going first cards. It's a little susceptible to Dark Ruler no more, like a lot of decks, but yeah, you got DPE, you got like stuff, right? Like,
I mean, there's nothing to scoff at. A DPE and a Darklaw, like, isn't bad.
It's all one card combos in that deck too. Like, it's pretty good. But no, it doesn't have.
Also,
it doesn't.
Not to mention, you have some nice rarity hero cards as well. So,
you know.
Yeah.
No bias.
No bias. I mean, I keep looking at heroes because I've been watching Ruggles. He's returned to Yu-Gi-Oh again, his new series, and every time I watch him, I'm like, oh man, max rarity heroes is just so nice, and I'm like, I should look into this, and then like open up like TCG Player to look at some like prices, and I'm like, never mind.
Catch up, sweetie. I got one Starlight DP. That's all I need for now.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's nice, and but like you had to get into that like a few years back before the prices just went unreal.
You did, yeah.
Right, anyway, so 1 minute. It looks like we're going into time. Yeah.
You really are
taking it to the end.
Yeah, taking it right to the bitter end on this one.
Who do you reckon's going to take it? Roger or who was the other one? I couldn't remember. Oh, it was Mike. Mike, how could I forget?
Yep.
Roger or Mike. And I think Roger took out his last game against Danger Tier, so maybe we'll see if Mike's kind of build is like more, I guess, built for it.
Well, the window is huge. I mean,
window's big, yeah.
We talk a lot about Dark Ruler and all that in the main, but like, you got to draw it. You know, if you don't, then Sprite has some outs to window, but they're not clean, right? Like you've got smashes, you've got pixies, but either one trades your battle phase, the other one trades 2 cards for 1 window. I mean, both are pretty bad. So that could come up. That could come up. Snow also a really good card against Sprite, but you know, Sprite has this tendency to win the games it wins the die roll. It's pretty good at that. So it's really anyone's game, I think. So where Tier, I think, thrives a little bit is its ability to win going second over Sprite.
Oh yeah,
those cards are just insane. This is making me want to try the Danger build. I've tested both. I've tested Dangers and I've tested just Pure with hand traps, because of course you can't play hand traps with Dangers. It's really bad. You don't want to start a turn with 2 cards in hand. One of them's a Danger, right?
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I'm the same. I've been picking up, like, as I say, like I do it with every deck that I enjoy. I always like pick up, like I bought a branded engine again, and I'm like, I'm not gonna discount that deck completely. I do feel like, yes, it's more susceptible to things like D-barrier and stuff like that, but like, you can't really like discount a Mirror Jade with a Winder, you know, like
or just like, a Mirror Jade, like in this
or
format,
just a Mirror Jade by itself. It's still good. Yeah. So and then I've also got the Danger package. I've got the King of the Swamp kind of set up.
Yeah.
I like just to buy all my options, so then I can like decide.
I think it speaks to your player like identity, right?
Yeah.
I'm a very value-oriented player. I like combo decks that recur, and I feel like the Pure deck is a little better at that. And I'm not so fussed about seeing exact cards every game, because I always feel like, you know, I've got hand traps, I've got like B plans, I play more traps than most people, and it's kind of like this more of a mid-range build.
It looks like we're not going to get our Danger Tier mirror match here.
Oh, damn.
Looks like we have Roger has taken out crowd favorite Mike.
Yep. I mean, poetically, I feel like every top cut I've been in or seen recently has been exactly this match. Like Sprite versus Tier. Like it always comes down to this. And there's no surprise why. Yeah. Which is funny because like Burst of Destiny, like the same thing happened where like the Burst of Destiny decks were the best decks, and we all kind of like I don't know, to some extent we're a little bit frustrated by how powerful that deck set was, but with I just think these decks are fun. Like everyone just likes them.
I think they're cool, and like what's nice is how I feel like I might eat my words in a week's time, but like I feel like Konami don't really do these like big blowout ban lists anymore, and what they do is they kind of just like slowly power creep the older decks. Like you look at Tri Brigade, like that's almost pretty much at full power, and it's absolutely nowhere now.
It's like
still a deck, like, you know, you can still play it, you can still do well with it, but like every new deck that's come out since it like just does slightly better.
Keep an eye on Tri Brigade. That deck's
it's still good. Oh yeah, I'm not discounting
about decks that might
upset things,
sneak up in the next format. Sprite Tri Brigade is actually pretty insane, and not a lot of people have seen that deck pop off. You can do a lot of really stupid stuff in that.
Oh, 1 second. My dinner is here.
Oh, all right. Well, as Joe gets his dinner, we get into, you know, the meat of the finals here with Roger versus Earl. Earl been on stream 3 times now. Done pretty good every time. 2-0'd both of his opponents. Starting off with an 8 to Roger's 8. That's a 7. And an 11 for Roger. So winning the die roll here, pretty significant, I would say, in this matchup. Definitely wants to go first. Earl, arguably the stronger going second deck, although not on a lot of hand traps. In fact, I don't think he's on any, so. Roger seemingly unhappy with his grip. Yep, that is an enemy controller, Nibiru, Imperm, Ash, and a Smashes. That is absolutely not what you want to see. Absolutely not. Earl got to be feeling pretty good about this. There's a Rhoda, reinforcement of the army. Roger thinking about ashing this. Is going to ash it. Do not know if that is correct. I guess playing around the Dark Grepher could be a pretty big blowout if he got it. It would be funny if that was Earl's only play. I mean, seeing Jackalope here. 5 cards left in hand. I mean, let's see what he's got. Hitting a Harvest. Finally hitting a Tearlament off of a Danger. It has been 4 matches, and so far we've only seen that happen once, but it is just at the right time for Earl.
Back. Sorry about that.
We just saw a Tear get hit off a Danger for the first time on stream.
There we go. It happens.
It finally happened. Got the Galaxy Cyclone in the opener too, so came prepared for Mystic Mine here. And as we can see there, Ashta Rhoda already had Rhino Heart in hand, so I don't know if I agree with that from Roger. That was a pretty presumptuous Ash. Although he is on tilt because he did draw 5 hand traps going first. So it's possible he's just maximizing the amount of interruption. Galaxy Cyclone coming down, showing that it has 2 functions.
It's Ibis T, but slow.
It's like Night Beam, but you can respond. And interestingly, God, Roger's playing this quite strange. Did not called by the Harvness as well when it was fusion summoning. I mean, we're potentially just seeing him a
bit on tilt, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe a little bit rushing through his plays because he drew one of the worst hands you could possibly open.
I mean, Sprite not being able to open combo is almost unheard of.
Very unlikely. And then pitching in a Orochi for Mothman, I think that just it's the end of the game, right?
Mm.
And Roger has an Nibiru, but okay, the Curious could cost him here.
It could, yeah.
That's his 4th summon. Depends on what Earl could
do. Yeah.
Earl's probably going to send a Tear here. I don't think you can afford to send Snow. Curious plus Collider Heart plus Orochi is lethal. That's probably what Earl's thinking. If he has access to Collider Heart, he may not. He could send Sulok to add Reinhardt, and that would do it. But that would play a little bit into Nibiru. Goes for Shiren. Yeah, we're going to mill 3, and then we're going to fusion summon. Curious, just ridiculous card in this deck every time you get resolved. Oh, it just mills too. Why not?
I was saying as you were away before that, like, Curious almost like snuck up, like, not out of nowhere, but like, you know, it was a card that, like,
yeah,
wasn't really used in the maybe OCG, unless I'm wrong, but like,
it did not show up a lot because, of course, they have Maxi, so
and they don't have Snow.
Why would they play Dangers, right?
Yeah,
just seems like the worst thing you could do against a Maxi. So yeah, Earl going for a. This is actually still lethal. Garura does deal double damage, so Roger is forced to Nibiru here. It's going to read Garura.
Draw a card, but I mean,
it's like the worst Nibiru of your life, but it is a Nibiru.
I mean, it's going to save him, I think.
He does have to use it here, or if Earl gets to battle phase, that's the end of the game. I believe Curious has to be destroyed to get its effect, but I'm not sure on that. Because this card needed another effect, of course.
There you go.
Yeah, have to do it. Oh no, Curious does trigger here. Oh, that is really bad for Roger. Earl just gets to draw a card, then add any spell card from grave to hand. Get back that instant fusion. That's got to be the pick. I guess Rhoda would get you a Reinhardt. Not a once per turn on that card.
Has he actually normal summoned yet?
No. And that would be the first time since Tellarknights won Worlds that we've ever seen Rhoda activate twice in a turn. So, you know, for the comedy value, that'd be pretty good.
Curious just has to leave field, yeah.
Yeah, leaves the field by an opponent's card. That's back to Jackalope. That's interesting. Don't know if I would have picked the Jackalope, but see what Earl's up to. He's possibly thinking,
oh, okay. Never mind.
Just have the field spell too, why not? I mean, this is exactly what Mike was saying. Roger's just shaking his head like, I had 4 hand traps and he's still going. Oh, this is not looking great. Now we can do the...
Have you got a vacuum cleaner in the background, out of curiosity?
Oh, that's the washing machine. Hang on, I'll close the door.
No, you're right, yeah. There you go, that's game anyway. Roger saw that the item was on the wall that... Unfortunately, opening 5 hand traps in a Sprite Deck is very... Alright. It doesn't happen often. I don't think like this...
Well, not going first. I mean, if he'd gone second with that hand and top decked a Diva or something, then...
And that's fine, but yeah.
But yeah, that's the funny thing about Nibiru reverse Teal Element. If you play the deck right, you know, everything floats. Have to be really careful about where you fire it, right? Like maybe wait for Earl to commit to a Zeroboros, but he was presenting lethal, so not a lot you could do there. Game 1 goes to Danger Tier. And I think Earl's got to be pretty happy about winning that, having lost the die roll.
Yeah. I mean,
this is where you want to be, right? Because it means you get to, you know, play game 2 out, and then game 3 you flip the tables. You get to side for going first. If we even get there. I mean, Earl has 2-0'd all his opponents so far.
I think Earl lost to Roger in Swiss as well, so it'll be a bit of a...
He did. I mean, Roger had no stake in that game, so...
No.
It's hard to even count that as like an out skill. I mean, you know, Earl did play it really good.
Yeah, I saw a pointer going in there against Earl, so I'm probably gonna... Well, we're obviously gonna see Roger going first this game.
I'm really curious about a pointer. Yeah, I find it's obviously a high impact card, but it's a 3-of. It's hard to find. I don't think Sprite decks have a lot of reach in terms of like accessing side deck cards. They kind of just get what they get. You know, Tier gets a few more draws, I think, on average. But you know, it's good. It's good. I think it's quite corner case, because it's only good if your opponent's drawn a copy of a board breaker. If they've opened 2 or their hand is just full of gas,
you look at it and you go, oh no.
It just kind of doesn't do anything. Like we saw it against Invoked Mech and he had 2 Alistair. It's like, well, I guess I'll take the Dark Ruler. You know, I can't really interrupt you. It's a little slow, and of course they get the card back, so I guess that was a tactics, but similar philosophy.
Yeah, I guess one cool thing would be if he gets hand trapped here and he opens a tactics, he could like look at the hand, rip 1 card, and then see if it's see what he can then appoint to the following turn. Which would be
the reason I like tactics is because hand information is really good when building your board. Once you've built it, it's still good knowing what your opponent has. You know, you know what to negate, but not quite as strong, not quite as good. And of course, you know, Earl has a lot of cards to bring in for this matchup, so this is again why you really want to win those game 1s. You win the die roll, because the game 2 you're going first. It's just going to be like game 1 but worse, right? Your opponent's going to have way more outs to your board.
Dark Ruler, Desires, Instant Fusion.
Well, there's
Havness and Orochi. That's a pretty good opening.
It's a better hand than game 1.
And there's Diva.
We found the Diva. Is there a Havness? I feel like he would activate it in response to the Diva.
I believe there was. I mean, just look again, but maybe.
The thing is, if he goes right for Gigantic here, you can't resolve Havness after that. Right? You can chain it to the Gigantic, and then what are you going to fusion summon?
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Havness.
It can't have been. There's no way he would let all this resolve. There's sometimes an argument with Havness. You hold it for your own turn because it's actually like pretty busted going second, even in a like it's not a card you top deck and go like, oh damn. It's like, oh well, now when they negate my Shiren, I'll have a Havness. Feels pretty good sometimes.
Yeah, Havness is insane. Like
it is the card. Yeah, it's the card of all time. Yeah.
When you draw the Havness, you're right. Going first or second, it's like, oh, this feels good.
It's good either way, you know. It beats Dark Rulers. It beats everything really.
There is the hardness.
Okay. I don't like this. You're locked into level 2, so I don't think you can. Yeah, this is illegal, right? Yeah, you can't summon hardness here.
Okay, I'll call Greg 1 second.
I think they're talking about it. Nope. Whoa, 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 whoa. Buddy.
Uh-oh.
We resolved Gigantic Sprite. Hardness is not a level 2. It is repairable, but it is a...
Yo, Greg.
It'll be like this on OC, but we actually have headsets. Oh, I think he's realizing. Oh, that's I mean, that would be a warning to both players. That is a mutual lock.
Stop the play. I think they've seen it now.
They've seen it. He's hands and face right now. He's putting his glasses on the table. Oh God. He did not prepare for the gigantic sprite. Oh God. Well, I don't know if this can be repaired actually, because that is deck information. That probably would be a. I don't know. It's hard because both players should have caught it, right? It's not just on.
I think so. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Ruben on that one, but.
All right, Greg's on the mic.
Hey guys, how we doing?
That was interesting. Yeah, we caught that.
Yeah. So I'm pretty rusty with my old policy knowledge.
Yeah.
We'll ask Ruben.
Yes, Ruben.
Yeah, we'll call a judge. Hang on. Ruben.
Yeah, I've given private knowledge.
Earl activated and resolved the hardness after gigantic sprite. What's the policy on this? Does he get a game loss, or is it both players' fault?
Screw his potluck.
It's already resolved. He's like way past it. Yeah. It was like way later. He goes hardness,
and a mill
3, and resolves the card fully, and then someone points it out. No, but hardness is a 3. Both players should have remembered. So.
Best deck information.
Yeah, I think that would be a game loss in behalf of Earl there, unfortunately.
All right, thanks, team. Happy to know there's some knowledgeable judges available.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So Judge Ruben says both players get a warning, and that is a game loss for Earl.
Okay, thank you, team.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah,
you hate to see it. That's why I was confused that he didn't do it on the Diva, because
same. Yeah.
You do not get to use it after that, pretty much, right? You can chain it to the gigantic, but to do what, you know? I guess he milled Narochi, which would have been pretty helpful, but I think it feels so bad.
What's funny is it would have been fine if Happiness doesn't mill cards.
Yeah, you probably could have taken it back, but milling cards, that's...
Hey guys, sorry, what's the deal with sideboarding now?
So
Earl loses and then you side.
Yeah, so you side.
Okay, cool. So
it's just a loss.
Siding. Okay, that's cool. That's all good. No worries. Thank you.
No, the rule is if you get like a game loss for deck building, like a deck check, you go to game 2 and side immediately.
Yeah.
With a lot, it's always counted just as if you lost game 1. Yeah.
Yeah, if he had activated hardness.
Rough. Earl has been playing extremely clean on stream. That is the first time he's made any mistakes, it feels like.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a devastating one, but, you know, he's still got another game. He's lucky you won that game 1, I guess.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It would have been a lot worse if that was the deciding game.
Obviously, the big advantage of going first.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because now we have Roger getting tilted from opening 5 hand traps. Now Earl's going to be a little bit tilted from losing to an illegal game action. So we'll see. Both players, you know, hearts are racing.
think as well he knew straight away because like he summoned the card and then put his hands in his face and he was like, oh, wait a second.
It took a second, but I think someone might have like, because there's people watching, right? I think someone might have just said it like, you know, you could have legally summoned like a Merly, but Harvness, no way. Facing the punishment for T elements being mill, summoned then mill. It's all one effect. Usually an upside. Yeah, you can see Earl there shaking his head. I feel like he's probably a little bit thrown off his game by this. Unfortunate. Tier is not a deck you want to be playing on tilt. It is pretty difficult. That's right. Good sports going into game 3.
Yeah, I don't think there was any like hard feelings between either of the players either. It's good to see like,
no,
you know, they just laughed, smiled, and were like, oh damn.
I think Earl might be a bit more upset, but
oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's one of those game actions you take and then you just go like, that's a game loss. Like you just know it's, you know that's not a warning. You know that's not like a take it back moment. It's like, nah, I can't even like argue this one, dog. That's about as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
I think it was like famously, Simo said at a YCS he resolved a Phantasme on a droll after he drolled a Spiral player.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've never lost a more winnable game. Like, you already had the droll. You didn't need to Phantasme. It's like, oh man.
For what that shows as well. It happens to everyone. Like, it happens to the best.
Yeah.
You know, some of the best players.
There's a lot of, especially with Sprite, there's a lot of like weird. You know, it's just as easy for the Sprite player to activate starter at the start of the combo and then make Zeus later, right? Like,
yeah.
It's there's a lot of effects that just sort of linger.
Looks like he's got a handful of tier element cards and one danger.
I mean, you take those, and you take the Zephyros too. I mean, that's about, there's a Super Poly there.
Oh no,
too.
sorry, it wasn't. It was a Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, Rhino Heart, Super Poly. That's I'd say that's an above average hand. We pitched a Harvness, so we're going to use that. Unfortunately, with no field spell, the Zephyros not quite as good. But could still put in work here. One thing you could do is send a Harvness off the Kit Carlo, summon the Harvness instead of a Merly, and then bounce the Harvness to your hand. But we're going to see an Ash. Now we're going for Nessie.
Keeping the Super Poly in hand as well.
I guess that wasn't a Rhino Heart. It's Super Poly, Bigfoot, Nessie.
Will he snipe the Super Poly or the Nessie? Oh.
Yeah, definitely can't afford to set the Super Poly there. Oh.
Yeah, that's the Super
I mean,
Poly.
you get the draw, but you would have liked the Super Poly, I think. Super Poly plus Bigfoot is a really good little 2-card combo. Oh, well, just draw Desires.
Think about it. Don't worry about it.
Well, you know what? Just draw Desires. Is that like the third time Earl's done that? I feel like he's drawn Desires. Maybe it was Mike off of the Danger. Like, more than one should. But, you know, card is at 2. So, not the most unlikely draw, I guess. Can we see a field spell here? No, more monsters.
Looks like another... Yeah, Merly and a...
Yep. Yes, that was ashed, not impermed, so you can do that. Mill 8. Sullock, Harvness, Sullock, Rhino Heart, Merly,
Mothman,
and a Nessie. It's pretty good.
A lot of monsters.
That is a lot of monsters off the top of the deck. You are right, but we've already used Harvness this turn.
Yeah, I think we did.
So we're going to get Merly and the Sullock. It looks like it'll be all.
Sullock will search in.
Sullock will search. And again, a hand he has not normal summoned with, so... Oh, did he start on a Rhino Heart?
No, I don't think he did.
No, he started on Stark Siren Pitch Harvness was the opener, so he can again just get a Rhino Heart here and keep playing. Which I assume at this point he will make a Garura and then go for Curious, is my guess. So far, Roger just sitting there with 4 cards in hand. Doesn't seem to have anything else for this turn. Fusing away the Harvness. Gonna make. I assume a Garura is gonna hit the field. Could be another Kit Carlos if he feels like no. Yeah. I was thinking about like keeping a trap live if he has it in hand, but I don't think he's drawn any.
What line do you think he's gonna? What do you think he's gonna end on here? Like, do you think he's
gonna? Curious. I think he's going curious. Yeah. No. He could go for a Zeraboros, but likely we'll just try to value his way here. You can do a cute play where you bounce the Nessie for Zephyros and just Nessie again because it's not once per turn. I think one key thing to note here is that Zephyros does bounce for cost. So you do not have a chance to respond to it once it has activated. They do get the card back. Adding back the Merly. Going for the Curious.
Zephyros as well, another one of those cards that just crops up in random formats.
Like it should be down 400 here, just for reference, if anyone's watching. So looks like we're checking the... Oh, they're two-winged beasts! Oh no! Wait, you're right. Yeah, that doesn't work that way. Oh dear. Earl may have... Like I said, he went into this game a little bit tilted, and that could be something that costs him a game here.
He's still got Bigfoot in hand. So, I mean, he can...
It's not ideal,
but like it will have to do.
I think you have to. The Rhino Hat has not used its effect, so if you pitch that, at least you get that. But
I believe there is a bomber in the extra deck.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Earl. He kind of went for the moon there and ended up kind of screwing himself a little bit. Okay, as long as we don't hit the Bigfoot, we're okay. That is probably the best one. Get to trigger a Rhino Hat here, if we want to.
Roger playing the spin game.
Well, it's like now a Nibiru would be insane, but looks like we don't have it.
You're still doing the two-wing beast again.
Yeah, stop it. Leave the Zephyros alone. He's just chilling, sir.
And Roger absolutely vibing off that one.
I honestly, like, who reads the typing on Garura? Like, it very rarely comes up that it's a wing beast, but, you know. Tri-Brigade Extender. Roger, yeah. I don't think Roger has any hand traps. What do you think?
I think he's used them. I think he had the Ash.
Yeah, I think he had Ash, and now he's just kind of like, yeah, da-da.
And he drops a Nibiru, and I'm like, oh. But even then,
I don't know. Curious just gets everything back, right?
Oh, did he banish his... Oh, he did. He banished his snow.
Oh, Earl
he was looking... Yeah, he was looking...
a little tilty, so we're just going to, like, Zeraboros pass.
He, like... I think he was looking for a snow there, and, like... Then realized it was like the 10th card banished.
Look, and I get it. Like he lost a game to a game action. Like no one is going to.
It's frustrating. Yeah.
It looks like he did draw a field spell and a super poly though, so he's not.
He's not out this game.
He's very much still in the game.
And she still probably has advantage here, to be honest. Like,
I don't know if that's true. I mean, Roger
is he going to? Might be going to bomber here.
I think Zeraboros. You got the Orochi engrave, so you can do your best snow impression with that. I think.
Have a look at the extra deck here to see if he does have the bomber.
He does have. I don't think he does. Yeah, he does have it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, there is. Yep.
Yep. But I mean, Zeraboros.
There's no need to go into it. It will go Zeraboros.
Well, Zeraboros, like it protects itself by leaving the field. It comes back. It's huge. You've already desires, so add the Orochi onto that. To the Super Poly and making the choice to keep the field spell in hand.
It's interesting.
I guess because you're going to Zeraboros the board. There's nothing else you can really search, so I like that. I like that play. I definitely think the Zephyros was used a little presumptively. You could have saved it for anything, really.
Yeah, it was a bit of a waste in the end.
Got a bit punished by the Garura there.
There we go.
So Zeraboros pass, not exactly where you want to be, but the Super Poly could put in work. I could certainly see a line of like Super Poly into something and then trigger the Zeraboros. Although Garura, I think, still in grave, right? Yeah, he didn't summon any more fusion monsters, so almost just throwing a swap frog into the abyss there. Funnily enough, one of the ways you can play around Zeraboros is to just commit a summon to its arrow straight away. It was something you used to do back in Orchest format. Like I was playing Heroes, you just summon like a Malicious to its arrow, and then it would wipe the Orchest's field, and then you just play. You know, it was quite funny.
That's what a loaded grave there as well.
It is, but
the Guru is still in there, so the Super Poly is not as good right now.
Not good. There's nothing you can really make, unless Roger makes a I guess you can use the Zero Boros and a Sprite to make Mud Dragon. I guess that seems like a waste.
Yeah, it is. I'd rather just use the effect.
I think you just use the Zero Boros.
Yeah.
All right, so sending a swap. Earl like thinking about just firing the Zero Boros here. I don't know about that. Bounce the Swap Frog. Whoa, he opened the Ronin Totem. That's pretty good. I think now he's thinking about summoning to Zero Boros. No. Still keeping it off.
No.
There's an argument you do here, right? I mean, that would wipe Earl's back row. And then you have the follow-up, like, guaranteed, right? You'd send 2 swaps off the Ronin. You could just link climb from there. Provided you have any sprites in hand, I guess.
I don't get it. Oh, he's got starter in hand.
He's got starter, yeah. I think I would have summoned a Zero Boros' arrow there.
Yeah.
You're giving Earl all the...
I think he's got enemy controller as well, as the other card in hand.
Oh, interesting. So you could take the Zero Boros in response to Orochi and place it in your monster zone so it can't trigger. That would be spicy. I like that. Of course, then well, no, it doesn't really turn on the Super Poly at all. Yeah, I like this play from Roger with the Econ in hand. You're kind of good. I think you're happy to let Earl manage another 8 cards from the top of his deck.
This is a strong...
It's a really strong hand from Roger, yeah.
I like it. It shows the power of what Econ does right now in this format.
Well, against this board specifically.
This board especially. But this is a board we're going to see a lot more of with this Danger build.
Yeah, it's a board that, like, I look at it and I just think, you know, Redo a Elf would have been better. You know, like, it is a little bit all in on one monster that loses to pretty much every board breaker, whereas
even loses just to an Imperm, right?
Yeah, ending on Redoer, ending on Elf, ending on the trap cards in Telement. Like, those are much more... there's a different axes of play. But we've seen many formats where snow control is enough. Had Earl not banished the snow, I think he would have actually been in, like, a way better position. Though opening Swap Frog Ronin is as close to an FTK as you can get.
Oh, thinking here. Using the Orochi effect.
Oh man, this is going to be... When Roger slaps down that enemy controller, this game is just over.
He's going to have a read here.
Yep. You do not get to wait for Orochi to summon. You have to do it now, or else it will trigger. And that doesn't seem good for Roger at all.
Yeah,
here it comes. Here it comes.
Ooh, go on. You can do it, Roger.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. Damn. Oh, that's just such a
That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah. I like that.
Super Poly can make Mud Dragon with Orochi and Zero Boros now. I mean, that's just a disadvantage. Think about where you place it. You do want an EMZ. Yep, don't place it in the middle. It's funny, like, working with Zero Boros, it feels like handling like a live bomb. Like, you just...
Yeah, it does.
You're just like, I really don't want to accidentally trigger this thing.
Like, well, wait a second, where am I going? Yeah.
I have beaten, back in the day, Orcus players who just summon to the arrow and go, oh. Wait, no. Classic, like, it was like Sunlight Wolf back in the day as well. You summon to its arrow and go, wait a minute. I'm stupid.
Is that Jet here?
I mean, I can't see a world in which this isn't Roger's game from this point on. He's so ahead.
He's ahead now. Yeah, like, it's going to take
He's got a stacked graveyard. He's got like 2 frogs in rotation.
I think partly there was quite a few things that went against Earl in that game. Like, kind of brought on himself, like, obviously not realizing with the snow, the Blackwing kind of with the type in as well. Like, there was a few things where I think he was probably put off with that game loss in game 2, and it's like definitely thrown him a little bit for this one.
But also, the Curious build is resource hungry, right? Like you have to link 3 monsters into it. So if you make the wrong play, there's no recovery from there, right? Like at least if you play the pure build, you tend to like spend less resources. And we're going for
Super Poly now.
So we're gonna hit the Jet and the Orochi.
Yeah,
that's not gonna do it. I mean, Roger can just link off the Frog and the Zeroboros, right?
Oh, this will trigger the Zeroboros.
Wait, no, Roger is punished here for placing the Zeroboros in the wrong spot. Wow. Yeah, reading the card. Okay, that was a little bit still in the game now. Yeah,
is
Roger realizing. This is what I said about.
Yeah, there's one spot it should have been in, and he's chosen one of the. Yeah, should have been underneath.
This is what I said about Zeroboros. Well, you could have put it in either EMZ underneath zone.
Yeah.
I think Roger was maybe being cute and thinking he could lock a lot of Link monsters next turn, but
it has backfired. But I think there's still plays here for Roger. Like he's still, or is there? Like he's got Ronin.
Earl's hand is good, but he needs another Sprite in hand, or else this is lights out.
We got Ronin and we got
Pixies. There's Pixies coming in clutch. Pixies is the worst one, but it is still a Sprite.
It's still a Sprite, yeah.
This is kind of showing why I think I like this card more than Gamma Burst for that reason. Like if he had a Gamma Burst in his hand, this would have been a lot worse. As your kind of honorary window out / battle trick. So yeah, no reason to go for Gigantic here. Go for Elf, make the Toad lock, and then 2 negate your opponent out of the game, I guess. Yeah, board positioning, you know? Roger probably not having to play against Zeroboros that much. It was only really played in like Orcust back in the day.
Older format, yeah.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how many minute decisions matter in a Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Because he gets the Zeroboros back as well this next turn. So.
He does, yeah. That's a. I mean, he would have got it back off the Econ.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah.
The difference is you would have gotten to choose where it goes, which is relevant. You could actually like put it in a zone, like on the far right of Earl's board, and strategically lock him out of Link monsters, unless he uses the Zeroboros. So
what we're going to be playing with here is going Gigantic.
Going for Gigantic. Don't know if I can summon another Swap Frog here. Yeah, okay, I don't hate that. Get another Swap Frog, Reborn the Ronin, Toad, Elf.
Yeah,
that works. Get a little bit extra damage on the board.
I guess that's the one thing that Sprite can't struggle with a little bit is like that push the game.
I don't think he has any more frogs in deck. I think this is just like Diva, Hulk, Elf.
I'm not sure.
I think maybe going for Toad would have just been better.
Like a double Toad, yeah.
Sometimes in this deck, what's quite funny is you almost feel like, oh, I have Toad, and then you like get to the end of the combo, you're like, oh, I don't have Toad. Wait, I've already used Elf. I can't. No, he must have a frog in deck unless he's playing 2. The other banished card is a Sprite, right? Or was it the swap that was on field? Maybe it was the swap on field.
Swap, and I can't quite see. It's the only bit of glare in the whole camera.
Yeah, the only glare. I can't work out what the other banished card is. If it's another swap, then he's out, which is bad for him. What's also funny is that Orochi is back in grave because of the Super Poly, so... Earl with a pretty explosive follow-up. I guess the thing is if...
How many cards? You've got 5
cards in deck, so I guess Roger has found the alternate win condition. There's actually a good chance that field spell in Earl's deck in his hand doesn't actually search anything.
No,
well, the upside of the tiers is they usually end up at the bottom of your deck, so...
Yeah, they do. And also, I guess they he's got Merrily as well, so he'll mill 3, so he'll end up with like 1 card left in deck.
He'll have 1 card if he goes for Merrily. It's very funny. You don't need any cards in deck to win on the turn that you
No, exactly that.
OTK, right? But
he might have enough on the crackback, I think.
Roger's going to put some work in for it. Probably getting a Sprite Red here.
He needs to make a play soon because there's only 5 minutes left in the round as well.
Roger probably has to make a play. This is too long to think about a Gigantic Sprite. I'm sorry. Clearly doesn't have more than 2 targets, so...
There you go. Finally.
Yeah, okay, fine. We've decided on the obvious one here.
Yeah, true.
I think post the Euros thing, I have a little bit less tolerance for you're allowed to think about your cards, but after about 15 seconds, I tend to think you should have made a decision. It's going
against Rika and Zeroboros is not great for Toad. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think.
Yeah,
but
yeah. But what is good against the recurring Zeroboros, right? Like, at least that forces the battle phase. If you just end on this, then I feel like Earl's just like free to play for whatever he wants.
That's free. What, free to Red and Jep don't have much, but
yeah.
1900.
Make Elf and pass. I mean, we have another starter in hand.
He's got smashes in the back row. I mean, it's not terrible, but like there's a lot. There's a lot there for Earl to.
Yeah. Well, there's not a lot there. There's actually 4 cards left in deck, so
no. So you can't have Ruchi. That's important.
No, which actually is frustrating because the Zeroboros would be pretty big if you could. It's pretty big already.
Actually, this is not the greatest of positions for Earl. Because he's got Mothman, I think, in hand as well, and you don't really want to
be... I don't know if he's going to go for the effect. I think he's just going to like activate it.
Oh, he is? Oh, no, he isn't.
Oh, do not activate a card and you declare the effect if you don't have targets. Don't do it.
I think he's put a couple of them.
I think he has. I mean, you usually do.
So in a way, this deck is hard to deck out with, but
yes, you do get to.
There's a happiness.
There you go. Finally got the correct name for the deck on screen there.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, perfect. I was missing that. Okay, well, like the nice thing about T Element is you can just infinitely get things in grave and recycle them. Like, yes, he only has 3 cards in deck, but he can fusion summon as much as he wants. Are we using the effect of Merly here? Is there a world in which you let that resolve and then negate the fusion summon and he just has no cards in deck? I mean, he would have nothing left. Be a pretty clean win condition, in my opinion.
Mothman can hit.
Well, make him draw. We found the win condition. Okay, there's a halfness, so we will get to fusion summon. There you go. Get them all back in there. Okay, Earl, you're safe. You can't deck out now.
And now he's going to deal with 2 cards at once.
Yeah, this will just pop 2. We'll shuffle 1, pop another one. Targeting the starter. Let's resolve these cards. Oh, no, it's a smasher. Oh, that's not very good here. That Zeroboros is probably the best target. The one thing I don't want to see Earl do is link summon here. And if he does that, I will just give Roger the win. I'm sorry. But I assume he will not. Yeah, we'll banish the Zeroboros because he's huge. The question is, can Earl do enough damage? I don't think he has any more plays here.
No. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in the deck, and Orochi's 7, isn't it?
Yeah, no, there's no way you can Orochi. Yeah. Banish Snow.
Snow's, already gone.
I don't know what the card in hand is. Yeah, it's not looking clean. Roger might just have this, yeah? Oh no.
No, he's
35 and 13 on a red, that's not enough. Yeah, it's done
24 seconds in a round, yeah.
That's not enough to get Roger over the edge.
Can he make a play? That's the important thing, because if he can't make a play, he has to just pass turn, right?
Well,
there's a diva.
There's a play. That should be enough to.
That's it. Yeah, that's game now.
I mean, to be honest,
Roger has taken this one out.
I think a diva actually represents
game anyway. Yeah.
Game, right? Like you.
I think so. Yeah.
You just make an elf here and reborn the stuff and start playing. Yeah.
That's game. Well played, Roger. Yeah.
Whoa, that was a close one. After a couple of wacky interactions, Zeroboros and enemy controller, not something you normally see. But Roger demonstrating some pretty gutsy play. Wow. Okay.
It was a good advert for the new Power of the Elements decks as well. Like that was exactly what that matchup's all about.
Are we getting Roger live or?
Yeah, I think so. Clicking the yellow mic on. Mask
Hi
down.
guys.
Okay,
Hey,
breathe, Roger.
Well, congratulations for 2 things: winning the leaderboard and then winning the box.
Yeah, I guess you know.
Thanks.
Keep taking those W's.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting match. I'm not gonna lie. Game 1 and 2 were unusual to say the least.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's one way to describe it, unusual.
Yeah.
But...
Unusual. Some might say you only really played a game 3. But,
yeah. Some might say.
It was quite a game 3. I mean, that enemy controller play was quite sick. But then seeing it like play right into the Super Poly and just like the back and forth involved with basically just both of you playing like hot potato with that Zeroboros.
Yeah, pretty much. I forgot that it came back, and then I was just like, oh no, oh no.
Yeah.
But I mean, aside from that, I suppose we got it done.
Yeah.
Also, like ripping a diva off the top, so allowing you to make a play with 15 seconds in the round to go. That was a nice wee draw off the top.
I would argue, lethal as well if you resolve the diva. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think he won either way in that sense. But no, well played. It was cool to see Sprite and Tyrell go full power at each other.
Yeah.
In Dunedin as well.
It was interesting. It was nice. I will say. Yeah, this has been great. I will see you both. Yeah, because you guys are going to Oceania, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be in the same position we are now.
Oh, how exciting! Oh, please.
You'll be Dunedin's champion heading up, I guess.
I don't know about that. That's kind of that's a terrifying thought. Honestly, I've been tossing and turning over whether or not I play Sprite so much, like genuinely.
Yeah. Are you allured by the T-Element deck? Does it look cool? Does it look good?
Well, I'm definitely like, oh, I get the mat as well, wahoo! But yeah, I was thinking about, honestly, like playing like after Oceania, selling Sprite to play tier, because it seems like it's, I don't know, at the very least a lot more fun, because like, I don't know, I think Sprite's good, but yeah, there are other, I don't know, I like the explosiveness of, tier. I don't know, there's just something quite alluring to it. And not to mention, like, the danger variant, just playing, like, casino.deck, it's quite a nice thing.
Oh, yeah. And you can definitely put your spin on it as well, like, all the random stuff people have chucked into that deck it's fun to see.
Oh, yeah, it'll be so exciting to see what comes out of, like, Rio as well, because that's the switch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, fun fact, like, all the Americans are still winning with branded. Like, all the Americans are still playing, like, branded tier, so, but none of that at Euros. I'm interested to see if that just, like, shows up and just starts winning.
Yeah, especially like what'll be interesting to see whether or not people move towards like board breakers or hand traps, because like that seems to be this real back and forth that people are doing. So, and I think it'll be interesting to see how that potentially affects Oceania, because
I agree. And it's been a back and forth for years now with the board breakers versus hand trap. But
they kind of beat each other, right? Like if you have a bunch of hand traps, you don't care about Dark Ruler. If you have Dark Ruler, you don't really care about boards, and if you have boards, you don't really care about hand trap. It's just like this funny back and forth. Now you want a box of Tactical Masters?
Yes, sir. Tactical Masters.
Anything you're excited about, Nat? Are you gonna play any of the cards?
I've been having looking at Runics, to be honest. The field spell's cracked. Like
it is.
It's so good. I'm probably gonna mess around with that, but apart from that, maybe Labyrinth. I saw MBT made like a Labyrinth Unchained video, so I might check that out. And I don't know, we'll see.
You can hold up the mat as well.
Hold up the mat.
Oh, should I hold up the mat? Oh, go on.
Yeah.
There
we go.
Yes.
Dunedin champion.
The one to watch from Dunedin, Roger Yan on Sprite.
Yeah,
I guess we'll see you at OC.
Sounds good. All right. Cheers, guys.
All right.
Adios.
What a cheery fellow.
He is, yeah.
Shut up.
I remember down in when we went to Dunedin, he ran up to us with a mat and asked us to.
We did sign his mat.
It was great, yeah.
#1 fan. Yeah, Tactical Masters, I think, definitely a set to watch. We saw what happened with Grand Creators, and I think Konami's been generally pretty good at printing support for those deck building sets. We've seen Live Twins get like 5 waves. Drytron stuck around for a long time, so
still around technically, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Hello, Greg. I think you're on mute, buddy.
You might be on mute.
Roger turned the mic off in a dramatic fashion when he left.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Yeah, good.
All right, thank you very much for doing the commentary today, guys. I know you guys are going to do a great job on at the Oceanic championship.
We got to practice with Sprite and Telement, so thanks for that.
Yeah, anytime. I just thought I'd quickly plug an upcoming stream we've got going on, which you'll probably see on the stream. It should be like that direction, I think.
Yep.
We got the 2022 10 of the Pharaoh's Gods pack break stream, which should be really good. We're going to be some of the first people in the world opening it, like at the earliest point that we're allowed to open it. So yeah, that should be really good. If you guys are interested, you can find the link. Link might not be in the description, but if you go to dicejargames.com, it'll be under the pack break section.
Absolutely awesome.
And yeah, it should be great. And we'll also obviously still have Back to Duel happening all throughout September as well. So keep an eye out for those weekly streams too.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been awesome being here. Like, we've enjoyed it.
Yeah, honestly, thank you guys so much. Like I haven't been able to listen to loads of it today, but it's been the stuff I have heard has been incredible. So.
No worries.
Always a good time.
All right. Well, thanks for having us. Yeah, we're always bringing a good time, baby.
Yeah. All right, but I'll leave you guys to sign off.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have much to say other than thank you for watching. If you want to see us live on a more official stream where we can't talk about Burger King all the time, we will be streaming OC in
next weekend.
A week's time now. It is so close.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So excited. See us spiffy in our freshest suits. Probably be stripping down out of those as time goes on because it will get quite hot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be great.
We'll do the face down sign off. We need Ruben.
Oh, yeah, I think we'll have to handle it on our own. He's dueling right now. So
I'm Joe,
and you've been listening to the Face Downs.